Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, people from all over. Welcome to this wonderful, another awesome edition just about now ambayo imeanza tu saa hizi. Karibu sana. Today I have another interesting one, another interesting show just about to happen right now. So this one is the one as well you don't want to miss. This one you don't want to miss. Well, I don't know about you, but the year is ending on a high, so next year I'm sure inaanza na bwembwe na mambo kibao. Zaidi ya yote, karibu sana. Happy New Year to you in advance. We are counting hours to the new year, so happy New Year to you in advance here at Africa. We wish you a very prosperous, wonderful, fantastic, glorious and well balanced year 2024. But as much as I wish you all that, 2024 inaanza na vituko, mambo na vishindo. So karibu sana kwa hii show. Tunayo show ingine fiti, show kali, show tamu. Hii show ni yako. Show umekuja kupenda, umekuja kulike, umekuja kuingojanga tu inapotimia hii masaa you tune in na unajikuta umeingia kwa hii show. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm looking at the other side of studio so as to have everything in order. But all the same, how are you, ladies and gentlemen? I hope you're well. Karibu sana kwa hii show. Your show has just begun. Your show ndio hiyo. Now I'm good, okay? Now it is you to come in. It is us to have this discussion, okay? I'll be telling you how to do that in just a while, but I need to make sure that you are all well. Nijuze hapo kwa comment section, uko vipi, uko aje Ushaanza shamra shamra za kujiingisha kwa mwaka mpya? Uko wapi? Unatazama ukiwa wapi? Unapewa zako 2 3 mahali? Unakula kanyama choma mahali? Let me know, nijuze hapo kwa comment section. Lakini nina burudani kali, nina burudani safi, nina show moja fiti. Naona wengi tayari wamejaja, wengi wanatuma ujumbe in so many platforms that we are having. Asante sana our beautiful Kenyan people. Karibuni sana. Watu wa USA, karibuni sana. Watu wa UK, karibuni kwa hii show. Show yenyu ndio ishaanza. Watu wa Canada ni vipi? Karibuni sana. Australia mko? Karibuni. Wasee wa United Arabs, karibuni sana. Wasee wa wapi? Wa Dubai, wasee wa wapi? Karibuni watu wote wa Kenya ambao mnatutazama, karibuni kwa hii show. Your show has just begun. Watu ambao mnatufikia kupitia Mtembei TV, karibuni. Kupitia Leo TV, karibuni. Kupitia Jex Digital Media, karibuni. Kupitia Africa 24, karibuni. Kupitia Africa Facebook, karibuni. Show yenyu ndio hii, nayo ishaanza. I'm telling you, kumewaka. Tunamaliza moto na kuwasha, tunamaliza mwaka na kuwasha. So nakwambia 2024 itakuwa lit. I don't know if you remember how this year began, or rather the first few months of this year. We were here singing this song. I don't know if you were here. Now we start, ladies and gentlemen. This is how it began. Tulikuwa hapa kufika mahali. Remember this? I'll be coming to that in just a while. But ladies and gentlemen, hope you're well. Hope you're well. I'll be telling you why that song, why that clip, why now. Yeah. Zaidi ya yote, karibu to Africa 24. Maandamano nayo ndio hiyo ishatangazwa. All right. Are you ready for it? Raila Odinga amefanya ile kitu, ameitisha maandamano. Tuliuliza ni nani huyu ambaye atajitokeza afanye ile kitu afanye ile kitu, because inakaa kana kwamba kila mmoja anasema kitu, lakini hakuna mmoja anataka kujitokeza kufanya ile kitu. Leo Raila Odinga alisema ile kitu, and I'll be playing that for you just right now, but allow me to know what you are saying as well. Are you ready for maandamano? Are you ready for this coming uprising? Wakenya mpo, karibuni sana Namuona Silver Shine Cleaning wako ndani, namuona Goodyear ako ndani. In fact aliingia mapema, alisema hivi, hi on the wings waiting. Alikuwa akitungoja, nayo show yake nayo ndo hii ishaanza. Wadau, miezi kadhaa zilizopita Wanakenya walijitokeza kwa streets. Walipotokea walisema walitaka haki yao, walitaka swala la maisha especially gharama lizungumziwe. Walidai ya kwamba punda amechoka, walidai ya kwamba gharama imezidi. Alright, serikali nayo ikajitolea kwa kusema vitu mingi. Unga tukaambiwa next week, next Tuesday, next Thursday. Alright. Course slightly imeshuka, it's not how it used to be, but kuna other things ambazo zina define gharama ya maisha. It's not just pakiti ya unga. Gharama ya maisha it's all round. Okay, taxes ndo hizo zinaenda juu. Okay. Levies zinaongezeka left, right and center. It will be expensive to get married here in Kenya. It will be expensive to own an ID here in Kenya. Owning a car will be kept for those who, to be a reserve for the haves. The have not, maybe mjaribu nchi ingine. I'm telling you, it's about to get down. It's about to go down. And I see many joining me. Hapo kwa comment section, I'm asking you, are you ready for maandamano? This time round, maandamano itashika ama haitashika? Will we achieve something or we won't? We have had several, but hii ambayo tunaitisha sasa hii mwananchi amefinywa kona zote, ako tayari for maandamano. Are you ready to protest? I don't know about you. Neither am I calling for you to protest. I'm just saying, I'm just asking you, are you ready? Raila Odinga has called for it. Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Wana Kenya kwanza, mko tayari? Last time watu walisema hawajitokezi kwa maandamano kwa sababu maandamano walisema inaharibu biashara. Sasa biashara ndio hizo zimepata changamoto. Wanabiashara, raundi mtasema vipi? Are you ready for this? Mko tayari lakini? All right, I see Esther Stoll ako ndani. Unasema good evening. Now my name is Jakes. Sorry, I don't like correcting anyone kwa comment section, but my name is Jakes and I'm Jakes the moderator. Karibuni sana everybody, All right, karibu sana Esther, karibu sana Silvershine, karibu sana Goodyear. Are you ready? Are you ready, ladies and gentlemen? Are you ready? Kuna wimbo ambayo ilikuwa inanibamba hizo days. As much as I am not a pro-Azimio, neither am I a government spokesperson, but kuna song ya Azimio ilikuwa ni nice, especially those days. Do you remember this one, ladies and gentlemen? To be confirmed, but ladies and gentlemen, jeshi la baba lilijitosa sana hii mwaka. Next year mshapokea message nayo ndio imefika ya kwamba come next year wadau lazima tujitume kwa streets. Tunajituma kwa streets kwa nini? Tuna protest why? Kwa sababu tuko na issue na gharama ya maisha. We are protesting because kuko na hii swala moja ambalo limekuwa kizungumkuti. Swala la nini? Swala la gharama ya maisha. All right, so what is happening in few days? we we are taking to the streets, according to Raila Odinga. We are taking to the streets to protest. What are we protesting against? We are protesting against the high cost of living. You know, we are protesting against the punitive charges left, right, and center. You know, uh, what Milio Thiambo was asking, some of these charges, is someone somewhere mad? You know, is someone somewhere mental? Is someone somewhere crazy? You know, adding charges as though you're not mindful of Raya. Yeah? So come 2024, ladies and gentlemen. All right, the memo is out. Raila Odinga is saying this, that we are going to the streets. Why are we going to the streets? In just a few moments, I'll be telling you why. And I need to know from you, are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? Mko tayari lakini? Not that I'm hyping for the Maandamano, get me right. I just need to hear your sentiments, ladies and gentlemen, because this is what Raila Odinga is saying. This is what he has finally asked the Kenyan people after the high cost of living, after the bipartisan talk failed to agree on the high cost of living. finally, finally, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is what Raila Odinga is
ultimatum to the
saying.
government to repeal the Finance Act 2023 or face the return of mass action. The Azimio leader says that the implications of the taxation measures contained in the act have led to an increase in the cost of living for struggling Kenyans. The opposition had earlier on in the year called for a series of protests over a number of issues, including the high cost of living. Brenda Wanga has more.
As the year comes to an end in just a few hours and the country prepares to usher in a new one, opposition leader Raila Odinga is asking the Kenya Kwanza government to make 2024 easier on the pockets of ordinary Kenyans.
Kenya wameteseka mwaka hii 2023. Walianza hii mwaka kiwa walikuwa na matumaini. Maana yake kulikuwa na ahadi ambayo ilitolewa na hawa jamaa.
Raila says the Kenya Kwanza government failed to keep its promise to the country's population of easing the cost of living.
Walisema wakiingia katika serikali hadi mahasla watawasikia vizuri. Mahasla, mama mboga, jua kali, boda boda, yale ikawa ni maneno peke yake.
The opposition leader blames the rising cost of living on the tax regime instituted by the government through its First Finance Act that came into effect on the 1st of July this year. Now Raila says that law should not be alive in 2024.
Tunasema mwaka mpya hii sheria ya kodi mpaka itolewe. Ile finance bill mpaka itolewe. Asipotoa hiyo finance bill tutarudi kwenye uwanja. Tutarudi uwanjani. Tufanye namna hiyo.
The opposition had earlier in the year, between March and April, called for protests against the high cost of living, electoral reforms, amongst other issues. The protests saw tens of lives lost and properties destroyed and birthed the National Dialogue Committee that sought to address cross-cutting issues. The committee, in its report, recommended a raft of proposals aimed at reducing the cost of living, auditing the 2022 electoral process, and restructuring the Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission. To return to mass action comes as sections of the Finance Act have been challenged in court and are awaiting determination. Brenda Wanga, Citizen TV.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you have heard it from the horse's mouth. Of course, he didn't just stop there. He went on to tweet. I'll be showing you what he tweeted, but it is official. It is now official. 2024, it begins with a high. All right. Hapa Kenya, akukosi content. Akukosi content. Of course, you have to give it to a politician to create content day in, day out. All right. Are you ready? Are you ready? The cost of living. I'll be showing you what you should expect in 2024, what is bound to rise in 2024, what are the new charges you are expected to pay come 2024, especially for us who have children in school. Wewe akwambia huku nje watu hawacheki bwana, watu chekeshi. The cost of living is an issue that many are grappling with. All right, I see Goodyear Kondano sema protest will only harm the poor. Okay, maoni yake Goodyear. Ezesh Mumfinya anasema hivi, let the game begin, aka maandamano. Uraga Sports wanasema wako ndani. Okay, karibuni sana Esther, Silver Shine na everyone watching. Join me even as we have this great conversation. I'm about to be joined by panelists who will help me ngamua all this and many more. But ladies and gentlemen, we were here before. Yeah, I know you remember maandamano jinsi yalivyokuwa. I remember tear gas bwana hapa kule. Watu walikimbia huku kule, kimbi everywhere. Are you ready? I don't know. Are you ready? I remember one time jamaa alisema akona stock ya mawe. When maandamano ilisitishwa alifeel vibaya sana, alifeel vibaya sana. Now the good news for him is that uzuri mawe haina dead stock, so hii mawe probably atatumia somewhere, probably. Interesting conversation we are about to have. I see Laban Masiani anasema hi Jakes, tuko tayari. Wadau, are you ready? Mko tayari lakini? Mko tayari? If Raila says, you know what, it's time to go out. It's time for this financial bill to be abolished. But now we are almost preparing another one. So we are almost in another 6 months time thereabout. We are preparing another one. This one is already 6 months old. So even if we abolish it, the effects have already been made. Now, Raila Odinga didn't just stop there. I want you to listen in to some of the sentiments he's saying, because this is what he's saying, that Kenya is ripe for a revolution. And he is ready to take charge and lead us into a revolution. You, Mwananchi, are you ready for that? Are you ready? Listen to what equally he has been tweeting.
Meanwhile, Azimio leader Raila Odinga has said the opposition will organize in the year 2024 to liberate Kenyans from what he calls oppression and exploitation. In a statement, Raila said the Kenya Kwanza government had failed Kenyans and hence the need for Kenyans to restore their dignity and well-being. Raila said he will build a coalition of citizens to plan, mobilize and organize effectively to reclaim the nation. On taxes and high cost of living, Raila said Kenyans continue to struggle with record high prices of consumer goods and petroleum, which had gone out of control as a result of taxes. The Azimio leader said the opposition will form a broad-based anti-tax campaign that will push for budget cuts to ensure Kenyans keep their hard-earned money. He also blasted the government over its education policies, saying learning was now in a mess. Raila claimed that under the Kenya Kwanza administration, support for free and compulsory education had stopped. He also faulted the government for allegedly delaying and reducing funds to support this sector.
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen,
in a statement, Raila said
that come 2024, a lot is bound to change. A lot. A lot. If you thought times were hard, you are in for a road shock. Times are about to be tougher. Why? Where do I even begin? Tuanze wapi? Kwa education. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, come next year, which is just a matter of hours from now, school fees will hike. This is not if or when, it will hike. Why? Parents and teachers have suffered, yes, correct. But now the teachers feel, you know what? Our schools can no longer struggle. We need to do something about that. The government is delaying capitation despite allocating over 650 billion in the budget for education. 650 billion. And of course, I say kwa sababu ya CBC and everything else. Despite all that, allocating 650 billion, kuna uwezekano education in Kenya itakuwa very expensive. You remember wali change stories za help, that it's now wanaangalia who to be given full scholarship, partial or whatever. It's no longer how you used to apply and get the scholarship. Now going to university, it will be difficult. You remember the other day you saw wanafunzi wakigoma kwa sababu ya help? Wait till January ifike. And if you think I'm lying, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen.
Assembly. The petition by the Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association, that is KESHA, seeks, among other things, to have school fees for all categories increased. As Shadrach Miti reports, principals want fees for extra county schools raised by at least 25,000 shillings, moving it from the current 40,535 shillings to 66,023 shillings per year.
That my office has received a petition from one Mr. Indimuli.
When the petition by the Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association finally landed at the Speaker's desk a few weeks ago, it generated heated debate on the floor of the National Assembly, with members of Parliament castigating the Minister of Education for not allowing principals to increase fees, yet schools are not getting adequate funding from the government.
As the petitioner is concerned, that despite the increase in capitation per learner, the government of Kenya subsidy for the free-day secondary program has consistently been lower than the actual enrollment.
Whereas on one hand, head teachers are not allowed to charge extra fees. On the other hand, the government has consistently failed to remit the capitation money. So how then do you expect these heads to run their schools?
There is always a financing gap of about 22 billion shillings in secondary school education funding. Therefore, that occasions the deficit.
Mr. Speaker, if you get to know the figure that is given for exams, if you get to know the amount of money that is given for sports, it is so little, Mr. Speaker, that it cannot be able to run the education system.
We've been asking the Ministry of Education why is it that we cannot get capitation in full? And the Ministry of Education has always told us that whatever they were given, they have given us. And our argument has been whatever they have given us is not enough. So where is the problem? If the ministry is saying they have given us everything and we are saying we've not received and therefore we need parents to come and chip in, and the ministry says no, parents cannot chip in because we are giving capitation.
The petition by the Kenya Secondary Schools Heads Association (KESHA) has proposed an increase in school fees for all school categories from sub-county to national. Accordingly, principals want school fees for national schools increased by 19,628 shillings from the current 53,554 shillings per year to 73,182 shillings per year. Extra county schools will have the highest increase of 25,488 shillings from the current 40,535 to 66,023 shillings per year. If adopted and fully implemented, learners in the sub-county schools, which are purely day schools, would also be required to pay 5,372 shillings.
Unless you want us to continue burying our heads in the sand, we must either say that the government is unable to support secondary education by way of capitation or allow the head teachers to charge extra fees.
Because we must never allow, under these strenuous economic times, any head teacher anywhere to increase fees. The government of Kenya should be able to pay school fees for all our children.
The sub-county schools, where they are expected not to charge anything, and then this capitation does not come. You can imagine what my colleagues in those sub-county schools are going through when they are unable to have money to service whatever creditors they have.
All secondary school learners are allocated 22,244 shillings per year. The government has been remitting less money to schools. Add this to the challenge of delayed capitation, and principals say their work is increasingly becoming difficult.
The 2022-2023 financial year, 794,000 children were not being considered or were not being funded. Those that are on NEMIS. These numbers have been increasing from 2018 up to 2020, up to 2023. And as they increase, there are deficits in the funding. You have students in school whose funding has not come, but you have to take care of them.
Shadrack Miti, KTN News.
All right, all right, all right. With me, of course, is Mr. G and many joining me as well. Now, also you can join us. It's not restricted. Someone asked me, kwani inakuanga restricted? It's not a restricted show. You can join us. Kutujoin kwa studio si ngumu. Kupitia link ambao ninakutumia hapo kupitia StreamYard. Hiyo link inaingia in so many channels. Inaingia kwa Mtembei TV, inaingia kwa Jakes Digital, inaingia kwa Africa 24, kwa Leo TV, kwa True TV, kwa Leo Facebook, kwa Africa 24 Facebook, kwa there's still another one, kwa George Facebook, all those channels. Ukiona hiyo link ukiguza inakutuma moja kwa moja hadi hapa kwa studio. We are asking ourselves, ladies and gentlemen, despite the challenges that we have been going through, the high cost of living, the fuel prices have refused to come down. Electricity prices are just crazy. And constant blackouts, just to mention but a few. Are you now ready for what Baba is calling a revolution? Yesterday we were asking, you need to watch yesterday's shows and other previous shows, that we have someone who has the wherewithal and the ability to take Kenya from where it is and, marshal everyone and cause a revolution. All right. Raila Odinga seems to be answering that call, and he has now said, you know what, come 2024, hey, if the government fails to abide by removing the financial bill, and removing the housing levy and everything that has caused the cost of living to go up, they should prepare for Maandamano. They should prepare for a revolution. And that is why we have this show, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be playing more clips. I'll be playing more to explain this further. And equally, I'll be showing you what has been happening in other places, all right? But I'm telling you, it's becoming interesting day in, day out. Even as we wrap up the year, I think we are wrapping it in style and fashion with so much eagerness for the next year. Where goosebumps all over, goosebumps all over. Next year, kuna vitu kibao. The courts will be a busy place come next year. And Maandamano has been added to that list. Joining me just about now is Mr. G, helping me to discuss this among other panelists who are about to join us as well. All right, I see kwa comment section Penya Gaka ako ndani na ako ndani pamoja na jamaa anajiita Washington Ouma, karibu sana. Laban Masiani, I see you, karibu sana kwa show. Thank you very 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 much bwana Laban. I see good year bado wako, namuona Labani wako pamoja na Nyagaka wanashirikiana hapo kwa comment section. Namwona Esh Mfinyi ako ndani, asanti sana. Uragi, I see you. Uraga rather, na kuona. Stall, I see you. Silver Shine Cleaning, I see you. And many ambao mnatuma ujumbe hapo kwa comment section. Kindly remember to subscribe to Africa 24 so that this and many more can be what you get easily, because you will be able to access it once you are in the channel. So subscribe to Africa 24 and enjoy this and many other content. Bwana Mr. G, VP, hope you're well.
I'm fine, sir. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Karibu sana kwa show.
Thank you, thank you.
Sasa jana tuliuliza kama Kenya iko tayari kwa revolution, and leo baba amesema he will be the one to lead it. Kama kutakosekana, yeye ako tayari kuongoza watu kwa maandamano, kwa sababu sasa imefika shingo, imefika koo. Wakenya wamebanwa na swala hili la high cost of living, hiyo ni fees inaenda kuwa juu. Hata tujongelea NHIF ambao sasa ni SHIF, ambao sasa hata private hospitals wameanza kukataa kadi yetu ambayo tunalipia. Saizi ukigonjeka inabidi bro umejipanga. So let me ask you, is Kenya ready for maandamano? Are you ready? Wewe kama mwanaazimio, I know you're a diehard. Are you ready for maandamano?
Okay, Jakes, before I answer the question, I think I'm happy with the mood. Your mood today is okay, and I'm very happy because naona umefurahia kabisa.
Okay.
Yeah, you're always happy, but today kuna vile umechangamuka sana, and I'm very happy for that. Okay, let me go straight to your question. You know,
probably it is
I
my birthday.
hope it is about maandamano. I'm trying to figure out if it is maandamano ama ni nini imeleta hiyo.
Go ahead.
Mori nashangaa Mori imetoka wapi Mori? Aya, sawa.
Yeah.
Okay, now to go straight to the question about happy birthday, Mr. Jakes. Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Okay, now to go to our question today. The question is about revolution. This is something that I have been asking, and I said before I go to that question, there is a story that I wanted to share to you, and I think kuna ushaisikia story. I think it was about 2 to 3
2 to 3. Hello.
months ago in a university. I'm having challenges. Nasikika. I'm having challenges with the bundles. Nasikika sahi.
Uko sawa.
Okay, sawa. There's a young man who was a university guy. Alijichoma. It was around 2 to 3 months ago in Mombasa. Sijui kama ulisikia.
And that guy, I remember.
Yeah, and that guy after kujichoma, nothing happened. The guy alichukuliwa akapeleka kwa hospitali pale Makadara na alikuja akakufa baadaye akazikwa. So I wanted to talk about this revolution. This is a revolution that we are talking about, and I wanted to compare it with that one of Jasmine. You know, in Jasmine, I think it was on December 17, I think 2010, where there was a young guy in Tunisia. He was an age of around 26 years. That guy alikuwa ni jamaa anauza fruits and vegetable. He was just a vendor in the street in Tunisia. And while he was working, he was going around doing his business and everything. A policeman insulted her, and insulted him, not her. He was a man. Insulted him, and after insulting him, the guy was so disappointed with the way he was mistreated. Akaamua ku visit a local municipal office pale Tunisia. Wakati alienda pale akijaribu kureport because he wanted to speak out what amepitia because akufurahia. Those guys did not listen to him. Now because they did not listen to him, the guy akatoka tu nje ya hiyo ofisi tu nje tu hapo tu kwa municipal office, local office. Akaamua ku set fire on himself na akachomeka. Wakati alichomeka hapo a group of people masses zikaanza demonstration. Hapo zikaanza demonstration. Do you know demonstration ilianza that day, and from that day ilienda mpaka ikafika January. Nakumbuka wakati ilianza hivyo ikiendelea kuwa intense, ikiendelea kuwa intense on December 24th. On December 24th hiyo protest ikawa sasa imeenda kwa kila kona ya Tunisia sasa.
All right.
Every corner. Yeah. Na hapo ndo wakati sasa a policeman aliamua kushoot mtu. I think it was a direct kwa inaitwaje hiyo command from the president and the team. Wali command kwa jamaa sasa waamue kuuliwa. Na hapo ndo polisi aliua mtu wa kwanza aliuliwa on December 24th. Ndo mtu wa kwanza kauliwa. Na hapo ndo kilesha sasa zikashika moto. What I'm trying to say ni kuwa those guys, even though they were not prepared, walikuwa haongei mambo ya revolution, they were not prepared. But because of that guy, that small guy, a 26 years old man, just setting himself with fire, it can light up the revolution. So, kwa sisi sasa the question, umeuliza question, are we ready? I'm not sure if we are really ready, kwa sababu kuanzia kwa ule kijana ambaye alijua, unajua ule kijana alijichoma akiwa Mombasa na alikuwa anasema kuwa amekasirika kwa sababu watu wana mistreat Raila, watu wanatumia Raila vibaya, watu wanaongea kwa Raila vibaya, watu wana mistreat Raila. That's the cause of that guy who set himself fire hapa Mombasa, and nothing happened. Sahi maisha imekuwa juu, kila kitu iko juu. Baba is talking about the cost of living. Yeah, the cost of living itatufanya tuende kwa street. So this cost of living ikitusukuma kwa street, even me I'm still asking myself, are we really ready for revolution? Kwa sababu sioni Huyu mtu wakati tutaanza kupiga watu marisasi, I don't know. Maybe let's wait and see. Let's wait and see, but for me at the moment bado sijaona kama tumefikia ile kiwango ya kufanya revolution kwa sahi. I'm still doubting.
All right. Now, this is the statement from Raila Odinga. He says, we will liberate ourselves from oppression and exploitation. Now, we have tried this. And actually, if you remember March 20th, these were some of the things we wanted to do. We wanted to liberate ourselves. All right. That's what I'm putting myself in that statement, because I have the statement here reads, we will liberate ourselves. So as a moderator ni tricky nikitoa kwa hiyo statement, maybe niseme wanaazimio maybe I think that will be better. Wanaazimio will liberate themselves from oppression and exploitation. Now, from oppression, they're talking about the taxes, they're talking about the levies. Exploitation, they're talking about how they have been raised to some levels that Millie Odhiambo asked the other day, is someone mental? Yeah, has someone gone berserk? Has someone lost his mind and just chosen to raise things bila hata kufikiria? You remember the levies we were talking about za magari owning a car will be very expensive. Now we are now talking about school fees come January. We are talking about hospitals, especially private, wameanza kukataa NHIF card. So mwananchi anapotelea wapi hapa katikati? Gharama ya maisha, mshahara yake haijaongezwa, taxes zimepanda, vitu zimepandishwa, na Nakumincha pia alisema kukatwa hiyo ada ya hospitali itakuwa 2.75 of gross of gross salary. Now, because of all that, Raila Odinga is calling for a liberation from all this, and he says we ourselves, sisi wenyewe ndio tutajikomboa. Now Mr. G, sisi wenyewe tuna uwezo kweli?
Uwezo huko Mr. Jex, uwezo huko. Wakenya, you know, this is something that we are given by our constitution. Protest, picket, this is something that we are given by our constitution. But now me, what I think inaweza fanya kazi is not what Baba is saying, that pushing this government to perform. This government will never perform, bana. Tumewapatia the whole 1 year plus no signs of performing, no signs of bringing a change in our nation. These people will never bring anything, any change in this nation. So the thing ambao Baba anafaa ongelee is about revolution. Na revolution inafaa iwe revolution ya kungoa huyu mtu. The revolution kama hii revolution mwatu nakwambia revolution ya Jasmine. Do you know that this guy alitoroka na familia yake? The guy aliamua kutoroka kwa sababu ilikuwa intense na ikawa sasa hawezi vumilia pale, hawezi keti, mambo imeshaharibika. And he decided to carry his family na wakatoroka, and that was January 2014. Kumbuka maandamano yao hii revolution yao ilianza 17 of December, but on 14 of January alikuwa tayari ashatoroka that country. You see,
now,
so for us for us to deliver this country is either kutoa huyu mtu. Yeah, that's the only solution. No other solution.
If you remember Bwana G, we have been here before. This is not the first time. How different will this time be? You know, nini tutafanya different? And number two, usisahau William Ruto wesema has 0 supporters. Do you think wana UDA, wana Kenya Kwanza will take this line low?
Okay, you know what is happening? As much as tunaweza sema kuwa he has supporter. Yeah, he has a support base, sijakataa. But inside his support base, watu pia wamechoka na yeye kwa sababu ile uongo wake. The guy is a pathetic liar. He's a pathetic liar. So even his people wamemkasirikia. Ile namba ambayo alikuwa nayo before 2022 election na ile namba ambayo iko sahi on his back ni tofauti kabisa. There are very few people. So what we are still asking ourselves ni kuwa the same question ambayo umeuliza, what will be the difference? The difference I think is when people will decide, waseme sisi tumechoka na huyu mtu hawezi kutusaidia kabisa, sisi hatumtaki sasa. It can happen kwa sababu uwezo huko. The problem ni kuwa wakiogopa kwa sababu simekwambia kwa ile revolution ya Jasmine watu waliuliwa. So on this again pia watu watauliwa kwa sababu Ruto hawezi kubali. Unaona? So people will be killed again. Revolution iwezi fanyika bila bloodshed. Bloodshed lazima ikuwe. So are we ready? Are we ready to shed the blood for our nation? I'm taking you back again to what happened to our country some few years ago. Unakumbuka wakati kina Raila wako bado they are young turks. Wakiwa sana wanaanza kuingia kwa parliament. By that time kina Raila and the team walikuwa minority. But kumbuka they were able to voice, and voice yao ilikuwa inasikika kila mahali. It was heard everywhere, even though they were minority in that parliament. Kwa sahi the same thing is not happening, you see. So we have a challenge, bado kuko na challenge kiasi. Yeah.
Now Tifo walisema parliament imefeli or parliament haina mnato ama sumaku ya kuvuta kutishia serikali. Wakasema pia opposition pia imefeli. Now with this, will this bring, is it like a wake up call to the opposition to wake up and pull up its socks in terms of how it has been doing its business? Nikana kwamba wamekuwa wakideal na hii gava with baby gloves. Is it time that they remove the baby gloves na wadeal nayo ana kwa ana?
Sorry Jex.
Na kuuliza aje yesterday we looked at a report where Tifa ilisema the opposition has not been performing, and wakasema pia parliament na senate equally has not been performing. Now with these calls for maandamano and liberation, is this a wake up call on the opposition side or on Azimio side, so as to, you know, because nikana kwamba wamekuwa wakihurumia hii serikali. Hii serikali ilisema ipewe muda, imepewa muda, lakini badala ya kufanya vitu viwe bora, vitu zinazidi kuharibika. So from where you sit, is it a moment that the opposition is rising and it's taking its rightful role in putting the government in its place and of course removing the baby gloves?
Exactly. In fact, that is a waking call. Kwa sababu hii nini opposition ama Azimio ilikuwa haisikiki. Wamekuwa quiet kabisa, walikuwa hawasikiki. Although wamekuwa create some issues, but still haikuwa that vocal sana when tulikuwa tuna expect iwe. But sasa kwa sasa hivi wanaanza kuongea, I think wanaanza kuamuka sasa, and that is a great move. Kwa sababu they need to voice up, they need to voice out. Na hii ku voice out ni lazima wasimame. Vile baba anasema kwa next year si mchezo, inafaa iwe hivyo. Si mambo kwa cool kwa luku mpaka tunashindwa kuelewa kama baba ameingia government ama hajaingia government. Anafaa jitokeza aonyeshe kabisa hayuko kwa wale. Yeah, he's not supporting those people. Unaona kama we had, I think leo kumekuwa na mkutano kule Western Kenya na ile chama ya Wamalwa. Umeona mpaka Wabalua wameanza kusema Wamalwa anafaa awe kwa ballot. Wanataka Wamalwa awe kwa ballot. Kwa sababu gani? Kwa sababu Wamalwa ameonyesha kuwa he's with the people. Kwa sababu that showing that he's with the people, to me, I know Wamalwa cannot be a good president. Wamalwa hawezi kuwa a good president. Yeah, kwa sababu bado hajafikia that stage. Ana hajafikia hiyo stage ya kuwa good president. But those people, because of his move, endelea ni vizuri awe kwa ballot paper. Why? Kwa sababu ameonyesha. Yeah, tunafaa tuonekane kabisa, tuonyeshe kuwa sisi tuko na wananchi wa kawaida, tuko na watu wa chini, tuko na hawa hustlers, then tutafaulu.
Alright. Fantastic. Anajiita jamaa Mr. G. Tayari nina wengine wamenijoin, napenya gaka, najua yeye lazima atanipa sera zuku za UDA, lazima atanieleza why we shouldn't go for a liberation. He'll be telling me about that just now. And equally Leo Nyabaya, I'm almost certain atatilia mkazo what Raila Odinga has said, but hey, sijasema wataweza sema, maybe watu wanaweza kuwa wamechange mind. We have a way of people changing their mind left, right and center. You never know, but for you to find out, just stick around. But before even I bring them, allow me to appreciate many who are tuning in and joining us in this great conversation we are having. I see Goodyear Akondani anasema hivi, protests are a waste of time because it's like recycling what is unrecyclable. All right, Azimio needs to calm down and sort out the infighting first and be real. Oma Ochieng Washington anasema hivi ya kwamba maandamano is authentic because people are tired with Zakayo's fake promises. Maoni kali ya wajamaa hapa, na nashukuru sana. Naona wengi pia wana like hii video, lakini zaidi ya yote fanya hivi, usiruke mwaka kama hauja subscribe to Afrique 24. All right, thank you very much. Bwana Leo, let me come to you before I come to Penyagaka. What do you make of Raila's call for a revolution, for us to restore hope and faith in our country? He says that 2023 has been a year where many have lost hope in their own country. Many feel despaired, many feel hopeless. And he says it is now time for us to liberate ourselves from oppression and, of course, from exploitation. And, of course, he has now called out for nationwide Maandamano. He'll be calling out the dates very soon. He has cited the high cost of living and the financial bill. If they are not revoked, the ultimatum is this one, that we should be going to the streets anytime from when he says. What do you make of all that? I'm sure it's a mouthful, but you are able to pick the question therein.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Jax, and good evening. I don't know if I'm clear.
Yeah, you're very clear.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you and good evening, Mr. G. And I've also seen my senior Pen Nyagaka, and to the viewers who are watching this show this wonderful night, just a day before we wind up the 2023 and get to 2024. I think maybe, Jax, you preempted that I might support what has been declared. I don't know when the demonstrations have been called, but I think for once I have a different opinion. Is that I feel that Raila should not call for demonstrations. If people feel that they want to demonstrate, I think it is a high time that they get out and go and demonstrate on themselves instead of misusing Raila. And Raila should not allow himself to be misused by Kenyans who are unapologetic, Kenyans who don't appreciate, and Kenyans who don't learn. It's not Raila's role, or it's not Raila's a constitutional right to be calling for demonstrations or to be checking on the government and to be reminding the government of what they need to do. But this is the role of the people that we elected as representatives. Remember, currently, the person who should be doing that job, if maybe there's somebody who should be putting the government in check, this arm of the government is the members of parliament, irrespective of which parties they are elected in. If you have your MP, whether elected in UDA, in ODM, in Wiper, or in Maendeleo Chap, it is the role of the National Assembly and the role of the Senate to check on the executive, that is both the county governments and the national government. So it is the role of your MP to check on the president, which is executive. But when the MP you elected decided to go in bed with the executive instead of operating independently, then you want to expect Raila, who is a resident, who was sent to Bondo, to come and call for demonstrations. Why is Raila calling for demonstrations? Because he's not having any constitutional structures that allows him to criticize the government. So the only structure that he's having, maybe he's just a normal man like me and you. So if Raila is, if you feel that you're oppressed by this government, then you need to organize your group and people who also oppress like you, or people who are also being overtaxed like you, and go on in the streets. And Raila should only call demonstrations if he feels that this government is overtaxing him or is oppressing him. Then he should mobilize people with the similar feeling and call for demonstrations. But putting this responsibility, I've heard Mr. G saying that, you see, opposition ilikuwa imelala. In the current constitution, we don't have anything called opposition. That is why when we have these arms of the government, we elect them and each of them is given responsibility. If you feel that you are oppressed and the president is overtaxing you, the right person that you need to approach is your MP. These taxes are passed, the bills are passed in parliament. Raila is never in parliament. So because maybe the party position that he holds, he can be able to whip his members and influence them to think and maybe vote in a specific way. But the first person that you need to tell is your area MP. not Raila. So for this, I'm against this demonstration. Not that demonstrations are bad, but I think it is a misuse of people are misusing Raila. And after that, the same people who are going to tell you that Raila is calling for demonstration to destroy people's business. Kenyans should just be allowed to undergo their sufferings. It was their choices, and they need to learn. But if they are not learning, if I was Raila, I will just go and relax at home and enjoy the rest of my life, because actually he's done more than enough, and he has more than enough. Actually, what can take his second to third or to fourth generation without even bothering the government. So for those people who want to go and demonstrate, as for me and my family, I think maybe when we will be really pressed, then I'll call my family and tell them to go on the streets. But just going on the street for people who are not appreciative, people who will mock the streets, and right now the people who are complaining and the ones who are against the street is just using the same old systems that this government is used to. And the demonstrations is not going to make Ruto change anything as long as it is called by Raila Odinga. So maybe the only demonstration that will make Ruto change if somebody else or people themselves decide to go for demonstration. But as long as it is called by Raila, it will be politicized, and they'll tell you Raila nataka nusu mkate. And look, I can tell you today, that is the story that is going to hit all the MPs in central Kenya. I'm sorry to say this, have been given some content by Raila calling for demonstrations. Some of them were not planning to go for the new year, maybe holiday back at their rules, but now they have some content, so they'll have to speak it in their language. Even the ones who cannot construct sentences in parliament will have something to go and tell them, munaona ule mtu wa maandamano, and watch on your televisions and all your channels. All these MPs will be back at home, and at least they're going to preach Raila Amolo Odinga, even in the churches, more than Jesus Christ is going to be preached. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
We, anaitwa Leo Nyabaya, akona sentiment zingine wacha tu, lakini ni sawa. I'll be coming to him just now. But he seems not to agree with Raila Odinga. We, it's a shocker. We, sawa. Only in Africa 24 where you get different constructing opinions between an Azimio and an Azimio. All right. Namuona Vincent Akondani anasema yeye ni Vini na Akondani. Thank you very, very much. Asiego, I see you. Welcome so much to the show. Penyagaka, I wish to give you your opening remarks. What do you make of this call by Raila Odinga that we have reached that point that we need to liberate ourselves from oppression and exploitation because of the taxation and, of course, the high levies and the high cost of living, of course, caused by this current regime? This is a regime you have really championed for, but what do you make of his cause right now, Bwana Nyagaka?
Thank you very much, Leo. I'm in Jax, and very good show as usual. Thanks very much. And Leo, that is a very deep analysis, and the level of understanding of Raila Odinga is what he is saying. He cannot think like Leo Nyabaya. Even if you are a young man, you think very, very superior. Because Raila calls for Maandamano, only the Luos and the Kisis come out na wanachapa kama watoto. So what is Maandamano going to do? I mean, in a democracy, in our constitution that we wrote, that it was like in America. Right now, even what Ruto is supporting, this leader of the opposition, is completely useless, and it cannot function in a system that we have. We have a presidential system. Mahire, leader of the opposition, is a parliamentary system. He gave a speech in Chatham House one time, and some of us were very glad that we didn't go. I wanted to go there, but I'm very glad that I didn't go, because he cannot go and tell the English people he agreeing with their constitution, but we wrote our constitution like the Americans. And if we have the leader of the opposition, Leo, we could have never come up with people like Obama. We could have never had people like Clinton, because they came from nowhere. And the leader of the opposition, well, it can never work. That's a waste of my time anyway, even going there, because we have to go to the people and have an election. And as of right now, even Uda said he doesn't want the election. So that's really a waste of time. The constitution we have is the one we will run the 2027 elections on. And as of right now, Leo, what you have said is completely true, because he Maandamano ya Nianini, you call Maandamano, the original one we know was for to kick Ruto out of the office. Now they have metastasized the two, Maandamano ya kuto ya high cost of living. My friend, in any democracy, it takes a long time to change to where anybody started to, like what Ruto said he was going to do. He can't do it overnight. He can't do it in 2 days. It takes time. So that as of right now, Jakes, where we are, that's very true. Where we are is an UDA government, and the UDA government is doing the best it can as of right now to make sure that the people of Kenya are going to vote them in 2027. Now, it is a waste of time. And what Raila is doing is a waste of time. He's not gaining any more people than what he got in 2022. If anything, he's losing from the coast, from the Luya land, everywhere. And yes, Jakes, they have so many bloggers, ODM, about is feeding these people a bunch of lies. And that, my friend, will never, ever win Raila Odinga any elections, as much as they have those bloggers that tell them what they want to hear. So that, Mr. Checks, Mr. Jabaya, your show is very lovely. I like it. We like sharing with it. But yetu ni kusema kwamba where we are is a wonderful place, and it is a bottom-up economics. It is to sell people like the Kenya pipeline. Those people who run the Kenya pipeline are hired by the people from the Ministry of Energy. So they are sitting there at the pipeline, and they're throwing all the kickbacks to the people that hired them in the ministry. But if we sell that company, it will make a lot of paper money for the Kenyan government. And in most institutions, in most countries, the governments waste money. Yes, there are very few that are really exemplary, even if they are run by the government, say like the BBC or the Lufthansa, the airline is owned by the government. But those are exceptions. But 99% of those companies in most countries that are democracy are run by the people of those countries in a free and open society. The way Kenya Airways was sold, the way Kenya KBC, Kenya Commercial Bank was sold, the way the telecom was sold. And it is not only the foreigners that buy it. It is the Kenyan people who sell coffee over there in Kisii, people who sold tea over there in Kisii, so bought into these companies, and they are making money every month. So that let us pursue. Let us pursue what we have said. But if it is a long-term plan, they could change serikali. Let us follow what Jakes said. Now, I don't think that Raila Odinga has the capability of understanding that this takes time, you have to plan this way, that way. No, he just, whatever he's fed with. I mean, Raila could have even won the election in 2022 if he did not have Kenyatta to cover for him, who had run all the people from the Kikuyus from Nairobi town, who had, was competing with them, Ruka Keroches, all of them. And Raila hires him. For what? And he lost the elections on and on and on and on. Even when, Jakes, even when you were not there last time, hii wanasema ifunguliwe, servers ifunguliwe. Jakes, you guys are in the media, you should look into that, because when the court was going on, the servers were open, and it was the ODM had a guy like named Joroge.
I have a report. Jakes, I have a report.
I'll give you Mr. G.
Yeah, wacha nimalize kusema kwamba the servers were open, even if they were negotiated in limited form from UDA and from ODM. They were negotiated. And they had somebody like by the name of Njoroge, who was ahead of ICT in East Africa, that was in charge of ICT of ODM. So what servers do they want to be opened so that they can be free? They will not win these elections if they follow what Nyabaya is saying. They have a chance, but if they follow what Raila is saying, no chance at all. So you're starting next year by Maandamano. Maandamano, this time for what? Every Maandamano. Yeah, we have it in our constitution, but you have to have a reason why you have that Maandamano. Lakini hii Maandamano to lower the price of commodities and stuff like that, my friend, we cannot take those kind of dictation. Thank you very much, Jackson.
Well, I'm sure Merab so many guys up. Well, let me first give him an opportunity to rebuttal, and then I'll ask him questions as well. And now I'll come back to all of you guys and ask questions. But Mr. G, you seem not to agree with Penya Gaka.
Yes, I don't agree with Nyagaka, even though some things ameongea ambazo naweza kubaliana naye, but there's some things ambazo ameongea that I won't and I cannot agree with him. Kwanza, kitu ya kwanza ni kuwa Baba is losing. Ati Mombasa siji Baba is losing Mombasa, Baba is losing Western, Baba is losing siji where. Nyagaka, I don't know if you are in Kenya, because the way you're speaking, I'm sure you're not in Kenya. Right now, watu wengi sana wamekuja Azimio kutoka kwa UDA. Most of people ambao wamekuja kwa Azimio sahi wametoka kwa UDA, na wanatoka wakisema UDA imewafail, UDA imejaa na uongo. In fact, Azimio is getting popular more than it was. Sahi, alafu Nyagaka anatuambia kwa ati wanapoteza watu wanapoteza wakienda wapi? Azimio imechukua watu wengi sana. The only thing ambao inatufanya tusikike sana ni hii mambo ambao ina mgogoro kidogo kwa Azimio. That's the only thing that is affecting Azimio, hiyo mgogoro kidogo. But UDA, in fact, naona kuna kitu make hapo, UDA has collapsed. It's true. A lot of people are running away from UDA. Those people, they don't even believe in this guy. Wamemkataa kabisa kwa sababu uongo imezidi. So Nyagaka, I have to correct you. Azimio is not losing, it is gaining. Another thing, umeongea kuhusu maandamano. Maandamano is not a bad thing. Maandamano is not a bad thing. In fact, the only thing that can deliver Kenya sahi is maandamano. If we want to have a change in Kenya sahi, is only maandamano. When we talk about ballot, with the current situation about tuko sahi, still huyu mtu atabaki, hata 2027 still atabaki. So when we talk about maandamano, we still talk about maandamano and talk about revolution. And revolution ni ya kumtoa. That's why I was talking about that revolution of Jasmine revolution. We talk about when tunaweza mngoa huyu mtu aende, but about maandamano is something that it is in constitution. So tuseme kuwa Raila ameongea kitu ambacho haitatusaidia. Another thing Nyabaya ameongea kuhusu, okay, I see leo ameinua mkono leo, maybe
no, but finish up.
All right, let him finish
come
up
immediately after you.
Okay, watch Leo, but I'm still around.
Donate nafasi yake. Jax is okay. He donated this time.
Because he wanted to say something about you, so I wanted to hear it so that.
No. He didn't want to say something about me. He wanted to usher me in. Maybe I know Pen is still there. Pen has talked of something that I've really. Sometimes I do feel ashamed talking about this thing called bottom up. And I did expect that somebody like Pen, it's Mr. G, to answer you on behalf of Pen. Pen is not in Kenya, save for Cosmo Choi, who recently came to congratulate William Ruto, thinking that he will be given heroic welcoming that didn't happen, only for him to go back and change his mind. Pen did not travel back to congratulate William Ruto, whom he praises a lot. So apart from that, he talked of something called bottoms up. This bottoms up, I think, is a narrative that even the people who are selling it did not understand. And the people who bought the bottom up are the most illiterate in the society, or the most vulnerable, who were just excited by the term bottoms up, because those are some two English words that when somebody uses, it tries to make sense to you, when basically you just take them literally, like you are getting from bottom and going up. So if Pen, what UDA is doing currently, or Kenya Kwanza, is not the bottom up a model that they campaigned for, which bottom up allows you to reduce the fuel of jet fuel, like fuel ya ndege unapunguza, which is a fact. I think you'll refer to your information. Alafu unaongeza diesel. So then you come and ask yourself, nani anatumia ndege? Ni mtu wa bottom ama ni mtu wa up? Mtu wa bottom anatumia diesel, umeongeza fuel, bei ya diesel, alafu umepunguza bei ya fuel ya ndege. Nani umesaidia? You reduce or remove some taxes in importing the spare parts za ndege, hizo choppers hizo unaona kina Raila, Orengo na Ruto na Murkomen wanatumia. That is why most of them are using them currently. Alafu naongeza tax kwa spare part ya pikipiki na spare part ya mkokoteni. So is that one bottom up? So this thing called, this kind of nonsense called bottoms up, I listened to one Professor Nyong'o called it a cliche. So a cliche are those terms that people just use. Nizile matamshi. Yeah. So the best bottoms up that we had was this thing called devolution. It was the real bottom up that removed money from the national treasury, whereby corruption was left for the few and they devolved it. Now at least even the people at the county can participate and share the proceeds of corruption. Yes, there's corruption, but initially this corruption that you see was being decided at the national table, whereby if you are not close to the president, you'll not be able to get these tenders and whatever. But now it has been devolved. Even though we say, yes, there's corruption, but this corruption has been devolved to the county level, so the proceeds can be felt by the people at the bottom. If you are MCA or the CES in the county level has maybe stolen some 2 million from the county, this person is going to build a house in their village and the villagers will provide labor there. This person is going to buy alcohol in the village bar there, and the waiters and everybody who is there is going to enjoy a devon mama boga there. Unlike the other days whereby this money will be stolen at the national level and being spent in Nairobi ama waende Dubai. So we appreciate the bottoms up that was introduced by the drafters of the 2010 constitution. That is the bottoms up that I understand that if strengthened, we should
okay.
Jex, you will remind us when William Ruto was in Busia and was pleading with Okiya Omtata not to take him to court. He knew very well.
I'll do all that because
the only thing that can save Kenyans right now is not even the demonstrations. The only thing that can save Kenyans now is the courts. And if the courts, the day the courts will fail us, then I'm telling you, Kenyans are going to be doomed. I know William Ruto, if you follow William Ruto very well, he's not that man who will listen to demonstrations. He's not that man who will listen to you making a lot of noise. He's that man who will use force. This is a man who used force, who corrupted people, who even, I don't want to say, but you know the obvious, some people even got disappeared for his case to be dropped at the international level. So what do you think he's going to do at the national level when he is the commander-in-chief of the armed forces with a sword, which he tells you was not meant ya kukata nyama na kukata sukuma wiki? So we need to think beyond that. So the only demonstration is a demonstration, not demonstration, but something that we fear talking of called revolution. But Kenya is not ready for revolution at this level because our politics is still tribal. Our politics is still based on tribes. That is why even if today Nyagaka is not feeling well at home, I know he's having a lot of calls. People want school fees back at home because they know he's abroad. But he will not point a finger at William Ruto and tell him that, these schools should be funded simply because his very own is the cabinet secretary of education. Hata kama msaidie, lakini kusikia tu machogo ako pale is enough for him to suffer. as things get worse. So that is why we are not yet ready for revolution. But the day Kenyans will be ready for revolution, that is the time that Kenya itakombolewa. Lakini politicians hawatakomboa.
All right. That's a mouthful. Just a moment, Nyaga.
Mimi nataka munisaidie mahali moja. Munizungumzie huyu seneta wetu tafadhali. Bwana Omutata. Wewe sasa unataka kunipeleka kotini. Na ile kazi mimi nafanya ni kupangia watu hawa ajira. Kwani sasa utaki hawa watu wapateko kazi, please. Hokia, tafadhali. Ama namna gani jameni watu wa Busia? Nisaidieni jameni, mumuongeleshe huyu jamaa apunguze mambo ya kotini. Yeye amesema ni rafiki yangu na ni kweli ni rafiki yangu. Ama namna gani? Tunaelewana? Na unajua uzuri ya huyo Kia, hata agenipeleka kotini si mbaya. Kwa sababu yeye hajapanga kuharibu biashara ya mtu. Si ndio? At least hajapanga maandamano. Unajua kuna wengine wananitisha ati usipofanya hii tutapeleka maandamano. Sasa hawa wengine ndio wabaya zaidi. Eri huyu okay?
All right. Beautiful sentiments from the president himself. All right. Now, Bwana, Mr. G, I want to come to you now. Let's come back to the conversation before you guys went to bottom up and all that. That is not what we had prepared for. We are talking about Baba's call for Maandamano. Now, you have heard the president say that at least Okiya Mtata goes to court. He doesn't go to destroy businesses. He doesn't tisha the president with calls for Maandamano. Baba has called for Maandamano. Baba is saying that Kenyans are struggling because of high taxes. Of course, he's saying that he will lead and institute anti-tax campaigns. All right. Nyagaka says that the best anti-tax campaign should come from the people themselves. That the best form of revolution should come from the people. Now, I want to ask you: do you agree with Leo when he says that the people would be better if they were the ones to initiate these Maandamanos? Number two, do you agree with the president that Okiya Mtata is doing a good thing, going to the courts? Yet again, Juicy was vocal saying that he will use the sword against those who are going to the courts. So this is a president who speaks from both sides of his mouth, but then again, him saying that Maandamano ni mbaya, but going to court is okay. But then when you go to the court, he will use his sword. So as Mwananchi, where do we stand? Do we go with Baba's calls for anti-tax campaigns? Do we charge ourselves and do it as Leo is saying? What can Mwananchi do?
Okay, Jex, I will agree with Leo on what he said about mwananchi mwenyewe ajitokeze. That one I will agree with Leo. But on the issue ambao Leo amesema kuwa is better we use courts. I can tell you courts will never deliver us. Kwanza, listen to what jamaa amesema. Jamaa amesema afadhali Mtata because Mtata takes him to court. Lakini wale wengine ndio wabaya sana, wale ambao wanatisha maandamano. Do you know that maandamano always paralyze everything? In fact, in the city of Nairobi, shut up even economy and everything. It shut up. So Maandamano, it is a threat to this guy. Na anayogopa sana hiyo Maandamano. It is a threat. That's why he always use like bullet to kill our people. But the only thing that can bring change in this country is that tool called Maandamano and that thing called revolution. So Maandamano and courts, mtu anapenda kununua court, anapenda kununua watu wa court sana au majudges. Juzi wakati aliongea kuna our petition ambao tulipeleka kotini, hii mambo ya house levies and everything. Do you know that even though courts ilisema kwa hiyo kitu is unconstitutional, but ikatuambia tuendelee kulipa, asi napatia hawa jamaa time, iliwapatia sijui how many days till is it January ama February? So
January
courts
11.
will never deliver us. Yeah, so these courts will never deliver us. Hii ni kitu iko kwa mfuko ya Ruto. You see, hao watu wote wako kwa upande wa Ruto watatudanganya, lakini ikifika town itapita tu vile nini ilipita vile hiyo nini hii inaitwa ngaje financial bill vile ilipita, tutazungusha lakini mwishowe itaruhusu. So courts in Kenya cannot deliver us at the moment. Courts hiyo tutoe kwa akili yetu. The only threat ambao mtu anaogopa, ambao Ruto anaogopa ni maandamano, and that's why he always use live bullet kutuua.
Bwana Nanyagaka,
Yes.
does Ruto fear maandamano, and now has he taken captive with the other source, or rather with the other solas that Kenyans have, that is the courts, as Bwana G is saying?
Bwana G accused me earlier, and you didn't give me a minute to rebuttal.
Now I'm giving you the minute.
Yangu message ni kusema
question.
Yeah. Yangu message ni kusema kwamba I know we are very unpopular right now. UDA is very unpopular. Even the call for a referendum, UDA refused. Because bila Nyabaya amekwambia siko nyumbani, lakini mimi nazungumzanga na Machogu na Mudavadi. Those are personal friends. Lakini that's beside the point. The real point is that Maandamano, Jakes, Atuyogopi, that's why Kindiki is there. That's why Kome is there, the IG. That is their job. The Maandamano that you are calling for, the original one vile nilisema ilikuwa ya kutoa Ruto kwa ofisi. Sasa hii in 2024 Maandamano that is threatening ni ya lower the food, I mean the value of food, whatever. But here it is a waste of time. All those takes time. It's not Yani Ruto says just like that and tomorrow it happens. So the Maandamano, Mr. G, you say we are not scared. And in 2027, some of us pray to heaven that we get Raila in front of us, and that we will beat him the same way. Sasa kumalizia ni kwamba mimi nilisema Nyabaya, bottom up economics. I went to college for that in the 70s. The guy who started the World Bank, IMF, Keynes, he predicted Second World War because you cannot tax people so that you can raise funds for the government. You have to create jobs so that you can tax those people and then make the value, the economy better. That's exactly what we're doing. He best about the money that
Sorry, it's always not my character to interrupt. You've said a good thing that I have to agree. You cannot tax people, and the book you're saying, no country has ever grown by taxing citizens. What they do, you create or you widen the tax base. But you have to agree that is what is supposed to be done. But in Kenya, they are not doing that. They are not widening the tax base. What they are doing is they are increasing the taxes without ensuring that the tax base is widened. And that is why even the Kenya revenue, after increasing the taxes, we expected them to collect more by the increased percentage, but they are collecting less. What does it tell you? You've increased the tax base, but now the taxpayers are not able to raise this money, so they drop out of the chain. So you end up collecting nothing. So that is what UDA is doing. They're having an idea, good in paper, but what they're practicing practically is different. In papers, in their manifesto, it is really clearly written, we are going to create jobs, we are going to raise the tax base so that we can be able to collect more. But instead, what are they doing? They are saying that you now have to pay 1.5%. Your employer is paying 1.5% so that we can be able to build affordable houses. Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto did the same houses with the HFC, the Housing Corporation, the HFC Bank, and I think they're almost done. Some were done in Pangani. I saw some in Komarok. Those I saw physically, and I even interacted with the banks that were giving them at a similar price that the hustler is promising. But nobody was taxed. Uhuru was able to build the private city. Let me call it private city because that is what UDAs and Kimani Chungwa have made Kenyans to believe. He built a private city. Yes, if it was a private city that was built by private investors and they built affordable houses that is going to charge equally the same amount if you take their mortgage, the same amount with the UDA one. They didn't even collect a single cent. So why do you want to take a Kenyan, the public land, give to a private investor, take money from people, then build houses? If they build this house, they want to lie to the hustlers that you're going to get house. If you are in Mujengo, you don't have a salary, you've not contributed for this. There is no single day that teacher or that nurse who've been contributing 1.5 will miss the house na wakupatia wewe. So as they're building these houses, what they're not telling hustlers is that the people who are salaried, when you wanasema wanawajengea nyumba, who are contributing are the ones who are eligible to get these houses. Na wewe mwenyewe unakaa hapo, hauna salary, hauna payslip, unadanganywa eti utakuja kupata nyumba. Hata Yesu akikuja hutapewa nyumba. Hii nyumba wenye watapewa ni wale wenye wamecontribute. Na wenye wamecontribute hawana shida ya nyumba. They're having payslips, they're having houses. Wenye wako na shida ya nyumba hawana payslips. So how will they get these houses? So this government is surviving because there are many fools around. If you reduce the number of ignorant people in Kenya, I'm telling you, UDA will not even finish a week in the office. Thank you.
Just to add something before Penny. Can I add something before Penny rebut?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
You know, Penny talked about giving this government time. We have given it time more than 1 year plus, and I wanted to disqualify his statement kwa sababu when we go back kwa time ya Kibaki in his manifesto he talked about free school education, the primary school education, and it only took I think 1 month or 2 months and he was implementing it. So when Nambaya is talking about not Nyagaka, when Nyagaka is talking about sijati tuipatie time, tutapata time mpaka lini? The guys wamefail kabisa. In fact, they don't show even a sign kuonyesha kuwa they can revive this economy. Kila siku the rates of dollars inaendelea kupanda kila siku, economy inaendelea kuwa mbaya. So there's no way this government can deliver his people, the hustler. Haitawasaidia. If it's about implementation, they have no policies. They don't know how to govern. They don't know even how to run the government. Wamefail because people kama kina Kibaki, it took only 1 month, 2 months they started implementing ile ambayo kwa mateka kwa manifesto yao. So this issue ya time hiyo tuitoe kwa akili yetu. Hii government hata tupatie miaka 20, there's nothing it will do. Hiyo ilisha fail. Right. Another thing I wanted to talk about Nyagaka.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. G.
Yeah, there's something that Nyagaka talked about. Yeah, the other point that Nyagaka talked about, ambayo nilikuwa nataka kumdisapprove. There's a saying that goes, if you want to know somebody, look at Nyagaka ametaja watu wawili. The first person ametaja ni huyo minister wa education wa UDA. And the second person ambaye ametaja Mudavadi. All these people ni failures. Ni watu ambao wameingisha Kenya kwa shida. Mtu kama Mudavadi alituambia alikuwa finance minister. But jamaa hana ni kama hata sija kwa afanya kwa hiyo docket. Because walikuwa nasema wanajua kuinua economy, but wamepewa economy wamefail. So when you look at your friends, you know who the guy is. So Nyagaka kufikiria kwake na marafiki zake ni the same thing.
Okay. Nyagaka, before I bring you back, guys, to the topic.
Yeah.
Nyagaka, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. G, the time I'm asking for other vice president, alisema tupatie 10 years. What Mr. G, we only need 5 years. That's according to the Constitution of Kenya today. The Constitution is not written that you start Maandamano the next day to remove the person that came to power. Wacha nikuchekesha Nyabaya vile unajua siko hapo, lakini Christmas nilitumia my brothers wote ni ODM, my sisters wote ni ODM, lakini niliwatumia nikawaambia mkinunua hiyo nyama muambie bibi yake kukupigia, muambie hii pesa ya UDA. Hiyo ndio macheko nilikuwa nataka nipatie leo, lakini Mr. G yetu ni kusema
kutumia chairman wako wa show.
Aya yako inakuja bwana, wewe unajua nakupenda. Mr. G, wacha nikwambie.
Chairman, but go ahead. I'm joking.
No, that's okay. Mr. G, mimi nasema tupatie tu 5 years. Hiyo ndio constitution imeandikwa. Sisi hatukuandika. Una kuandika, iliandikwa for everybody. So that you were not told to come and attack whoever is in power within 2 years. You are supposed to finance your own ideas on how you can win 2027. But right now you are spending 99% of your time critiquing us who have another 3 years after next year. Asante.
Okay.
Yes.
Now,
Yes, just a minute.
Just one moment, Mr. G. Just one moment.
Yes, just a minute.
Okay. Go ahead. Mr. G, go ahead.
Okay. There's something that I wanted to rebut on Nyagaka's sentiment. Unajua mtu akiwa mgonjwa tuseme
just one moment before you rebut.
Yeah.
Just one moment. Thank you very much for many who are joining us. We are discussing the calls by Raila Odinga to call for protest come next year, which is in about less than 26 hours from now. And ladies and gentlemen, it's becoming interesting even as we usher in 2024. You know how we started 2023? It's almost obvious. 2024, itakuwa fireworks after fireworks. Raila Odinga is saying that it's time we clinch ourselves from the struggles of high costs. You know, it's time that we as Kenyans to jinasue from hii mtego wa what we call it, taxes and everything else. Now, of course, you have heard what Raila Odinga has said. You have heard what my panelists have said. I want to play this clip so that you hear what some of our leaders, those who manage or those who chair some of these organizations that cater for welfare of different workers, call them the clinical officers, you know, different people, different cadres, people who speak concerning taxes and how it has affected their pay. And of course, they are equally raising some voice in as much as the housing levy is concerned. So listen in, even as I have my panelists back to discuss this and many more, and to see if truly this call for Maandamano, is it truly justified? Listen in, even as we continue.
Regime with salaried Kenyans particularly hard hit. From increased pay as you earn tax bans to the housing levy, Kenyans have had to find alternative ways to make ends meet. Victoria Rubadiri takes a look at the painful hit to pay slips in 2023.
After its tabling in the National Assembly back in May this year, the Finance Bill 2023 was the first indication that things were going to get tougher for Kenyans in the formal labor sector. The bill was subjected to intensive public participation, with the Parliamentary Committee on Finance proposing several changes to the original draft. One of the major changes was the adjustment to the pay-as-you-earn tax bands that targeted high-income earners, with those earning more than 500,000 shillings a month hit with a 32.5% deduction. Persons earning above 800,000 shillings now part with a 35% tax deduction. Then there was the controversial housing levy that required payment by both the employee and the employer at a rate of 1.5% of the employee's gross monthly salary. Though the High Court in late February declared the housing levy unconstitutional, it later stayed the ruling until January 10, 2024, with the government set to appeal the decision. The judges ruled that to introduce the housing levy as per the Finance Act 2023 would violate the principles of taxation for making distinctions between formal and informal sectors, therefore creating unequal and inequitable principles. They added that the enactment of laws must be supported with a rational explanation, but in the case of the housing levy, the government failed to provide an explanation for the imposition of the levy or a legal framework to anchor the fees.
We must do it. Korea did it, Singapore did it, Malaysia did it, and that is why they are ahead of us. We know what we must do, but we cannot gather the courage to do it. But this time round, whatever it takes, we are going to implement it.
The levy, however, continues to be deducted, and Kenyans have been feeling the pinch, namely in the August payslip that jolted Kenyans into the reality of the new tax regime. That month, the government recouped double the housing levy deductions when it was backdated to July this year. This was compounded by the fact that Kenyans were parting with more for their National Social Security Fund contributions since February this year. The mandatory retirement deduction went from a flat rate of 200 shillings to a maximum of 1,080 shillings, and as many other salaried Kenyans, Festus, not his real name, felt the pinch almost immediately. The civil servant says despite a 6,000 shilling increase in his basic salary, the new deductions ate up all the gains from the raise.
So they increased. So when I was calculating, I realized that it was just a margin of around 1,200 on the gross increase.
Beyond union dues, loan repayment deductions, and pension scheme deductions for civil servants, we took a look at the impact of the deductions on Festus's most recent payslip compared to last year. Festus, whose basic salary was slightly above 55,000 shillings, reached 82,000 shillings after allowances in January last year. His take-home at the time was just above 29,000 shillings. Despite the pay rise, his take-home for November this year was lower at slightly above 28,000 shillings.
As I use like 2,000 as my fare, that 2,000 has been taken to tax. So definitely I mean that I have to walk to school.
According to the Employment Act, deductions, whether statutory or voluntary, should not exceed 2/3 of total salary.
It's not actually a fair deal. So, and you see there we are also expecting some more taxation. Because every now unasikia taxation ingine. It's like almost, kama na NHF pia we are expecting labda itapanda. So when we are being taxed, it is a painful thing.
The newly created Social Health Insurance Fund could see every household pay 2.75% of their monthly income. For now, however, a conservatory order is in place, halting the rollout of the social
Top implementation of the housing levy before the 10th January 2024 deadline, as directed by a 3-judge bench of the High Court. Both state and non-state actors are warning of serious negative ramifications if the government does not review its taxation agenda through the Finance Act 2023. Still, the country's CEO, President William Ruto, remains defiant, publicly stating that the housing levy will be implemented at whatever cost, even as both respondents and applicants move to the Court of Appeal, setting the stage for yet another round of legal battles between the state and the human rights activists. Seth Olale engaged key sector players, including the Commission on Revenue Allocation, trade unions and Federation of Kenya Employers and Association of Electricity Consumers on this subject.
A damning survey by the Federation of Kenyan Employers, which revealed that 70,000 Kenyans have lost jobs over the last 1 year and more are at risk of losing their employment as employers consider more job cuts, was directly linked to the implementation of the Finance Act 2023.
It is an attempt by businesses to cope with the realities of the cost of employment, the cost of doing business, the cost of inputs. And so corporates are either having to shrink their operations or to contain the numbers. And this is the outcome of a series of events that have happened in our country that have pushed up the cost of doing business. And if you look at the employment contract, as we know it, it's fairly rigid. Once you've entered into a contract, you have to meet those obligations.
High cost of doing business is a problem. FKE warning that the country is on the brink of losing its regional financial hub as a result of mass corporate exodus attributed to a high taxation regime.
So that's many families being pushed into poverty. They will have no power to make ends meet, to purchase basic commodities, to send their children to school, to go to hospital when they need it. So for us as employers, that's a very difficult reality. But to be honest, it's a tip of the iceberg, because if you look at the corporate world today, very many companies are issuing profit warnings, those that are listed on the stock exchange.
Solidarity forever.
Employees under the National Trade Union Congress, that include University Academic Staff Union, UASU, Kenya Union of Clinical Officers, National Union of Civil Servants, and the Kenya Medical Practitioners, Pharmacists and Dentists Union, say workers will have irreparable damage as a result of implementation of the Finance Act 2023, with the cost of living increasing household expenditure by 30%.
If you are earning 100,000, let's say last year, you should be earning about 200,000, because that is the inflation period that you've had with that, and that makes you have the ability to afford the commodities.
People are hardly living. People are struggling. So this idea of taxing people and overtaxing them, government should relook into it and ensure that people are protected instead of being denied their rights.
The reason why some people have lost jobs, some companies are not doing so well, is other factors. It's not the Finance Act. And I would point out the issue of exchange rate. That was a huge fluctuation that really affected businesses. And then secondly, when we borrowed from the domestic market, unlike now when the government is trying out to first of all generate its own resources, and secondly borrow from the international market. When government was borrowing from the domestic market, it was crowding out businesses.
The union leaders are calling upon employers to halt the deduction of the housing levy with immediate effect, as it was declared unconstitutional by the High Court. They are also demanding compensation for the 5 months period the housing levy has been illegally enforced, and have threatened to rally their members for an undisclosed action if the housing tax will continue reflecting on their payslips.
Workers cannot continue being the Trojan horses and the beast of burden for all the Kenyans to be levied and put up houses for others, even where they have not told you that they want houses.
So we don't expect public universities to continue deducting money from our members. And we expect public universities to prepare a check for our members.
It is now unconstitutional, and we do not expect that we are going to be deducted the same housing levy going forward.
We will now be campaigning, and even if you call for demonstrations, we will go on them to demand that the government obeys the court orders, and by 10th of January, they should have all our monies ready to be paid back.
The public participation was on the, you contribute, you either get a house, or after 7 years, you get a refund. Not just yours, but that and the employers. So this change that happened in what came out eventually, Kenyans did not have time to address their minds to it.
The Commission on Revenue Allocation, while submitting its report for the financial year 2023-2024 and 2024-2025 before the National Assembly Budget and Appropriations Committee, called for a review of the taxation mechanism, warning that the national and county governments will experience inadequate funding as a result of KRA failing to meet its target. These two being directly linked to the implementation of the Finance Act 2023.
Going by the demand and supply, there is a likelihood not to collect more revenue. Then number two, how do we expect again to collect more in the projected years, that is 23-24 and 24-25?
That in the year ending June 2023, we missed all the major tax hits. Income tax went down, VAT went down, excise duty went down, import. The importers and the exporters are on the same side. Everybody's not doing well. The investors are not doing well, and even us as the citizens who are supposed to pay through our purchase, because if you don't have purchasing power, you want to try and see how you survive. That's why you see all the tax heads going down.
The 16% VAT on fuel being implemented through the Finance Act 2023 is being directly linked to the high cost of electricity.
First of all, you realize that most of the senators...
The executive director of the Electricity Consumer Society of Kenya, Engineer Isaac Ndereva, says Kenya electricity consumers are ranked third most expensive globally.
We have added 7 other components that comes to additional to the cost of energy. We have the FFR, that is the fuel cost, forex, and inflation. Those are 3 costs that keep on fluctuating, and the government knows how to play around with it. Then you come to WER, which is WARMA, EPRA, and the Rural Electrification Authority. And then you add VAT. Those are 7 additional to the cost of power. If you check into other countries, they will not be trying to tax you on every other component, because the VAT is supposed to be enough for all of that.
With High Court ruling that 10th January 2024 be the deadline for the government's termination of implementation of the housing levy, a major showdown looms between the judiciary and the executive, whose CEO, President William Ruto, vowed to continue its implementation no matter the consequences.
We must do it. Korea did it, Singapore did it, Malaysia did it, and that is why they are ahead of us. We know what we must do, but we cannot gather the courage to do it. But this time round, whatever it takes.
This time round, whatever it takes. Sorry for that, my mic was mute. Sorry, I have played a very lengthy clip, but I really wanted to get a feel of what people are saying. Different people, different cadres. Now, Mr. G, I'm sure you have listened to the clips, and equally you have listened to what these people are saying. We have the medics saying no to all these taxations, including especially this housing levy. The courts have already declared it unconstitutional. What do you make of what the KMPDU is saying, what the clinical officer are saying, what the workers' unions are saying? If you combine that with what Raila Odinga is calling for a state of Maandamano and rebellion, do you see that this time around it can gain more momentum? Because the workers are aggrieved, the citizens are aggrieved, people almost everywhere are feeling the pinch. The heat is so much. This time around, if the Maandamanos were anything to go with, how do you perceive them? Zitakuwa more stronger?
Yeah, Mr. Jakes, I can agree with those guys, what they're saying. You know, at the moment, no one is ready. No one is willing. Pay yaki we cut. Taxes, no one is willing. And remember, from those other years, wakati tulikuwa tunaitisha maandamano, there's a group of people ambao walikuwa hawaendi kwa maandamano, and this group ni jamaa wa middle class. The middle class people walikuwa hawaendi kwa maandamano. But sahi, even in the clips ambazo umeplay, the middle class people, those people on the middle class do wanalia sana sahi. In fact, Ruto amewafinya kabisa, amewafyeka mpaka hata hawajielewi nini inaendelea. People wanalia kwa sababu ya hiyo pay ambayo inakatwa. So when Baba calls for the maandamano, I'm sure this time round watu watatoka wengi. Watu wataenda wengi kwa sababu watu wengi hawakubaliani na vile hizi vitu zinaendelea Kenya. Things are not working on their side. In fact, kwanza from next year, from this January, the next month, wakati wataanza kukatwa sasa pesa, wataanza kuitishwa pesa ya school fees. That is when people will know that surely this was a blunder. Kwa lawi government kwa ikiti, because government imeleta shida mingi. And hiyo ndio imechangia watu wengi kwenda kwenda sasa kwa field. Kumbuka even in Rift Valley, ambayo is the place where the president comes from, ni hao watu ambao wanaambia baba aitishe maandamano haraka from his own area, from his own region. and also in Central Kenya. Wale watu ambao wanatuambia kwa tunaharibu biashara yao, sijui tunafanya nini, are the same people ambao walikuwa wanatuambia sahi they need maandamano. Why? Kwa sababu things are not working. Wanaenda kuwa taxed, mpaka kuku zao zinaenda kuwa taxed, ng'ombe zao zinaenda kuwa taxed. So those people hawajafurahia how the government is conducting their things. The way the government is working affect a lot of people. So when maandamano itaitishwa alafu watu watatoka in a great number than the masses were.
Now, what will that translate to? Will we not worsen the situation? Because whenever these demonstrations are called, it's like somehow we bring our country to a stop or to a standstill. Will it not worsen the situation? Investors will shy away, people will feel scared to go to work. Many might not perform their duties as required. The police might use the excesses that they have been known to use. Lives might be lost. People will bury their loved ones unnecessarily, before their time. Many might lose their lives. After all I've said, do you think it's worth it?
Mr. Jakes, sometimes we are forced to do it. Even though si vizuri kuifanya at the moment, kwa sababu at this moment a lot of people are passing through pain. Hawana hata chakula ya kukula. Some wanakula one day a meal. Wengine hata hawakule hata chakula yote. Wanalala njaa siku moja siku mbili ndo wakule. So when we talk about maandamano at this moment, inakaa ni kama itatu affect more. You see? But now because of how things are, we have to do it for this government kutusikiza. You see? Tukinyamaza, that's the more wanaendelea kutufinya. So some situation, it just forces us to do it, even though hatutaki kufanya, but we are forced to do it because of the circumstances. But ukweli ni kuwa tukifanya maandamano, even the investors wanaogopa maandamano, businessmen wana lose by maandamano, businessmen wana lose. But now because of the current situation, we are forced to do that thing. We are
Now
forced to go
schools
for
are going
maandamano.
back. Schools are going back, and children will be back to school. The fees will increase. This is a regime that promised free primary, free secondary. With these changes, with this new taxation, with the government refusing to submit capitation on time, what does it say about this government? Are we truly having a free primary education, a free secondary education as it is, or we are just using 650 billion allocated to the national budget, but in actual sense we are not using much to boost our education? We are joking. We are maybe even siphoning that money in ways that are not prudent, maybe even corrupting it. But we are saying we are facilitating what do we call it, 100% transition to secondary schools. Yet from next year school fees zinaongezeka karibu maradufu. Unakuta high school, day school zitaongezeka. Unaona kutakuwa na like some schools will add up to 19,000, others will add up to 25,000. The schools, especially like national schools, they will pay as high as 73K. All that. Is this government seriously providing free primary education or even secondary education? Is education anything that this government is seriously looking into? And with this pinch of high school fees, will it also increase the participants wa maandamano kwa hizi story?
Jax, that's why we are forced to go for maandamano, because there's nothing like free education. Free education was under Kibaki and under Uhuru Kenyatta. But under this regime, there's nothing like free education. So if you pick a January, that is when people watasikia that pinch of what we are talking about. Wakati ataambiwa atafute that 19,000, wakati ataambiwa atafute that 25,000, wakati ataambiwa atafute 30,000, that is where atafeel the pinch. And you know why? Because of this, that's why many people watatoka nje. Wataamua kwenda kwa maandamano kwa sababu imezidi sasa. Watu in fact it is today ambao in the news walikuwa nasema kuwa more than 70 people have already lost their jobs. Tangu hii mambo ya nini iwe implement, hii financial bill iwe
70
implemented,
people or
more than
70,000?
70 people.
70 or
70,000.
70,000?
70,000. 70,000. More than 70,000 people have already lost the job. So unajua there's a lot of things ambazo zinachangia kuona kuwa wakati baba ataitisha maandamano, watu wengi watatoka kwa hiyo maandamano. Because a lot of people hawana kazi. And what they can do is just to come out, kuandamana, asking this government to style up. Yeah, but there's nothing like free education. These are just loopholes ambao wame create to loot. These people, they came to loot, nothing else. Yeah.
Now, Bwana Pen, you have said that CS Machogu is your friend. Why don't you talk to him that at least come January school fees iwe rahisi, you know, so that mwananchi despite yeye kunyonywa pesa zote through taxation abakishiwe hata ya karo, or at least shule iwe jinsi ataweza kumanage. Why don't you talk to Machogu, your friend?
Yeah, Machogu anataka nirudi Kenya nipatiwe kazi, lakini namwambia mimi nimeretire kutoka kazi nimefanya hapa America, sitaki kazi ya mtu sasa. Lakini hapo ni kweli, we have to do something about the tuition funding, kwa sababu vile wamesema that the fee will come back in January. We don't know how much and all the details. Vile Mr. G anasema ni kweli, tunajua we are very unpopular nowadays in Kenya, and in any society in the world, for that matter, when you are changing the economic conditions, especially following and having high taxes to engineer the economy, it has to be unpopular. So we understand that. But like I told you earlier, we have 5 years so that we can do anything. If we don't, Mr. Jackson, all the time, we can go home. You figure out how you can convince more people to vote for you so that they knock the order out. And we will laugh going home. We will not be crying like what we asked me when Bakaleo 2 years later, ndio wanaita maandamano. But let me tell you something very, very clearly, Jakes. The tuition, vile unasema ni kweli, and we just have to wait till January and see what they are talking about. Lakini Mzee G vile alisema Kibaki was taken. That's when you formed ODM. That's when you voted against him 2 years in 2005. He was very, very unpopular and he lost. But when he left power, everybody wanted him there. That's 10 years after. But in 3 years, 4 years, it was unpopular and they voted. That's when they killed the first constitution. So, need democracy. It takes time. It has to be like that.
It's one thing to say that Kibaki was unpopular, correct? It's another thing to equally show you what he did in his tenure. Now, this government is unpopular, and what can you show us in his tenure? As much as it's 1 year in office, but there is almost hardly anything to show that it's doing, that it's impacting the lives of Kenyans. In any case, Kenyans are lamenting, garnishing their teeth. Others are even regretting voting for it. Others are even asking themselves, why didn't they participate in their elections? Probably their vote would have made him not be the president. Now, I agree with you. It's true that Kibaki was unpopular. Fair enough. But this government is both unpopular and it has nothing to show. Unless you tell me there's something to show concerning this government, the jury is still out there, because no one seems to be agreeing with you that maybe after 10 years from now, they'll be saying this government was good, honestly.
Yeah,
Nyagaka?
it's too early to tell. Yeah, that's why we say that we need more time so that we can figure the rest out.
But truly, I think a term of a president is marked as 5 years. So you cannot tell us that in 5 years you cannot do something that people can calculate and say it's worthwhile. Magufuli changed Tanzania. In 5 years, a lot happened. You know, when will we start seeing some changes in our country? 10 years from now, really?
My friend, we cannot even compare ourselves to Magufuli. What Magufuli did was exactly dictatorship, going to every corner, every province and firing the people. Can you imagine if Ruto would start doing anything like that? We are a democracy, and we have to build it slowly. The Magufuli
But
style.
Nyagaka, those people that Magufuli was sacking, were they corrupt or were not corrupt? The people that Magufuli was sacking.
If we go like that, Mr. G, it's very difficult because you can say half of them were corrupt, and half of them were with the people that didn't agree with them and reported with Magufuli. The court is a good institution, and some of us don't want that court at all because the courts can cut both ways. Look at what he has done with the revenue. What Minimum Mutata won. So the court, you cannot accept. Any government that thinks that the court is with them, then the court that court is not independent. It's corrupt. So the court can go either way. So Magufuli should have taken those people to court, and whoever is proved wrong, they get fired.
All right. Now, so what I'm hearing from you is that Ruto should keep on having these guys, even if they don't perform, until the courts direct him when to fire them, when to prosecute them. Is that what you're telling us? Given that some of the people that he's having hanging around him have serious issues when it comes to delivering, have serious issues in as far as showcasing success in either their dockets, project they have managed, or anything that they do. The works of their hands stinks to the high heavens. Either they are mad with corruption or they're just but incompetent, just to say the least. Now, are these the people you still want to hang around the president and his regime? Then eventually we say, you know what, we need to go through to use the due process. People should be fired when they are not doing their jobs.
The people he hired, like Murkomen, he should fire them when they are not doing their job. Kuria if they are not doing their job. But to go to the lower country professor something that were hired long time ago and he started throwing them out, that's completely wrong and illegal. But those people that he has hired to support him and they are not doing their job, in a rain inside, he should fire them directly. He has power to hire and he has power to fire. But he cannot fire lower country who are in the provinces where Magufuli was doing.
Magufuli had the power to hire and fire, and equally he practiced and ensured that he hired and fired those who were either incompetent or were sluggish in their duties. And that's what we are asking for, because we will not mark him on who he appointed. We'll mark him on the success or the failures that he acquired in his tenure. Don't you think so?
But if Ruto is doing that, anybody can go to court and it will be thrown out. But if he fire people like he hired, like Murkomen, Kuria, that is his power. but the people that were hired by certain institutions, it should not do that. In Kenya, we are in a different level of understanding from what Magufuli and Tanzania was doing.
Okay. Now, Mr. G, I want to come to you. I'm playing a clip of previous Maandamanos. What we are seeing here are exchange between the police and protesters. We have lacked a Maandamano that truly bring forth fruition or success in as much as what this Maandamano was for. If we were to go for Maandamano now, what should we do different from what we are seeing on our screens now?
You know, Mr. Jakes, the problem is this policemen. Do you remember the maandamano ambayo ilifanyika South Africa, whereby the police were marching the people on the way, on the street, protecting them? That is how maandamano should be done. But in Kenya, when we try to do this maandamano peacefully, you'll see these people, hawa mambuzi ambao wamesimama hapa sasa, unaona hawa mambuzi hawa. These are the people who always disrupt our maandamano. They come alafu wanaanza kutupa tear gas without any reason ama any cause. They come wanaanza kupiga watu, wanaanza kuwamwagia maji without any these people are just peaceful, marching as they sing, protesting, but in mapolisi kwa analeta hii fujo yote. So we have a problem with this team, this police, hawa mambuzibuzi ambao wanaonekana sahi hapa hawa. These are the people ambao wanaleta chaos in Kenya, and these are the people who are affecting our maandamano. Ndo wanafanya mpaka maandamano yetu inaonekana kuwa mbaya, yet maandamano is not bad. Maandamano is a tool that iko mpaka kwa our constitution, but these guys who wanapenda kuinterrupt.
But the police are there to maintain law and order. When you throw stones at them, what do you expect them to throw back at you?
No, about stones, Mr. Jakes, they are being provoked. Watu wanakuwa provoked by police. That's why they go for stones. You know, these people, this police ambao wako hapa kwa kuangalia mambo ya rioting, they are always trained. That's why you see wako na rungu. That's why you see wako na cape protect themselves, wako na shield to protect themselves from the stones. Kwa sababu gani? Mawe huwa inatokea, na mawe inatokea wakati wamekasirishwa. Kwa sababu polisi wanaanza kukasisha hawa watu. That's why watu wanaanza kutupa mawe. These people cannot start throwing stones kama hawajakasirishwa na mapolisi. So the problem ni mapolisi. There's no problem again. The problem is just this police. Ndio wanaleta hii yote, hii shida yote.
Yeah. All right. Nyagaka, what can Raila Odinga and crew do different to achieve any results from the protest he has called for, given that this will be the third time, and that is probably the third time will be that time likely, maybe it will be the that time a charm and all, but ukiangalia saizi itakuwa mara ya tatu. Wananchi wamepitia a lot. Hii mara ya tatu, maybe could we see a serious revolution? Could we see a possibility of finally hii maandamano ikuzaa chochote?
Yes, yangu ni kusema kwamba vile G amesema maandamano is alright, but even the one in South Africa was very clear. Even Marema was in it. But I was in Kenya. Vile G amesema they get provoked. Even the leader, Raila Odinga, if he gets interviewed about Maandamano being peaceful, he has never ever said that Maandamano yake lazima awe peaceful. Jakes, fundamentally, hii maandamano ni ya nini? Kwanza ilikuwa maandamano ya remove Ruto. Maandamano ya remove Ruto, and you just voted me in, is a lack of what I can call that. But the maandamano that Raila is calling right now on maisha, cost of living, is, I don't even know how I can explain it. Because in a democracy, you have to take time to lower the standard of living or raise the standard of living according to what you promised the people on your manifesto before you won the election. But this gentleman, and honor, when I've said that we are very unpopular, and Raila is using that so that he can advance his cause. But we have 2027, that's when the election will come up. Between now and then, that cost of living will have to come down. Will have to come down. Then we go from there.
But Penny, you are accusing Baba for no reason. Kumbuka, Baba gave ultimatum na akaambia huyu mtu tunahitaji vitu fulani, tunahitaji kufanya vitu fulani. The guy alikataa kusikiza. Baba hakuamka tu from nowhere akaitisha maandamano. No. There are some ultimatum ambao Baba alisema aliitisha. Na those ultimatum zilikuwa brushed away by this government. In fact, wakawa wanatusi Baba. Hatukuamka tu from nowhere kutenga maandamano.
That's why I'm telling you that when Raila came, the ultimatums of Maandamano and all that, he was specifically saying that Ruto must go. My friend, you just won the elections and you must go. That's the foundation of the Maandamano. And the Maandamano is calling right now is the repetition of the same Maandamano. That's why I told you, G, we have Kindiki, Kome to handle that Maandamano. But Maandamano is in the constitution and it is true. But be very clear as to what that Maandamano is all about.
Mr. G, Kome and Kindiki and and everyone else, they are ready for you. This time round, how will you prepare for them?
You know, Mr. Jakes, at times comes whereby you'll put fear behind you. Now you put even death behind you. You know, like that time ambao kina Raila wakiwa bado young Turks, wakati wakuwa napigana wakipigania hii inchi, kwa sababu tulikuwa hatuna hata freedom of speech, tulikuwa hatuna freedom of anything, tulikuwa tunaishi kama watumwa kwa inchi yetu. By that time they were fighting, these guys, they feared nothing. And you know, at times comes that we need that spirit again.
Raila was not in there. His daddy was there, but he was in parliament. The young Turks were in Orengo, in Abuya, my uncle, people like that.
Mr. Nyagaka.
Wamushomba.
Wamushomba was there.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know what Nyagaka is talking about. I don't know what Nyagaka is trying to say. But anyway, what I'm trying to say, Nikua, you know, Mr. Jakes, by that time, when Baba was fighting for this freedom of speech, those guys, they had nothing to fear. Hata sahi ukienda kwa media utapata the clips where the retired police officers wanakuambia watu kama kina Koigi wa Mwere wakawa wanashikwa, wanafinywa, but those guys hawezi sema anything. Wanafinywa kabisa, wanapigwa, but they will never say anything kwa sababu walikuwa wanapigania the right, walikuwa wanajua what they are fighting for. So kwa sahi we need that spirit to come back whereby tunaweka kifo nyuma, tunaweka uoga nyuma, we go for this thing. Tukisema tumeamua, we go for it, tuta succeed. But you know, when you go na wakati hapo unasikia venye Nyagaka anatuambia kwa TG kina Kome wako ready for us, kina Kindiki wako ready for us. Tukisikiza kitu kama hiyo hatutafanya anything. Hiyo si kitu ya kuogopa. That is nothing. Wakati tunataka revolution, we go for it. But nani anasema? Nani Nyagaka anasema kuwa sijui ati
Wacha nikuambie. Some of us grew up when Mzee Oginga Odinga would say something and the next day he's in jail. Right now, you can stand in market and cast the Ruto out. So how you gonna start a revolution when people are not frustrated as they were in the 70s, when they were killing the movie and all these people? You know, the young Turks, huyu mzee ambaye amefariki hapa Sifuna. Those were, you are right, 100% right. They never gave a hoot about their life because they knew. Hata huyu mzungu Richi alikuwa hapo, lakini alifika hapo na kuwa akachapwa vibugo na mkojo ya kutosha. Lakini right now there is more freedom. Vile walipigania. And you keep saying that Raila vote for freedom, this and that and that. Some of us don't believe in that. How can he fight for freedom and he doesn't understand what freedom is all about?
Okay. Now, guys, I want to take this a notch higher, but before I do that, allow me to appreciate those equally commenting. Namona Maureen Wasawa anasema vipi ya kwamba when is the maandamano? We are tired. Ruto must not sit pretty. Lazima we show him some piece of action. We sawa, Maureen Wasawa. Okay, hapo juu ulikuwa umesema awesome show Jakes. You never disappoint. Asante sana Maureen Wasawa. I see Godfrey Ruto naye anasema Uhuru is funding this maandamano joke. The economy is picking up. This makes him restless. We maoni ya Wakenya. Let's change this kidogo. Tomorrow kulikuwa kuwe na meeting ya Maina Jenga. And it's happening. And unfortunately or fortunately, police washajituma. And this meeting, Maina Jenga said it was a meeting where he wanted to unite the guys wa Mlima. He wants to have Uhuru in that meeting. He wants to have the DP in that meeting. But already during the weekend, or rather during Christmas festivities, we saw Gashagwa say that the youth will not be allowed to engage in anything that showcase them as criminals in terms of them being, what do you call it, being associated with Mongeke. All right. So let me begin with you, Bwana Mr. G. From where you sit, unaonaje hizi stories za kesho? Is the call to have a meeting by Mr. Maina Jenga kesho? Unaonaje? What do you see? Is Nani afraid? Is Gachagua afraid? That's why polisi wametumwa wengi sana. Polisi wametumwa wengi sana maeneo ya Nyeri.
The whole team of UDA is afraid. You know, Mount Kenya is shifting away from UDA. Mount Kenya is shifting away, and that thing inawafanya anakuwa restless. That thing inawaumiza sana. So wakisikia kuwa Mount Kenya anaenda kukutana kuongea, alafu tena wanaona ni kama Maina Njenga, na you know Maina Njenga yuko kwa Azimio. So inaleta that restless in their hearts. Wawezi kubali. So in fact, I'm sure they will disrupt that meeting tomorrow. Hata inaweza kosa kufanyika. They will disrupt it kwa sababu hawataki kuona kitu kama hiyo. Nini shifting away? The mountain is shifting away from UDA. Na hii kitu nawaumiza sana. So for me, I am with Maina Njenga. They need to go. Na inafaa iwe the inroad inafaa ziwe mingi sana mpaka watu waamuke watoke kwa mkora ambao anadanganya kila siku na uongo. But tomorrow I know they will disrupt the meeting, na hata wanaweza shika Maina Njenga pengine hata leo usiku. Wanaweza hata mshika leo usiku ukasikia ameshikwa usiku. Yeah.
Mr. G, Gachagua seems to be afraid of this meeting. He already called some youths during Christmas and akawapa story kibao na akawaambia anafurahi kwanza hawakunywi pombe and everything else, but hakukosa kutaja stories za Mungiki. Maina Jenga ameclaim yeye si Mungiki. In any case, ameclaim he changed from being a Mungiki chairperson. But why do you think kuko na hii drama ya Mongeke? Yet during campaign time hatukusikia, during Ruto's tenure as a DP we didn't sikia, but now even when the DP was Mbunge wa Mathera we didn't hear it, but now when there is someone seemingly and I'm challenged for that mantle ya kuwa kiongozi wa Wakikuyu, if there is anything like that even for starters, mbona kuko na hiyo challenge yote? So what do you make of that meeting tomorrow, and why do you think Gachagua truly is afraid of all that?
you know, the issue of Mungiki, this is a narrative, a propaganda narrative from UDA. They want to create it, and they want to inflict fear to people. Unajua wakati watu wanasikia that hiyo jina Mungiki, wanajua ni wale wauaji, wanajua ni wale watu ambao walikuwa wanaua watu. So inakuwa ni kama wana create fear ndio watu wasiende pale. But there's nothing like a Mungiki in the mountain. Hakuna. And Maina Njenga ni ukweli kabisa, he's a reformed man. Aliwachana na Mungiki, he's a reformed man. This is just a narrative to create fear. Alafu akisha create fear, watu waogope kwenda pale. Alafu another thing is this issue.
What the world are we talking about?
Which one?
Okay, finish up.
Yeah, what I'm saying
Sorry,
is
finish
there's
up.
another thing. There's this thing called kingship. The kingship also, ni kama Maina Njenga is pulling masses more than even these people. Watu UDA wana pull those masses. The masses are so much bigger upande wa Maina Njenga than this other person. So hiyo pia is just a trait, kwa sababu huyu Gachagua alikuwa anafikia he's the kingpin of the central Kenya, but he's not the kingpin. Watu hata hawamtaki, watu hamtambui. The masses are going with Maina Njenga. So obviously he'll create a narrative, a propaganda, because they believe in propaganda. He'll create a propaganda just to create fear among those people from central Kenya. Ndo aweze could disperse that meeting. But I'm telling you that the meeting will happen, although I know police lazima watadisrupt na wanaweza shika Maina Njenga. The meeting will be disrupted, lakini ngoja utaona venye masses itatoka. In fact kutakuwa na a large mass of people watajitokeza kwenda kwa hiyo meeting. But the police will disrupt.
So ladies and gentlemen, what we are discussing is tomorrow, or rather actually today, if you're in Kenya, Maina Njenga has prepared a mother of all rallies in Nyeri. He has called on all Kikuyus and all guys from Mount Kenya region, and equally the leaders there, to come and be part of that meeting. Now that meeting is saying after Uhuru's tenure, it's now time for him to hand over the mantle. And he was saying, or rather he's saying, that in that function, Uhuru, now that begs the question, will Uhuru be present in that function? Will hand over the mantle to the person who will be the Kikuyu spokesperson. I don't know if we have such a thing in the mountain. We need to find out from the guys from the mountain. And Uhuru is expected to do that tomorrow. He equally is calling for the unity of the region. So I'm not sure if that will happen. We have seen troops and battalion of police in the streets of Nyeri, in the roads, you know, wakikagua tu. So this, what I'm about to play you, is the state in Nyeri. Even as Baba is calling for Maandamano, nakwambia tunaruka mwaka in style and fashion. This is what is happening in Nyeri, ladies and gentlemen.
And prayers go to the family and friends. Meanwhile, tension is high in Nyeri ahead of former Mungiki leader Maina Njenga's planned rally at the Kabiroine showground tomorrow. Police officers were Saturday stationed along roads leading to the grounds, as well as around the grounds, to keep away supporters and Mount Kenya politicians planning to attend the rally. Njenga's whereabouts are still unknown at the moment, but his close allies have maintained that the rally is still on. KTN's David Muthoka reports on the planned rally amid fears of a chaotic confrontation between police officers and Njenga supporters in Nyeri on Sunday.
Saturday midday in Nyeri, motorists were subjected to unexpected checks by police officers deployed at several parts of the county to prevent former Mungiki leader Maina Njenga's rally from being held this Sunday. Dozens of police officers, armed to the teeth, were deployed around the Kafiroine showground, where the event is expected to take place. The sudden deployment of security officers in the county comes just 3 days after Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua termed the rally as an attempt to revive the outlawed Mungiki sect and vowed that the government will not allow its resurgence.
Yule kiongozi wao alikuwa anapakwa mafuta, anapelekwa kwa TV, anawekwa CP suit, anapakwa powder, atituweze kukubali yeye kama kiongozi. Na mimi niseme, ningetaka kuuliza vijana wetu hapa, msikuje kuingizwa kwa hizo vikundi haramu. ambaye ni ya kukeuka sheria, ni ya kuja kufanya madhara kwa wamama wetu na wafanyabiashara wetu.
However, close allies of Njenga, who insist that he is no longer a Mungiki member, have told KTN News that the rally is still on. In a recent interview, Njenga confirmed that the rally will take place and refuted claims that the rally was a veneer for Mungiki's resurgence.
Wanaweza fukuzana na watu wa Mungiki, lakini sioni kama kuna kitu kama hicho. Wao ni watu ambao wanataka kupea vijana jina ambao ni la zamani ili wapate ile njia ya kupigana na vijana.
The former candidate for the Laikipia senator seat further said that leaders opposing the rally were only doing that for political gain.
Hata hii bangi unaona watu wanashika, wanawekewa bangi, wanawekewa sijui bunduki nini. Hiyo ndio yote ni kipindi. Na hizo hawa maaskari wote wanapangwa na mtu ambaye yuko na anajulikana. Na yeye ndio alianza hii vita yote.
According to Njenga, the rally is meant to bring together the Kikuyu community and celebrate the region's unity over time. Njenga said he had extended an invitation to all elected and non-elected leaders in the Mount Kenya region, including Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua and former President Uhuru Kenyatta. Njenga further hinted that Uhuru, who before his election as president over a decade ago was handed the Mount Kenya spokesman baton, will hand over the role to the community's preferred successor at the event. Eyes will on Sunday be on the Kafiroini showground to see whether the event will eventually take place or not, amid fears of chaos and confrontation between police officers and youth in Nyeri on the eve of the new year.
Well, even before the day, police, a huge convoy of police, a huge battalion of the same, wametumwa already in Nyeri. Of course, we have seen Maina Njenga in Kiambu and other places holding mega rallies. You know, it has been epic. He has had very grand receptions in those places. He has had his meetings. Now, tomorrow he's in Nyeri, the hometown of none other than the deputy president. There is where he claims to be bred and born, and everything else that appertains to Nyeri. Unfortunately, unfortunately, the meeting has been banned, and being banned, and police wameja. And this will be the story come next year. This will be the story. Mr. G, what are you making of all that?
Jex, as I just told you, sikuwa nimeona hiyo clip ambayo umeplay sahi. Hata sikuwa najua wa polisi wametumwa kule kuzuia hiyo meeting. Sikuwa nimeona kabisa hiyo clip. But this is what I have been telling you. These people will disrupt that meeting. Na tusipojiunga wanaweza shika hata Maina Njenga. Wanaweza mshika. Although what I know ni kuwa story about Uhuru attending the meeting, I'm not sure if Uhuru will attend the meeting. Because of how the environment veniko na vene hiyo things ziko, I'm not sure if Uhuru will attend the meeting. But I know the police will disrupt that meeting. Although I know the masses will come out, because that masses love Maina Njenga. They love him. Sasa kwa sababu that much love, huyu jamaa hapendi, huyu Gachagua hapendi. But for me, I wish wangeacha tu jamaa akakuwa na meeting, kwa sababu that meeting is not in any way connected with the wrong group ambao wanataja hiyo ya Mungiki. It is not connected with Mungiki. In fact, there is no Mungiki. This is just a corrupt, how do you call it? It's just a propaganda, a propaganda thing that they are trying to bring in. Jamani ito Mungiki and yet hakuna hata Mungiki yote. For me, I think wangacha tu huyu Maina Njenga awe na mkutano yake, waongee mambo yao ya Central Kenya, wajipange, wafanye vitu ambao wanataka kufanya. But hii ndio disrupt ambao I have been telling you, the police are the problem in Kenya. Police is the most problematic thing ambayo tulipata hapa Kenya. Ni watu wasijua wanachukuliwa na ukotwa wapi hata. Kwa sababu sasa this guy in fact he's a pastor. He's a pastor Maina Njenga. Wamekazana kabisa tieni ni Mungiki. Mungiki mgani na amsha reform. The guy is reformed. Watu wasijua na ukotwa wapi.
Okay. Interesting sentiments from Bwana G. But I would wish as well to hear from you hapo kwa comment section. What do you think will happen tomorrow between the police, Maina Jenga, and the crowd? Uh-huh. Now, if anything was to happen in Mount Kenya tomorrow, even people losing lives, anyone, how do you think it will settle with the people of Mount Kenya? Because by the end of the day, it's one thing to call people Mungiki, it's another thing to kill and maim others because you have called them that. Do you think it might dent the relationship between the deputy president and the Mount Kenya people? Whatever happens tomorrow, because by the end of the day, it will be interpreted differently in all cadres. If anything happens to anyone tomorrow, if someone is lynched, if someone is killed, if someone is shot dead, all in the guise of, oh, we are shooting the Mongekes. What do you think will happen tomorrow? Will it change and dent the relationship between Gachagua and the mountain?
In fact, Gachagua asha lose ground. Gachagua amepoteza ground kabisa. He doesn't have ground with the common mananchi pale chini. The hustler wameshamwacha. But in case anything happens, although I know they may not kill, but they will use tear gas. I'm sure they will use tear gas. They may not shoot somebody to kill. But in case they kill somebody, hiyo damu itaangukia Gachagua. Because these people wameita mkutano yao. In fact, they told them mapema sana kuwa this is a peaceful mkutano ya watu wa Central Kenya. They are meeting to discuss their own issues. Lakini it is Gachagua and the government ambao wameleta that narrative of Mungiki. And yet Mungiki hakuna. But they are talking wakisema kuwa anataka ku-revive. He's calling that meeting to revive to revive the Mungiki team. And yet it's not. Hata is not in that plan. Is not the purpose of that meeting. The purpose of that meeting is to find the kingship, the kingpin, and to find the leader wa Mount Kenya, because kwa sahi nani anataka kujitoa. Kwa sahi Uhuru Kenyatta anataka kuenda kurelax. Na kwa sababu ya kurelax, lazima patane mantle to somebody who will lead these people. They need somebody to lead them. And for somebody to lead them, they have to meet. They meet, they discuss, and they find who is fit to lead them. But now wakitaka kukutana, alafu Gachagua analeta hii shida ya kudisrupt na kuwasumbua. Obviously, the blame will be to him. Na hajui kama yeye ndo anapoteza mileage. He's the one losing, not the Central Kenya people. And in fact, calling these people Mungiki, and yet the people who voted for them. Hiyo pia inawakasirisha. Yeah.
Now, at what point did they become Mongeke? Was it at the point that Maina Jenga emerged? Was it at the point, because in any case, this is a guy who vied for like EPR senatorial position. Unfortunately, he didn't really clench that seat, but he tried. This is a guy who has been on the limelight for quite some time. This is a person people have been seeing. So why now is this issue of Mongeke coming in? Are there activities that the government is not telling us that Mongeke have been doing? Have we had meetings happening? Or is it just fear, supremacy battles between Gachagua and Maina Jenga of who eventually inherits Uhuru Kenyatta?
As much as tunaweza ongea kuhusu supremacy and everything, the problem started whereby Central Kenya, a part of Central Kenya waliingia Azimio. Sasa wakati waliingia Azimio, and yet wanaleta ile picha kuwa Azimio with the leadership of Raila ni watu ambao wanapenda kuandamana, so wanaleta that chaos. Is a narrative just to create some, kuna some message ambao wanajaribu kupaint a wrong picture to Azimio. So wakati some part of Central Kenya walikuwa, most of them walikuwa hawashikani na baba sana kitambo, but at this time wameshikana na baba, na kwa sababu ile connection na ile kuungana kwa Azimio, wana just trying to bring that narrative kuwa ni Mungiki, but there's nothing like Mungiki. There's nothing like Mungiki. But this issue ya Mungiki kukuja is just because of Maina Njenga pia ameanza kujitokeza. Umeona wakati alishikwa juu ile the other time, I think it's 3 months ago, 3 months or 4 months ago, wakati alishikwa, kuna vijana walijitokeza wengi sana, wakakuja wakamfuata mpaka pale alikuwa amepelekwa. So kwa hiyo emerge, jamaa alishtuka kwa sababu hawaku expect, the government did not expect kwa kitu kama inaweza fanyika, but vijana walijitokeza wakasema wanataka Maina Njenga. So it is also a threat to them. Wakati Maina Njenga anainuka hivyo, kwao inakuwa ni kama threat. Hawezi sikia vizuri. Yeah.
Now, Maina Njenga ameshikwa severally. One time alikuwa amepelekwa kwa DCI. I don't know if you remember the huge crowd, like people came out to the man to almost stand in solidarity with Maina Njenga. We have seen him go to rallies where we have an overwhelming turnout. Such antics, hizo ndio vitu zinashtua Gachagua ama?
Exactly, hizo ndio vitu zinashtua Gachagua. You know, Gachagua ako expect that masses kujitokeza na kufuata kwenda kusema wanataka wana stand in solidarity with Maina Njenga. He did not expect. Sasa just to create fear between those people of Central Kenya, that's when alianzana na hiyo story ya narrative ya kuwa Maina Njenga he's reviving now, he's reviving Mungiki, and yet that is not even in the plan of these guys. Lakini akaleta that narrative because these are the people who create the narrative, the propaganda. They believe in the propaganda and lies. So they will always create something just to bring confusion among the people ambao wako peaceful. And this is a threat kwa sababu the masses sahi wanafuata sana Maina Njenga kuliko vile wanafuata kina Gachagua.
Now, I'm sure tomorrow will be an interesting day, and actually even as we usher in 2024, it will be interesting. Now, let's take in point something happens tomorrow, whether good or bad, and especially innocent people. Let's imagine a child, a woman, you know, or a business is destroyed tomorrow because of exchange between the police and the protesters tomorrow. Will this still encourage many to join up with Raila Odinga when he finally calls for Maandamano? Because anger might be generated tomorrow, because how do you go ahead and kill innocent people simply because you feel rattled by someone who is seemingly stronger than you? Unaona kama hii ita increase the number of supporters wa maandamano in Mount Kenya?
Tomorrow's event, Mr. Jakes, tomorrow's event ni event ile ambayo ina test waters. That is what will determine wakati baba ataitisha maandamano kama Central Kenya watatoka ama hawatatoka. You just wait and see what will happen tomorrow. That will give you a way forward of what will, and it will give you a picture of what will happen wakati baba ataitisha maandamano. But there's another thing that I want to tell you, Mr. Jakes. You have to know that this group ya UDA, these are the people ambao wanapenda kununua vijana, wanawapatia pesa, wanawalipa waende wa create chaos, alafu ndio sasa hiyo picha iletwe kwa Azimio, waseme kwa Azimio ni watu wa fujo. So tomorrow some guys, some youths wanaweza kununuliwa na this government, watalipwa alafu wakuje walete chaos, alafu sasa wakuje ndio Gachagua amuke aanze kusema unaona what kitu nilikuwa nawaambia, Mungiki wameharibu vitu, Mungiki sio wamebomoa maduka, wamebomoa biashara za watu. Those are things about that happen kesho, you see. But what I know is kwa kesho, the meeting of tomorrow, it will give you the picture of what will happen baba akitisha maandamano.
My final question before I go to Nyagaka, the DP had a meeting, so many youths attended. Why was his clean and that for Maina Njenga be stained and mad and labeled a Mungeke faction? Yet yeye alita vijana wengi, we saw them dancing, we saw them make merry. Maybe atasema ilikuwa krisi, but what is the difference between his meeting and what will happen tomorrow?
There's no difference. It's just a narrative, a propaganda. He believes in propaganda. He's trying to paint a picture whereby anataka kuonyesha kuwa watu wa Maina Njenga ni watu wabaya. It's just a picture being created, and it's a deliberate thing about he's doing, just to create a picture kuwa Maina Njenga is associated with people ambao si watu wazuri. So look at the meeting ambao alikuwa naye mwenyewe. Those are the young guys ambao pia kesho watakuja kwa Maina Njenga, lakini yeye kwa sababu ya ile narrative ya propaganda na nini, he's trying to divide akili ya watu na how people think, ndio watu wafikirie kuwa okay, Maina Njenga is associated with people with a wrong group, a group ambao si mzuri. That's why I told you I told you Jax, that tomorrow there are some youths ambao watanunuliwa to bring chaos, to cause chaos hapo mahali ndio sasa DP atokezee aseme si nilikuwa nawaambia kuwa huyu mtu wa nini wa Mungiki. There are people ambao watanunuliwa wawekwe pale ku bring destruction. Na hiyo si plani ya Maina Njenga. Maina Njenga hajanunua mtu yote kuleta destruction. Maina Njenga is for peace na anataka the unity of Mount Kenya, and Mount Kenya ni watu ambao wanataka a leader who will lead them. So there's nothing like destruction on the side of Maina Njenga, but destruction will be brought out by huyu jamaa Gachagua kwa sababu that fear anaogopa Maina Njenga.
All right. Penyagaka, I'm sure you might not agree. I'll be coming back to you, Mr. G, with another form of questioning. But let me come to you, Mr. Penyagaka. What do you make of tomorrow's Nyeri's meeting called for by none other than Maina Njenga? And we have seen a whole troop of police already barricading roads, barricading the stadium for the venue for which the meeting will take place. We have seen police heavily armed to the tooth, ready for any form of protestation or any form of gathering. What do you make of such a meeting? And is it a sign that probably none other than the DP is afraid of any contestation or any form of tussle in his region that may sink his popularity or even his grip as the Mount Kenya kingpin, if there is anything like that in Mount Kenya?
Yeah, Jix, it is a very sad time. And to tell you the truth and to look at the larger picture, the Kikuyus are the only reason why nobody from a small tribe will rule Kenya. Because what they are yearning for is the unity that Mzee Kenyatta had, and to his son being given the unity of the mountain. And then Gachagua united them again to vote for Ruto. If some of us, I'm from Kisii, if some of us have a chance, we have to divide the Kikuyu vote so that like the Luyas are divided, the Luos don't have to be divided out of the Kalenjin because they have their leaders from those areas. But the Kikuyus, since the independence days, have been all united and voting for one group, and that group always wins the elections. So that to come to tomorrow, that is a very hard question to define. Now, Maina Njenga and Gachagua are facing each other. That is a battle of the mountain. And some of us are very far from there. But vile Mr. G amesema, wengine watanunuliwa na serikali. Hapo ni kweli, hakuna taabu ya hiyo. Na wale wengine ambao are left, they will have to go with Maina Njenga. And somebody has to spend some money somewhere. That is Kenya. That's a third world country. That's what we are used to. So that what the result of it is not that good. But to have those in the mountain being united, I've said since the 60s, they have made it irrelevant for some of us who come from smaller tribes to even venture into national politics. And that is very, very sad. Lakini nimalizia ya kwamba there is nobody who has ever taken the mountain by force. Mzee Kenyatta used these theories. Kenyatta Uhuru was given by the Minister for Security, Michuki. And even when all the time Moi was in power for 24 years, the mountain was united. They never read Kamoto, who was right-hand man, Moi. Even Moi divided the place, the constituency, so that Nani can win Kamoto. He never won. He was defeated still because they were united against Moi, against somebody who did not talk their language or was not like them. So that yangu Mr. G ni kusema kwamba if there is any way we can divide that mountain, then some of us will have a chance. Thank you, Jax.
But Nyagaka, there's something you have said about, I don't think it is true. Hiyo issue ambayo umesema kuwa it is DP ambaye aliconsolidate Central Kenya to vote for Uhuru, to vote for Ruto. Me what I know, DP hata alikuwa hatakikani. In fact, wakati wakawa wanachagua DP wao, they chose this guy called Kindiki. Kindiki ndio the majority chose him. Lakini mtu alitumia propaganda na pesa yake ndo akaweza kunyakua hiyo kiti. This guy alikuwa hapendwi. Huyu mtu hapendwi. Watu walivotea Ruto ni wale watu ambao wameenda na policies za Ruto, wale watu ambao wamependa tu Ruto. No, Ruto alikuja akanyakua Central Kenya. Aliingia sana, make more intrude in na akaweza kutoa uhuru kwa watu wa Central Kenya. So watu wa Central Kenya voted for UDA kwa sababu ya Ruto, but not kwa sababu ya Gachagua. Gachagua hata hakuna mtu alikuwa anamtambua pale. That's why unapata wakati kulikuwa na division, wakati wanachagua deputy president, some of people waliamua kutoka kakuja Azimio. Wakati walisikia kuwa ni huyu jamaa amepewa, ni huyu Gachagua amepewa, some of the people walitoka wakakuja Azimio, but Kindiki ndio alikuwa amechaguliwa pale. So it's not that ni huyu aliconsolidate watu kuvotea Uhuru, kuvotea Ruto. No, he never consolidated. Huyu mtu hata kupendwa kabisa.
Hapo ni kweli. Yangu ni kusema kwamba generally, if we can do away with the consolidation of the people from the mountain, I think we will be better off. Hapo ni kweli. I mean, some of us have been practicing this politics for a long time. Now, you know, even my friends were saying, let Kindiki go. Like this guy talks the street language like Nani Ruto. So that's why he chose him, but that's beside the point. But the fact that it remains, I agree with you. The mountain people never wanted Gachagua. They wanted Kindiki, if anything. Lakini huyu mtu Ruto alikuwa anataka mtu ya street anatoka language kama yeye. You know. So yes, I agree, because even the consolidation of the mountain behind Ruto this time was because Kenyatta himself had said, kumi yake, kumi ya huyu. And those people in the mountain said, no, we cannot throw this guy under the bus because we were promised that kumi ya huyu. Now, all the things that Kenyatta did, chasing them away from the Samoa estates in Nairobi, Makima, all these things had the people from the mountain a lot. That way they really went behind the Ruto. Lakini yangu ni ya kwamba how can we divide the mountain even when they don't have a leader like now? How can we divide them so that way some of us, anybody that come from a smaller tribe can have a chance? Because when they are united and they put the votes together, it's like 30% already.
But in Central Kenya, you cannot divide these people. Kuanzia 18 something. Tunaambiwa kuwa there's a time ambao wazungu walikuwa wamekuja Kenya na walikuwa wameishi hizo area za Central Kenya. Kuna kazi walikuwa wanafanya, but sometimes came ambao walikuwa wanachukua majority ya Wakikuyu kuwafanyia kazi, na Wakikuyu wenyewe walikuwa ni watu vichwa ngumu, you see. So there's a time ambao alisema wanataka waue Wakikuyu wote. Sijui kama msikia hiyo story. There's a time in 18 something they wanted to clear all Kikuyus. That was the narrative. Lakini tena wakasema kuwa but these guys ni watu ambao wakiamua kufanya kitu wanafanya kitu na roho moja, you see. Sasa kwa sababu ile wanaweza kufanya kitu na roho moja, wakaamua kuwa spared, but they were to be killed all of them. So ni ngumu sana kudivide Wakikuyu kwa sababu Wakikuyu huwa wako na that unity.
Now, before we did a lot of that work. Just before we make it even sound tribal, let's go back to what I had asked. Now, this is a region that defied Uhuru's directive to support Raila Odinga. How comes Gachagua seemingly is sitting pretty, thinking that the same cannot happen to him? They blamed, or rather Tanga Tanga and Kenya Kwanza back then, they were saying that Uhuru Kenyatta did, including what Nyagaka is saying, aliwachomea vitu pale whatever Kamukunji, that place that Uhuru alichoma those things that he termed as counterfeit. And then among many other things that they said Uhuru did against the people from the mountain. Now, tomorrow, if someone loses his life, if some businesses are destroyed, inside the heart of the mountain, because Nyeri is at the heart of the mountain, will that not stain the relationship between Gachagua and the people of Mount Kenya, given that it is their sons who will be killed tomorrow? It's their businesses which will be destroyed tomorrow. There are people who will usher in 2024 with losses. Do you think with that record, Gachagua is almost bound to suffer the same fate that Uhuru suffered? Let me begin with you, Mr. G.
He'll suffer the same fate kwa sababu at the moment sahi mambo yakiwa bado yanaendelea kuchamuka polepole, we have some Kikuyus, some people from Central Kenya ambao wanasema huyu mtu hata si Mkikuyu. Haujasikia that narrative wakisema kwa huyu mtu ni Mkalenjin, de Gachagua. There's a narrative, kuna some people in Central Kenya that are saying that this guy is from Rift Valley. So this guy hana impact sana na Wakikuyu. The guy hapendwi. Wakati alikuwa dio, aliua Wakikuyu wengi sana huyu mtu. Aliua Wakikuyu wengi sana na Wakikuyu hawampendi huyu mtu kwa sababu the things about he did. So the more yeye huwa pia ni mtu ambaye huwa ski. Ni mtu ambaye huwa anajiamini yeye mwenyewe. That's why kesho watanunua watu ambao wataleta chaos. But the moment hiyo kitu ita happen, hiyo ndio itaharibu kila kitu pale Central Kenya. Hakutakuwa na peace. Yeah.
Mr. G, sorry, Mr. Penyagaka, let me ask you this. When the mountain voted for William Ruto, did it vote because of its love for Gachagua and support they have for Gachagua, or they just voted for Ruto because of a previous arrangement they had between Uhuru Kumi and Ruto Kumi? Did Gachagua influence the vote of the mountain in any way?
No, there I really go with Mr. G. Amesema. Ruto did the job himself most of the time. Maybe if Gachagua brought somebody in, maybe it was 30-40%. Lakini nyingi ililetwa na Ruto himself. When Uhuru was not being responsive to the cries of the mountain, they were all crying. Ruto started with the churches, and I'm not from the mountain, but I hear a lot of people go to church, and that's where he really consolidated most of the people from the mountain. And you even remember, it's not too long ago. At that time, Kenyatta was not even leaving his house. You know, he was being drunk all the time and staying in the house. And the Ruto was even there every weekend. So, Jakes, it was Ruto who brought most of the votes to himself, not Gachagua.
All right. Mr. G, what do you think? Did people just vote for Ruto with or without Gachagua? People would still have voted for Ruto. Gachagua, did he bring an impact?
Just as I said, Mr. Jakes, Gachagua had no impact in Central Kenya. Gachagua hakuwa na any impact. It is the inroad ambao nani alimake, Ruto mwenyewe alimake, akajitengenezea jina pale. Watu vote Ruto kwa sababu ni Ruto alijitengenezea jina mwenyewe in Central Kenya. But on Gachagua brought nothing. Alileta kitu kidogo sana. Nothing. In fact, inaweza kuwa tu ni familia yake peke yake ndo alileta pale. His family. But the majority ilikuwa ni Ruto mwenyewe alifight kupata watu wa Central Kenya.
All right. Now, let me ask you, the reason why I've begun with that is because how comes now that he's the DP, but it's like he's unable to marshal and consolidate the mountain to rally behind him and to rally behind Kenya Kwanza. And that's why it's so easy for Maina Jenga to call for a meeting, and the meeting really raises eyebrows and rattles Gachagua's wrongly. Why is it that Ameshindo, as much as maybe he was not the one who brought Kura for Ruto, mbona baada ya kuchaguliwa, now he has a high position, why has he not had the opportunity to bring the mountain closer to himself? I begin with you, Mr. G.
He can't bring because there is a disconnect between them. There is a story where wakati alikuwa DO, he killed a lot of Kikuyus in that area. So there is that disconnect with this guy. Alafu pia the guy ako so proud. Alafu sometime okay, ni mtu ambaye amesoma, but he always appear to be anakuwa kama primitive somebody, mtu ambaye ajielewi, so he cannot bring Central Kenya to one as one team. Haiwezi kwa sababu ya his own character, the behavior and what he does, na vile pia huwa anaongea, hawezi leta that team pamoja. There's that disconnect between them.
All right.
Alafu tena sahi,
why is Gachagua able to marshal the mountain behind him?
No, vile nani amesema ji hapo ni kweli. Hizi personalities, ukiangalia personality ya Gachagua, ni ile mtu he knows everything. That we can, I mean, older, but I would not disagree with what G is saying. So even Kenyatta, when he was there as a leader, I mean, the 2013, 2018, alikuwa anazungumza lugha ambayo ilikuwa different, mzuri sana, from which he started when after the handshake to 2022, he had to change it completely opposite. Lakini ile ya kwanza ilikuwa anazungumza hata Kiswahili mzuri pole pole. Na that's what kutongoza watu ni hivyo. Huwezi kwenda hapo kuambia vile Gachagua's personality is different. Yeye anajua everything. Sasa that is where the problem is. Hapo ndio hawezi kuleta watu wengi. Even vile nani nakubaliana na Jia kwamba in the mountain Ruto ndio ame consolidate those people more than Gachagua because of the language ya Gachagua. Na hapo Jia tumesikia ati bibi yake, mama yake alikuwa anafanya kazi kwa Ruto, kwa Moi, na huyu ni mtoto ya Moi. So we don't know, but all in general, we know that in the mountain, Ruto has more say than Gachagua. Thank you, James.
Now, if there is any propaganda that has ever been made, it always had to start in Mount Kenya. If there are so many contributions that Ruto made, he made them in Mount Kenya. If there are many churches that Ruto visited, they were all many in Mount Kenya. Mount Kenya became the heart and the beat of Ruto's campaign. And whenever there was any sign or indication of Baba going there, Ruto would go there before and after. We saw Gachagua begin the same trend by having the youths visiting him on Christmas. And they had that funky, it was all over the news. Now again, we are made to understand that we will have a meeting of Mainajenga tomorrow. I want to begin with you, Mr. G. Is it almost obvious the president will be in Mount Kenya no sooner than tomorrow or next week, or ataanzia mwaka Mount Kenya just to cool the fire if anything or if any challenge will happen tomorrow? Can we predict the president will be in Mount Kenya come next week?
President Ruto can be in Mount Kenya. Yeah, Ruto kwa sababu anapenda kwenda huko sana. He may be. Akiona kuna that disruption ataenda, lakini kumbuka kwa sahi what he did in Central Kenya is what he's trying to do in Nyanza. Sasa mostly amerely sana kwa Nyanza kuliko in Central Kenya. But in case anything happens tomorrow, yeye atakuwa mtu wa kwanza kukimbia pale, because he still believes that he's the kingpin wa Central Kenya. Hajui kuwa kingpin ni Uhuru Kenyatta. Yeah, because Uhuru Kenyatta kwa sahi amekuwa vindicated on what he was saying. That's why UDA haijakuwa popular sana sahi. Watu wengi wameikataa kwa sababu ya those lies. So sahi ni kama Uhuru anaenda kugain again that popularity ambayo alikuwa nayo kitambo. Na that's why itamchukua time. Uhuru hata siku hiyo meeting ya kesho Uhuru hatakuja. Kwa sababu ni kama anaendelea kurudi, anataka kurudi, anaendelea kurudi. So kesho hata pia hata hiyo mambo ya kingship, kingpin hata patiana bado. Anataka kungongoja kiasi.
Okay, Mr. Nyagaka, what do you perceive after tomorrow's meeting? Do you see Ruto headed to the mountain to try marshal up some numbers? In case of anything happening in Nyeri tomorrow?
Jakes, if he's not there tomorrow, If he's in the country next week, I guarantee you he will go there. The 2 weekends he will go. He will be in the mountain. That's very clear. Lakini wacha niseme hivi, Mr. G, hiyo Nyasa unasema every time, hata we Jakes na watu wote wa magazeti wanasema when they say Nyasa they mean Luo Nyasa. Wakisi Wakuria tuko Nyasa. Lakini when they are reporting the news from Nyamira or Kisii, wanasema Nyamira or Kisii. When they say Mire Jakes amesema hapo Ruto anaenda Nyasa, hiyo ni Luo Nyasa. So we were moved from Nyasa or what? That's what I really want to talk to a lot of people in the media. What I was enjoying kwamba when they say Nyasa, they mean Kisii and the Kuria places. But most of the time, whenever they are saying Nyasa, they say they mean Luo Nyasa. And that is completely wrong. Lakini, to answer your question, vile nimesema kwanza, Ruto likes going to the mountain every weekend. This one will give him even a good reason to go there. And he will go there and talk better than Gashawa. Real nice. Yeah.
Interesting. I see my good friend Mzalendo has joined us, and I would want to have him over as well to have his sentiments. And ladies and gentlemen,
wacha nimwambie kitu Jakes. Mzalendo, nilifanya hiyo research ulinituma, hiyo watoto ya mama samaki waine wako hapa America, California, na mmoja kijana ameoa hapa daraja 2 na ana nyumba huko na watoto wakubwa. So Mzalendo, nimefanya your homework. Thank you. Thank you, Jake.
Now that's the unfortunate bit ya kutojua mnaongelelea nini, but I will not even give you the courtesy ya kuuliza what in the world you're talking about, but
ulituacha siku ingine ndio tulikuwa tunazungumza naye.
I think mtamit you may attend so that I don't satisfy you with a question so as to find out what you guys are talking about. But all the same, ni sawa sawa. I'm equally joined by my good friend Ashley. So leo nakwambia ni ile siku. So I don't know where to begin. Mzalendo ako backstage. So let me begin with Ashley. Now, Ashley, it has been a minute since I had you in the show, but how are you, my dear one?
Hey, Jakes, I'm doing good. Great to have you back. Everybody else.
Thank you so much. It has been almost so many months, but sijui ni kuanzishie wapi, but karibu sana kwa show. Good to have you.
Thank you.
Now,
actually, go ahead.
To discuss vitu mingi. I'm sure you've been following up on your stage. I don't know which part you want to begin from, but I'll give you the opportunity to tell us what you make of Raila's call for Maandamano, the showdown that is about to room tomorrow between Gachagua and Maina Jenga, and of course many things. I'm sure you have a lot now that you have been missing kwa hizi mitandao for some time.
Actually, thank you for the platform. I don't have much. What I want to appeal to Kenyans is to, like we have Gachagua, Maina Jenga. These are the same animals, just different forests. And they just go where they feel like they are going to gain some mileage. But I don't think any of them has the heart for Kenya or Kenyans. So I wish we would ignore them. And instead of like talking about them, come and see how can we get ourselves from this hole that we are in, and who is the best person to lead us. Because now the problem with going to a Raila Maandamano, people start to think now you're supporting him. You might interested in going out to protest against what Ruto is doing, but it doesn't mean you support Raila. or you want him to take over, because I don't think he would be a better alternative. We just have another set of problems with him. Why do I say that? Because of the people in his government and he himself too. If he was with Uhuru, he allowed Uhuru to do the things he did, and he didn't say anything unless he will ever come and say, I was doing that as a strategy. If he actually condoned everything Uhuru did without saying anything, then he is no better than Ruto to me. But if he did that as a strategy in order to get there and then do something, I can hear him. I don't know. Of course, he wouldn't say now, but if that is a strategy, then I can see him being a good leader. But if he stood by that, and if he gets into office, he wants to also help stay with Uhuru, then I have a problem with him. For me, what I would think that we Kenyans should do, we should, if the trade unions would work with us, and instead of doing the same thing over, you see, Raila does the same thing over and over again, the same way he did it last time is the same way he will do it this time, and that is why he has been unable to clinch the presidency, because he doesn't go back and see where did we fail, how will we fix it, so that next time it is not having the same problem. Even in Maandamano, he starts and then he says, oh, now we've stopped because many people have died. Now, if you've done Maandamano all these times and every time people die and every time you stop, at what point are you going to decide then, is it worth it? Why are you playing with people's children and having them lose their lives for nothing? You either go all the way, and it don't matter how many people die, you are standing your ground until you accomplish what you want, or else you change your strategy. These are games, but these games cost lives. These games make people today, the people who went the Maandamano that was earlier this year, that don't have children, what do they have to show for it? And Kalonzo thinks it's okay for them to come out empty-handed, for them to be paid allowances to sit there, only for them to get offices. He thinks that's okay. And Raila thinks that's a good start. Where is the start? What is the start if they didn't get nothing? They came up with things they didn't ask for. They are insulting their supporters. People keep talking about Togeres. They are also Togeres of Raila. He's also not giving them, even as an opposition leader, he's shortchanging them. He's causing lives for nothing. Why do you call for Maandamano and then you stop? And now you say, oh, you wanted him to continue so people can die. Is it the first time that you did Maandamano and found that people die? Yes, playing with our intelligence. And that is why in America, like that, my Nanjaga would be in jail. Being associated with him would be a crime. How many times I was told to denounce white supremacists? When you have a history, it follows you. Just the other day when people came to say their children do not want to be in that group, what did my Nanjaga say about women? He hasn't changed. Azipra doesn't change his rights. They are hiding in chat. And if I was Ruto, I would not allow them, because it is stupid to let them stir up. Then you will have a problem on your hands that you cannot control. So you better stop it from starting. Have we become so that we only have people who have bad past are the only people who can lead us? Don't we have men born of women that can lead us? Why are we resenting Uhuru? What did Uhuru do during COVID? And people come here and talk about it like a good thing. He had to do what? He needs to go to each of and care, or go to UK and stay there. He's lucky he's not in jail. What did he do during COVID? He let his friends steal all the money. People came online and begged him to let them give them money because people were cooking stones. What did he do? He just ended up growing fatter and fatter and fatter. During COVID, he expanded a lot. and people are dying, children were dying hungry. What can such a man tell us? No wonder nobody listened to him when he told us Russo was bad. It is true, but when a liar lies too much, the day he tells the truth, you cannot tell. So we are not to blame. Because his record was bad, we didn't listen to him. And when Kenyans learn, why are they not choosing Okia Omtata? What is wrong with Okia Omtata? Okia Omtata has never wavered. He is always stood right. Even when he's threatened, he stood right. That is the kind of man we need. That is our problem as Kenyans. We don't want leaders. We want suckers. We want games. We want people who play with our lives. Now, on the housing bill, Ruto's plan, this is to the judges. It's not tenable because if let's say he goes for 5 years, even if he's re-elected, and those 10 years we have a house and we build houses and people go into those houses, wouldn't it be unfair that some people attack, some people got houses, and then the next president who comes does not continue with this program? During that time you were taxed and people got houses. That is unfair. It is not tenable. But if the government builds houses that are owned by the government, that are given to the poor, a certain, you know, like you're below income, poverty line. Those are the only people, because this housing levy is saying people up to 150 qualify. A person making 150K shouldn't be getting affordable housing. They can go and get housing elsewhere. What Ruto needs to do is create an environment where they are able to, the banks are able to lend money for mortgage. A person earning 150 doesn't need a government program. A person earning 100,000 doesn't need a government program. A person earning 30,000 doesn't need to be taxed. So before we work on the housing, we need to work on our tax, how the tax system. Some people should be untaxable. Some income should be not taxable. Anything under 30K should be untaxable. You can't tax anybody under 30K. That is how you help them keep more money on their pockets. If you don't tax those people, because they're also going to pay VAT, so don't tax their income. Don't tax their income. And then the people making higher, you might increase that amount. And the people in leadership, they should reduce that income, because those are the people who are taking tenders, those who are stealing the money, and they are still the ones who are getting a high income. So you see, there is income disparity. So we need to first build the structures before we can go to the. And let me tell you, if they build houses, if they have a program where even if let's say it's the 5 years that Ruto is going to be there and he doesn't get a second term, and he takes money from people earning like 30,000 and above, and those earning 30,000 and above, but these houses are for people earning below 30,000. So people come out from the slums, actually come out from the slums, not take them to demonstrate, and then when it's time to give the houses, you are giving to the middle income and the high level, you know, like the lower high level income people. So if we get people earning more than 30,000 to contribute to a tax or whatever you call it, even if it is just 5 years, you build those houses. But those are government houses where people transition, that when your income increases, then you don't qualify. It becomes a yearly qualification to get this house, so that you come with your income, and depending on if you're poor, then you get housing, even free. What they should be building is housing for old people, housing for people living in the slum. Now that is something that even though he gets out, those houses are always for the government. And then they have secured housing for people who are poor. Then we can go, and then you get a good environment for jobs. And then those people who are not poor, or who are just, they're working paycheck to paycheck, get and put money in their pockets, then they will decide if they want to buy or to rent or what to do with their money. Because we are adults, we are not children. So you have to not insult the intelligence of an adult and think that they cannot plan for themselves. Most people don't have houses because the money is too little. So give them the money and let them decide what is important to them, what kind of house they want to build, whether they want a duplex, whether they want to build one with rentals and then they can stay in one, whether they want a mansion, or what kind of the house they want. We are not in Russia so that you can come and arrange our lives for us. You build houses a certain way, like uniform, and you want us to move in there, and it is forced. People like, no. Anyway, that's where I'm going to stop. But I hope that the courts will see it's not tenable to build houses. It doesn't solve the problem because people are still being born. So if today someone buys a house and then another person is born tomorrow, have you cured the problem? No, you haven't. But if you have government houses where poor people stay, people who have no income, those are houses to the government. Then when they start getting up, raising up and their income increases, they move out. So other people come. Then you have actually taken care of a problem. Last and not least, on Maandamano, I think Maandamano is something we have done, and at the end of the day, it never ever has got the result that was wanted. So what we need to do, we can't have Maandamano on Monday, Wednesday, or Mondays, 2 days. If you want to have Maandamano, it is every day, and Maandamano has to inconvenience the running of the government for them to do anything. So don't say that we are going to do it on this day so we don't disorient business. The idea of Maandamano is to disorient, to make them uncomfortable, to make us the tourists not come. You go, you feel the street. You go to Nairobi and stay there until the day they will act. Not until the day and then you are told to go home, and then Raila is joking, but he's joking with the lives of Kenyans. If you go to Maandamano, tell them to come with food. Tell the people living nearby to be bringing food for the people who will stay there until the day Ruto will act. If it takes a month, you stay a month. Because already if you're being taxed too much, you can say that we are not going to kill us, we are going to kill ourselves. Guess what? We are going to stop eating. We are going to come to Maandamano, or what? You can say, he said, everybody who supports me, everybody who voted for Azimio, everybody who has defected from Azimio. And Azimio people are very, I won't use that word, but they are not smart, because instead of pulling people to their side, they keep telling you, stay on that other side. You stay there. Why are you not trying to get people to your side? Ruto is trying to get people to his side, and then you complain he's stealing your people. Yet you are telling those people on Ruto's side to stay there. You should be trying to convert more people. So you say everybody who supports, who supported and still supports Azimio. Everybody who is tired of Ruto and wants to defect, I want you not to go to work. If you don't want to pay the housing levy, don't go to work until the day it will be taken out. You stay home. If you die, you die. I would rather die at home than die on the streets. There are so many ways of accessing. Stay home, go on vacation. Are they going to come and beat you because you didn't go to work? No. And then don't take your children to school. Don't take them in January until they reduce the fee. That is how it's going to work. And I tell you, if every parent or more than 50% of the people did not take their children to school, first time, wacha ipotee. Wacha tukae bila food. Watu wale wana food wanapatia wale hawana food, lakini hatuendi job, hatupandi matatu. I'm telling you, they would ask. Remember in Niger, when French say they are not leaving, you don't have to always shed blood. What did they do? They didn't fight them, but French thought they are going to come and force them out and ignite a war. You have to be cunning. You have to be. What did the Niger juntas do? They just surrounded the place and said no more food. Like if you have a growth in your body and you cut off the oxygen and the blood supply, the thing will die on its own. So even Ruto wants to tax. People say, we are not coming to Kenya. You want to tax us at the airport? We've stopped coming. that is a boycott, not going to Kenya. And then people in Kenya say we're not working. And then you think he'll go on his atatoa wapi hizo pesa anaenda nazo. Why come and keep telling, oh, he's going. Just stop it. Just cut the blood supply. He's getting. Let us see him 700 people. He won't. Where is the money going to come from? Stay home. He collects, you stay home. The thing Raila comes on TV and says, we will come back after you recede that finance in totality. Nobody go anywhere. Give your neighbor food. That is, be serious. Be serious. That is what I find not seriousness in Raila and his movement and his demonstrations. I think what deal they were given is not good enough, and they are trying to get themselves a better deal. But they have no seriousness in tackling the problems that Kenyans have. That's how I'm going to end.
Wow. We, na uko umesema una kibao we. But I welcome you back. I think sikutaka kukukazia so that I give you all the time. Okay. Naona kuna jamaa amebambika hapa anaitwa Goodyear na amekukaribisha sana. Karibu sana Ashley. It was a while since we heard from you. Okay, before I even ask you anything, because I have a lot from what you have said, allow me to have Mzalendo, good. Nanyi wadau umeamua kunifichia kamera nyote, but anyway. Yes, Mzalendo. Na kwani leo hujalipia token bwana, uko kwa giza?
I'm watching a movie.
Hey, blessed are thou amongst many, but anyway, go ahead.
Yes, Jakes. The reason I even came in is when earlier on is when I had the way we are confused about these tribal movements, and we are really giving them a lot of airtime, which is unnecessary. You have to know what tribe has caused this country. What this tribe is, when people come just stamping that we are Kikuyu kingpins, we are Luo kingpins, that's absolute nonsense in the modern society. We want to build one Kenya where there's no tribe, where a Kauma who is down there in the coast can one day be happy to be a Kenyan and become the president of the Republic of Kenya. This is tribe is used negatively. Tribe is used to perpetrate corruption at a certain level where we feel that one of our own. You've seen it happening, like your tribesman is being charged of corruption. The leaders rally behind the tribesman and is not taken to court. So the government has got nothing to do and the courts cannot do anything because this is one of my tribes. So tribe is used negatively in Kenya, and it is one of the reasons why we have bad politics in the country. So we cannot have development at the same time have tribalism, and we cannot also say we are fighting corruption and have tribalism and have tribal leaders at the same time. We can also not say that we are democratic. We are a democratic country, yet in your own backyard you can't allow opposition. It happens in government. Those in government are not allowing those who are trying to exercise their rights to assemble. They are being denied that chance. Their right to associate, they are being denied that chance. So, I mean, it's total nonsense because we Kenyans need to start thinking as one country, and that is the reason why Nyerere said that Kenya is a good country, but the only problem that country has is tribalism, ukabila. So hii ukabila tutaimaliza na mangani? How are we going to fight tribalism? Ruto is trying to fight tribalism, although his appointments in government says otherwise. But largely, he has tried to include almost everybody, every other tribe in government. But the problem in our
So that I
country
know how
is
to ask you this question. Did you say Ruto is fighting tribalism?
I said Ruto is fighting tribalism, but again, when you look at his appointment, it says another thing altogether. Although largely he has tried to include almost everybody in his government. So right, so that's what I'm saying. So tribalism is something that we should fight with every opportunity that you get on air. For Mainanjenga to have a meeting in Nyeri. Remember Mainanjenga, I heard Mr. G saying Mainanjenga is a pastor. I don't know which church he is in, but this thing of theology is being taken overboard. So let's see, let the bishops and the pastors, the theologians who practice theology, go to the pulpit. That is where they belong. Theology cannot improve the economy. All right, the economy is improved through industrialization. Theology cannot sanitize you to be a good person. We have seen the pastors and bishops who are. We have just a few months ago, the case of Shakahola. So once you say that, oh, mimi ni pastor, ama mimi ni priest, then everybody should say that this guy is holy or this guy has changed his ways. We have seen criminals coming out and saying that, we have changed, we are now rehabilitated, but they have not gone through the whole program. So has Mainanjenga gone through counseling? Yeah, has he gone through counseling? Has he gone public and said, my fellow Kikuyus or fellow Kenyans, forgive me for what I did with my Mungiki sect? Has he apologized to anybody? No, he hasn't. He has not. We should not take them lightly. We should not take them lightly. We have passed Mungiki and we have passed tribalism. So if Maina Njenga wants to be a national leader, I think his rally should be in Kisumu, or his rally should be somewhere in Machakos. But why do you have to galvanize your tribe? You are trying to create what we fear most. You are trying to create a sect that will follow you religiously, follow you if you are corrupt, if you are being charged for criminal activities. You'll not be charged because that sect will say that this guy is innocent. Anyway, that's my take on that particular issue. That is what really brought me here this evening.
Now, I don't know who to begin with. I have questions for almost. Oh my. I'm having serious echo from Mzalendo's end. But anyway, let me begin with Ashley, then I'll come to Mzalendo. Ashley, you said that for Maandamano to really cause a stir in government, it's when everything shuts down, in a nutshell, where people refuse to go to work, where people refuse to take their children to school and all that. Maybe that may work, but Ruto seems to be a hard nut to crack. This is a man who does not seem to care. He didn't mind the Maandamanos. He said, bring it on. We have heard him say so many things, nasty, if you may call them, against Raila Odinga, and he seems not to mind what Raila Odinga does. There's someone in this show who said that if this Maandamano was to be effective, it ought not to start from Raila Odinga. It ought to start from Mwananchi themselves. Mwananchi should drive this. Mwananchi should push it. My question now to you would be this. How would it even begin? Because at the moment, it seems that Raila Odinga just creates the spark, but we lack the momentum, the ability to push it. Because even when he said it's more than one day, the first day it was okay, the second ilianza kufifia. By the time Rufika, the third day, there was nothing. So if it becomes daily, what will keep it going? What will keep it starting forward that eventually we might begin to see some fruit and probably maybe this time truly shake William Ruto to the core?
I don't know what I'm going to say is appropriate. So I won't like now if you're dating a girl and you're having a good time and you're caressing and then you run to the kitchen, you caress a little bit, you run to the bathroom. You know, you the flow is not there. And that is what Raila has been doing. He goes on Monday and then he postpones. So people don't come because he's not serious. That's what I said. And that is the same. He gets the flow out. So he has never sat down and say, this is what we want to achieve, and this is our exit strategy. And that is why I doubt his interest is really getting a solution for the people, the things that people are asking for, or is he negotiating a good exit for himself? That when, you know, like the last time when he went to shake Uhuru's hand, one clip Mudavadi said that when he had talked to them before, it looked that they had reached out to him, but in retrospect, Mudavadi said that it looked like whatever deal had been put on the table for him was not good enough. So the only reason he was holding out is because he wanted them to up his deal. And that is the thing. Are we dealing with leaders or dealers? Because if he's serious, just look at the recent middle where in the west of Africa. If you look at Niger, when they told France this is a superpower to leave, they stood their ground. And even when they started sending people to come and talk to them, they talked to them once, and when they wanted to talk to them a second time, they said, we're not talking with you anymore. You do what we said, you leave. Because when they came to talk to them, there was no, what are you keeping on talking about and you're not doing what you're being asked? That is why Ruto doesn't take Raila seriously, because he himself does not take himself seriously. Ruto knows Raila wants a deal. That's why he says they can bring it on. Because they know eventually they'll give him what he wants and he'll keep quiet. But they won't do what he wants. And can you imagine you going to a table and you taking your all five resolutions and getting nothing and accepting and saying that and signing that we have a deal? How do you have a deal when not even one of your demands was met? How stupid. How? And you go to the people and with a straight face and you tell them you have a deal. It is a good starting point. Have you even started? Where did you, what does you mean? Where is the starting point? And you at the same point you are when you went to the you are richer in your pocket, but remember your people died. So you're in the negative, you're richer in your pocket. So you're a good starting point yourself as a person, not as a party. Because you have money in the pocket, like Kalonzo got paid. One of them said he will not take that allowance they were being given because it is stealing from the people. If there was no fruit, it was unfruitful. How do you go to negotiate? Why do you think Hamas and Israel are still fighting? Because they are the minimum reducibles that Hamas wants. There is a minimum reducibles Israel wants. You can't go and come out empty-handed and say that's a good beginning. That's a joker. And you keep saying, oh, they're receiving Raila because he's Luo. No, he jokes. He's not serious. And we have so many very smart people, but when they come to Raila, they don't tell him the truth. Go to your leader, however much you love him. If you really love him, then you have to speak truth to him, even behind the scenes. If not in front of everybody, speak truth to him. And that is why I stopped supporting him in 2017. Because when I saw him shake Uhuru's hand, knowing all the things that Uhuru had done, and even continued to do through that term, I could not, in my good conscience, support him. I didn't know what who was saying about Ruto was true. Now I do. But even then I would have been, we were lost, because like even with Raila, we would have the same problem, because his first course of action was to come and put, where would the money come from? From the people, taxes again. All the things they say, oh, he promised 6,000. He would be telling you how we can't have it. How do we know that? Just look at the history. Look at their histories. He used to be good then, a long time ago, but people changed and he changed. It's just like a way someone gets married by a good man and then they kill them. They get married by a good man and then they divorce. They don't take care of the children. People change. Raila changed. But we are still using that anointing that was there, even when the vessel has become Ichabod, which means the glory has departed. He has to revisit himself, the first love of his country. He has to revisit. He has lost it. And how do I know he has lost it? By the way he has been acting, the steps that he has been taking. How can, if his child died, would he tell people, let us postpone, let us eat Christmas, and then he's somebody not serious? Why is Christmas? What? In fact, to know that, when you fast the thing you like. He would have said, because of the urgency of this matter, we are not even eating Christmas. Where is the money? Let us go to the street. Christmas here tutakuwa kwa street. That is someone who is serious. Not someone telling you what to celebrate. That is not someone serious. And all these people are following someone who is not serious. That is why they end up empty-handed, time and time. Even this Maandamano will yield nothing. Let me be telling them, and I'm not a prophet. I am just following history. Yeah.
Well, I'll be coming to you with another set of questions. But Mzalendo, I come to you now. Now I'll ask what Ashley has responded to, and equally ask you a question as well to what you said earlier. Number one, Ashley says that Baba ni mtu anaguza. He begins but fails to follow through. So eventually what he starts doesn't really pick up and it doesn't yield the results required. So his touch and go form of tactic at times doesn't yield much. And she seems to say that Baba has lost the mojo, the ability to lead as he used to. In fact, given what he did with Uhuru Kenyatta in 2017, it made him lose some credibility. Now, he has called for fresh Maandamanos, and actually seems to say that there's no clarity in what he's saying, given that he ought to have even begun with this Christmas. Many didn't even celebrate it. Many didn't go home. Many in Kenya chose to stay where they are. They only went to a few places so as to reduce spending. Many had to cut their expenditure because there's no money. One of the reasons he's calling for protest is because of the cost of living. Now, what would have been the signs that he's a serious person calling for this nationwide Maandamano? What should he do to really now, if he's calling it, to really have an impact, to really shake Ruto? Because as Ashley is rightfully saying, is that this far, Ruto has not been shaken by any of the two previous Maandamanos. Even the third one, I don't know if it will be the third time charm, luck, and all. What do you make of Raila this far? Has he lost it? And is he trying all cards, the old cards, new cards, and trying to see which one will stick?
I anyway, there's an English saying that goes by, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Politics has become very, very dynamic, and for Raila's supporters, they have not learned the ropes. Our politics has become First, it started with the tyranny of numbers. And you see Kikuyu coming together, the two big voting blocks, Kikuyu, Luya, Kalenjin, and Luos. They are all, everybody is fighting for a block. But that did not happen for Azimio in 2022. Azimio never used statistics. They never knew who the majority of voters are. They still kept on doing the same thing. And they're doing it even now. Even if you read their comments, people who support Azimio, you'll see in their comments, they are still doing the things that they did before the elections. Now, vilifying Ruto, will it bear any fruits? No. Did it succeed before the elections? It didn't. Did Maandamano succeed? Remember, there was a march to State House to remove Ruto forcefully from office. That was another hot air. So our politicians keep on using the masses for their own selfish gains. And the people being used for these Maandamanos, do they really understand why they are in the streets, why they are demonstrating? To a large extent, I think they don't. They are, some of them, a good number of them are mobilized. Mobilized means that a politician who comes from Makadara ensures that his supporters are there for Maandamano, and they are paid for that particular day. That is why most leaders are asked or urged frequently to be on the Maandamano trail. But look at Kenyans Maandamano. People are demonstrating inside VX vehicles, inside Range Rovers, inside Volkswagen Touaregs, and they are running the streets, and they are in bulletproof jackets, vests, and everything else. That is not really a demonstration. That is just showing that we have the masses. And if you look carefully, they are playing with the psychology of the poor. This movement starts in slum areas. These movements are never in Karen. They're never in Lavington. They're never in the suburbs. They are normally in slum areas. They're normally in very densely populated areas where they tend to gather the people so that they can have a conversation. So that has largely played against Baba, because the middle class are not involved in his politics. They would rather talk about his politics in bars, and it ends there. They're not actively involved in the politics. And because politics has become a game of membership. And Ruto, you need to read the politics and read it deeply. When Ruto said that the hustlers will be on that table, this is what he meant. He meant that, in this club, we have been the club of the rich, sitting on one table eating the national cake. Now, for the first time, I want to introduce you poor people, to this particular table so that you can enjoy the goodies. That is the table that Raila sat. That is the table that Uhuru sat. That is the table that he sat. So he was inviting people who have got no class, no style, to this table. Now, he has found it very, very difficult to invite this particular group to that particular table, because that particular table is for members only. So the political class in this country is for members. You either belong to this movement or you are out. Either you belong or you listen to what Baba says, or you are not in this club. So that is the danger. And I started my conversation as saying that these are just tribal leaders. They don't look at our national value. They look at what they will get. They look at what will the deals that they will cut in government. That is why each and every politician who has been in government for more than 10 years, an MP who has served for more than 10 years, or 5, or his first term, his second term, he looks at his political party and asks him, we need to form government at all costs. Why? Because there's a lot of deals that comes with in government. So every politician that you see around is looking at the day that they will join government. And they join government for money. And that's why you see our MPs saying that the 250 million CDF money that we give them, we need to give them immediately because they left very, very good jobs. They left very, very good jobs to control this money. What are they telling you? They left very, very good jobs to come and eat this money. And if they are not given that money, they would rather not be, they would rather not serve the people. So Kenya, we have incompetent leaders. I don't say Raila is incompetent. I said Raila has done his part. He has done his part, and it is high time now that he leaves the stage. A good dancer always knows the right time to leave. Thank you.
All right. Now, a good dancer knows when to leave the stage. But there's a question that Ashley, you asked, and I think we discussed that heavily yesterday in our show. Kenyans, do they really learn? Because one moment we were saying Omtata is the man, he is the guy representing our call for justice in the courts. But we had many protesting the other day and actually asking him not to participate in what he's doing in the courts. And he was being castigated by many, and they were saying Omtata should stop doing what he's doing. Of course, Bwana Mzalendo is saying that it's now time for Raila Odinga to step aside. But if he steps aside, who has the abilities to do what he has done or even better? Because I'm sure a good idea always pave ways for a better idea. That can equally be translated. A good person, a good leader can equally pave way for a better one. So from what we have, from the breed we have, the likes of Kawanjiko and many, do we even have leaders who have the ability to take Kenya to the next level? If even those who try, because it's not a must to praise the government left, right, and center. Even those who try to even take the government to court, they're told we have the sword, and this sword is not for cutting grass. They are threatened, they're intimidated, and a lot is done against them. Of course, that has been done to previous leaders. We have others being maimed, and others were jailed. Of course, it has been a trend in Kenya. But how will we have a new breed, a new crop of leaders emerging and help Kenya move forward?
So the leaders, the problem we have is that the money that is needed to vie for these positions. So I think it's I hope and I wish a third person can start a party where for you to become a member who wants to vie for a position, you have to have integrity. Like if you have ever had any questionable character, you are not allowed to be on the ticket. Some other party to differentiate from these two that we have. I think that would really be good, whoever they are. And I believe we have many people who can lead, but that issue of money maybe stops them. So I hope soon we'll have somebody who overlooks it and tries to come in through another way. But I think the person who will save Kenya has to come from diaspora. Because Ruto plays such a low game, by the way. and he's only defeating Raila because maybe of age. And personally, I don't think Raila should, if you are, that's his life. Politics is his life. Even though he's a handed and he's a good mentor, sound mind. Why would you keep telling him to leave? That is a personal disease. The queen died at the throne. So it is so unfair that we are talking about democracy, yet we want to deprive him of what he loves, politics. People who have been here, Raila says, he just glows immediately he sees people. Even though, even on his last breath, if he wants to still be a leader and he has followers, it's okay. That is his personal choice. You make yours. When you are 80, you can leave politics. He doesn't want to. Give him that right too. I don't think anybody has, unless he's disoriented, unless he's mentally incapacitated, I think we need to let him be. If he wants to lead, and there are people who are following him, nobody is forced, nobody is holding a gun on their heads. So who are we to tell him it is time to leave? Are you his doctor? No. He's mentally able to comprehend what's going on. And people are buying his politics. But he has a very big responsibility. He has a big responsibility because a lot of people listen to him. That is why I would really urge him to not agree to be bought, not agree to be cowed. I don't see how during the elections he was followed by the two men whose fathers really punished him just because he was a patriot, because he was a nationalist. When you start listening to your abuser, then you need to see a psychologist. I don't know whether he's ever seen a psychologist for all the things that he went through in his younger years, and maybe they contribute to the decisions he makes now. Because you can't keep doing the same thing. I don't see how they are so good friends with Uhuru now that Uhuru needs him. But Uhuru is the same person who stole his election, as he says, in 2013 and 2017. Abner died a fool. Because Abner refused to recognize when the brother of the woman he had raped defended him. If Uhuru was sincere, why didn't he step down in 2017 and give it to Raila when they shook hands? Because Raila won. Why did Raila not ask him? A friendship has to be honest and transparent. How can you steal from me and then I come and laugh with you? What does that make me? A fool. I'm sorry to say, and I'm not abusing him. How can you steal or you come and rape? Like I come and rape your daughter Jakes, and then you forgive me, and then we start dining and whining with you there. You steal 2 times. I help you the second time. And then you tell me you'll give me after you leave. How? And you're running on my time. The decent thing Uhuru should have done is step down and say, you know what? Raila won. He would have a legacy up today, more than the 2 terms he had. He would have left a big name. He was looking for a legacy, but selfishly. He would have got it by being selfless. Yeah. So I have a problem that Raila is entertaining Uhuru after stealing from him 2 years, 2 terms, and now he's trying to fight for his jubilee. At what point do you stop the madness?
Well, I need to ask that question to Mzalendo, and I need to take it even a notch higher. Mzalendo Ashley is asking this. This is someone who was tortured and jailed and denied the opportunity to be with his family for years. And then after some time, before even Moi retired, he dissolves his party and joins Moi. This same person leaves many after the famous swearing in and goes and shakes hands with one Uhuru Kenyatta. This is a person who has gone to bed with people who have caused him enough pain, both physical and all forms, him as a person, not just as a politician. Yeye kama binafsi. One time he said that the reason as to why his eye always tears is because of the pain he underwent, or the torture, or the um, or what was done to him he was in those when he was incarcerated and everything else. Now, what do you make of him? Because some say he is a forgiving person, blah blah blah, but what actually is asking, do you find merit in it?
Um, you really have to be a statesman to understand Raila Odinga, and you really have to understand that leaders who have suffered in the hands of government or in the hands of the oppressor and come out, like Nelson Mandela, you choose to forgive so that you become a nationalist. You don't. There's no path for revenge for him. He has chosen to be a true nationalist, to be a unifying factor, even to those who oppressed him. And that credit should be given to Raila Odinga. Mandela did it, and for South Africa to remain united. If Mandela decided to go for the white people who are against South Africans, then it would have been chaotic. So Raila, he chose to forgive. He chose to learn, to live with the people who tortured him, and he has visited the gentleman who used to assist him in prison, the man from Ukambani several times. And, these are people who really tortured him while in prison. But again, that shows you who Raila is. Raila has a character. He has a character that is unique. And that is why people love him. That is why people surround him with a lot of hope that this is the only man who will not revenge. You hear in his rallies that people are saying that Raila has not killed anybody, and most of the leaders have killed so many people. So that give him credit where it's due. Yeah.
So you give him credit. Actually, um, do you count it as statesmanship? But you equally said he must be something must be wrong with him. Even asked
So,
for him to have a mental checkup and everything else. So I don't know if you agree with what Mzalendo is saying, that is acts of statesmanship.
so I think Mzalendo misunderstood me. I did not mention the range. I just mentioned that. I think. Do you know the story of Abner in the Bible?
Yeah.
So I'm not talking that he shouldn't forgive them, but to forgive to the point that you forgive somebody who has stolen from you 2 times. And I'm not talking that he should revenge. Yes, he forgives, and I'm not asking him. I didn't mention revenge. The problem I have, and it's even biblical, this story of Abner, if you could get and read it, is that there are some things someone does to you and crosses a red line. You can forgive them. Even I'm reminded of another book in the Bible. I don't remember which one, where Timothy and somebody, and I think Paul, they disagreed, and they agreed to part ways. The fact that you've forgiven somebody doesn't mean you have to follow each other. because you are clean-hearted, but is the other person clean-hearted? You don't know. So even when Abner believed that he had been forgiven, I think by one of the sons of David for raping his brother, Abner believed. And this brother invited him to a party, but the brother wanted to kill Abner. But in Israel,
it's
Abner. Amnon invited Abner to a party, but Amnon's intention was to kill Abner. So, and he couldn't kill an Israelite within the city. So he invited them outside the city. And he believed he had been forgiven. So he went to the party and he was killed. My pastor said, I have never forgotten. Abner, you died a fool for going to dine with your enemy. Yes, he forgave you, but that is where it should end. You shouldn't be buddies. You should, because you are clean-hearted, but is that other person clean-hearted? You don't know. You don't know. That's what I'm talking about. So yes, Raila is clean-hearted. Is Uhuru clean-hearted? We don't know. You see how he dropped the ball on him in the election. So that's what I'm saying. He's clean-hearted, but is he also being taken advantage of because of his clean heart? So that cause that a thing that you have to. So I'm not calling for revenge. I'm just calling about being too good until you become someone's doormat.
Actually, there's no other word for forgiveness. There's no, the opposite of forgiveness is revenge. So to forgive, you either forgive or revenge. So,
okay, so let me.
So where are you at?
So
you land somewhere. You cannot land in between. You either you revenge or,
okay. So let me explain.
Forgive and don't forget. You understand? You can forgive and not forget. But you can
That's
forgive
where
so
I am.
that we can move. We can move ahead.
Yeah.
So you have still forgiven. So we
Yes.
agree that it is good to forgive. That is
Yes.
the most important part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That one I agree. The part that I don't agree is keeping that. You see someone who has denied you, he doesn't have any ill towards them. But at the same time, I don't think if I was him, but he's much wiser than me, much wiser. But I'm just saying in this case, I would be, if I was, I think he should be cautious dealing with them politically because he doesn't know where they're coming from. That is not revenge. And I've quoted
for politicians, actually for politicians, yes, they are very, very cautious. Politicians have got advisors, they take a lot of caution, but politicians also look for numbers. And Raila is also human. They make mistakes. So there's not this human being that will be so perfect that will not make mistakes. So Raila can also make mistakes. So even as he navigates the murky political terrain, he will make mistakes, but he has to bring people on board that he thinks that will help him. So maybe with some issues, but he has to, to try and make as few enemies as he can, so to become president of the Republic of Kenya.
All right, guys. I love it when you leave it to agree to disagree. Now, my final part for this show is to ask this final question. Now that Raila and Gachagua have already prepared the country for interesting confrontation, either with the government or with minor or whatever, with minor jenga. Mwananchi, what can Mwananchi do even as we near the end of this year, mwananchi anaweza fanya nini? Because by the end of the day, wakuumia hapa kwa hizi either maandamano or tomorrow's confrontation with the police ni mwananchi. What can mwananchi do? Where can mwananchi find his safer ground? Parliament, as we know it, it's not even a story we should even discuss. Senate is our courts slightly are trying. So mwananchi anaweza do nini? Because whether maandamano or not, mwananchi ataumia, either mwenye ata participate ama mwenye hata participate. Kuna mtu ataenda job, kuna mtu atafungua biashara, kuna mtu biashara yake itabomolewa, itaharibiwa, kuna mtu atapoteza maisha yake, you know, somehow mwananchi ataumia. So mwisho wa siku, what can mwananchi do, either through the maandamano or away from it? What can we do as wananchi? Maybe I start with Mzalendo, then I end up with Ashley. Mwananchi anafaa afanye nini?
I think Kenyans are resilient. Mwananchi wa kawaida mara mingi huwa anatumiwa na wanasiasa, especially wale hawana msimamo dhabiti. Wanasiasa wanajua kutumia wale vijana ambao hawana ajira. Sana sana ndio utawapata kwa hizi maandamano. Ukiangalia vizuri sana watu ambao wanafanya kazi katika serikali ama wanafanya kazi katika private sector hawezi wapata katika hizi maafla za bunge la wananchi, vitu kama hizo hawezi wapata kwa hizo vitu. Ni ukosefu wa ajira, na hii swala ndio naamini ya kuwa serikali ya Bwana Ruto itazingatia sana katika zile ujenzi wa manyumba na itapatia ajira watu wengi ambao hawana makazi. So serikali inafaa kuangalia jinsi ambavyo itajiri vijana. Tuliangalia mikakati ya serikali ya kupeleka watu ng'ambo. Hiyo ilikuwa na mkakati mzuri, although wameleta siasa ndani that hakuna vile unaweza peleka watu wako ng'ambo ilhali huwezi tengeneza viwanda humu nchini. But unaangalia ile kitu ile uko nayo kwa sasa, kuna ajira inatakikana huko Marekani ama ughaibuni, unaenda unatafuta hii ajira kwa Kenya because wewe hauna hiyo nafsi wakati huo. Remember, within 6 months or 5 months hakuna kazi unaweza tengenezea wa Kenya. So Wakenya wakuwe watulivu. Kenya hakuna utulivu haswa, lakini ukiangalia, ukiongea na watu ambao wamesoma hii mambo ya economics, sijui economics na Kiswahili ni nini, najaribu sana niongee Kiswahili leo, lakini watu wale wamesoma economics wanakuambia katika zile numbers tunaona na ile utendakazi wa Ruto na zile mikakati ameweka, ni Mkenya wa kawaida ataumia, lakini baadaye utakuwa na uzuri. Au Mkenya wa kawaida hawezi ona hiyo, mtu wa kawaida hataona hiyo, lakini watu wale wanaangalia mambo ya uchumi, wanasema Kenya iko katika mstari wa mbele kuendelea kiuchumi kuliko nchi mingi za Kiafrika kwa wakati huu. Unaona nchi kama Ethiopia tayari wamedefault katika malipo ya madeni yao, na nchi kama Ethiopia katika mambo ya kuendelea walikuwa na ile artificial economy, ile Uhuru alikuwa nayo hapa, ile Wakenya wanataka Bwana Ruto azingatie. Walikuwa nayo, sasa wawezi lipa deni. So walikuwa mbele yetu na GDP yao ilikuwa mbele yetu kabisa. So wao katika Afrika I think walikuwa namba 4, sisi tulikuwa pale namba 5 katika Afrika mzima. So after hii kudefault watarudi huku chini tena. Sisi tutapanda. So tupatie serikali nafasi ya kufanya kazi, tupatie serikali nafasi ya kufanya miradi ambayo ili promise wananchi kama hizo manyumba. Tuangalie utendakazi wa Ruto katika hii miaka 5, amepigana na ufisadi namna gani. Na pia Bwana Jex, lazima ujue mtoto ukimzaa kwanza unamtia mimba bibi. Ukishamtia mimba anachukua miezi 9 pale tumboni. Unamzaa, anaanza kunyonya, akishaanza kunyonya anaanza kutambaa. Huyu bibi alishatiwa mimba, akazaa mtoto anaitwa Kenya. Na hii Kenya tayari saa hii tunanyonya katika hii matiti. Hatujaanza, na bado kuna wengine katika pale opposition wanasema huyu mtoto lazima aende class 1. Lazima aende class 1 na amezaliwa saa hii. Kuna taratibu na kuna mikakati ya serikali. Tupatie serikali nafasi. Wewe kumbuka, Ruto aliapishwa hivi, lakini baada ya miezi 2 kulikuwa na maandamano ya uchumi. Baada ya miezi 2 kulikuwa na maandamano ya tunataka ajira. Baada ya miezi 2. Kwa hivyo hizi zote ni siasa. Hizi zote unaona watu naongea ni siasa. Ni siasa za kuangalia ya kuwa huyu Ruto ameng'olewa kiti namna gani. But naweza kuambia Ruto amekalia hiyo kiti na tako kabisa, na ameitoshelesha kabisa, na amekwama pale, atoki na banduki sahi. Yeye ataondoka baada ya mwaka yake 5 kuisha. Wakenya wataenda uchaguzi, waangalie ile vitu alisema atafanya amefanya. Kama Hustler Fund ilianguka, imeanguka, yes ilianguka, kwa hivyo wacha tukutoe. But kawezi hakuna mikakati ya kutoa serikali ya Ruto juu ya Hustler Fund. Hakuna vile utatoa Ruto juu ya kukosa umeme. So kuna vitu zingine tunaangalia, tunaona ni mchezo tunaleta. So hizi mchezo za maandamano ni njia ya kuongea na serikali ili watu wetu pia wapate nafsi. Ukae ukijua, soma siasa kwa ndani. Ruto ajiri wale wanaitwa ambassadors wa nchi mingi. Kuna manafasi mingi sana pale zimebaki. Wale wa siasa wanaangalia kina Kioni, kina Uhuru, kina Raila. Kuna vitu mingi walipromise watu wao. Na hizi vitu hauwezi pata kama uko kwa opposition. Lazima upate kama uko unaweza ongea na serikali vizuri, waambie huyu jamaa alitukampenia sana, mpatie kitu. Hiyo ndio lazima uangalie kwa siasa. So hizi zingine zote ni vipindi. Hizi vingine zote, tutang'oa Ruto kesho, tufanye nini, tupatie Mtata nafasi. Nafasi ya mwanasiasa itakuja. Kama Mtata atakuwa ametosha mboga by 2027, then Wakenya wataamua that huyu jamaa ndiye anapaswa kung'oa Ruto mamlakani. Lakini kwa sasa hamna katika urengo wote ule jamaa ako tayari kung'oa huyu bwana Ruto. Asante.
Okay, Ashley, same question. What can Mwananchi do despite all this?
Before I say what Mwananchi can do, I want to refute or counter Mzalendo when he said that Ruto's government is a baby just born and they need to drink milk before they can walk. I think he's forgetting that Ruto said he is the best person to continue the Big Five because he has been the deputy president for 10 years. So he is an old dog. Hajalazaliwa sahi. Yeye amepata ta ameolewa na kila kitu. He was the vice or deputy for 10 years. And he said himself, we can get clips that I am the best person to continue. So he's not starting, he's not learning. Unless he was sleeping on the job, which he said he wasn't. Actually, he said the projects that Uhuru was doing were his, he just wasn't getting credit. So let us not treat Kenyans like they are not intelligent or they don't remember, because those clips are available. So let's start there. And then Ruto has had every chance to create employment, but ile wanataka kukula, I mean, I think what siku ile alisema now we are back, we are tuko vizuri, he meant himself. Recoup zile pesa zote alikuwa ametumia. Sasa akisema we are good now, yeye anamaanisha yeye mwenyewe. Kenyans are not understanding, they are thinking he's talking about the country, but he's talking about himself. Because I believe by now he's really good. Na sasa he's playing on extra now. However they've been going out of the country, all those trips, all those allowances. You know, if he had tried, I don't think people would complain. You know, we are not stupid. Sisi watoto. Kuna very intelligent people in Kenya. And people don't just complain. You know, they talk to us like we are kindergarten children. They insult us so much, our intelligence. People are complaining because they can see waste. They don't see any attempt to try. That is why we are complaining. It's not because we are unreasonable. When you travel all the time, like why did they even have to go to the Queen's, was it her death? Just after a week after the war, instead of sitting down and planning government, and that time the economy was really bad. Do you think if they had sent an apology, they would have really been admired? Had even easy trips zote anaendanga kama tu anaweza waambia hao watu we can't come right now, we are having an economic crisis. Hata anaweza pewa free money and save the trip and say, you know what we are going to do? Mzalendo kule unakaa, uko na watoto. Hao watoto huenda shule. Does that school have a nurse? There are so many ways we can create jobs in Kenya. Those are rhetoric questions. I don't need you to answer. What I'm saying,
but you know, I sometimes you think that Kenya got independence 100 years ago.
Let me finish. Hizo pesa zote tuna waste. No, let me speak. Hizo pesa zote tuna waste. Please let me finish. And that is why I say let us not insult. Let us talk honestly. That's why sometimes I hate to come. Mi sipendi kuongea mtu I don't like politics. In order to solve this problem, we have to talk facts. With all the money that is being wasted, we can employ nurses in each school. Instead of building houses, forcing people to build houses. There are people who like condos because maybe they are single parents. They don't want the expense of taking care of a yard. Kuna watu wanapenda kukaa pahali kuna maua, wanapanda vitu. So you cannot build houses for people. Let people build their own houses because they are intelligent. They know what they want. Just give them a conducive environment to make money, and then they will decide how to spend their money. If they want a condo, they will build a condo. If they want a townhome, they will build a townhome. If they want a single family house, they will see. If they want a multi-family house, if they want a mansion, if they want a duplex, they will do it themselves, not the government behind behind them. Easy houses zinabuildiwa ziko supposed kukuwa za poor. Anybody earning like 30,000 and below, nothing else. Wengine watajipanga as long as they have money in their pocket. How do you even decentralize Nairobi so that it is not so congested with people looking for work? How about creating each county to have school buses? How many teachers, how many drivers are you going to employ to take children to school? Watoto unajua ni wangapi wanarepiwa or disappear on their way to school? Why can't we work on buying those buses and putting children to go to school safely and come back home safely? How about giving those children meals at school? If Moi could give milk to the whole of the country, why can't Ruto give food to children? Hizi pesa wanatumianga za MPs na senators ati wanakama wajia na huko wanapewa ati. Do you know they make over 1 million a month in travel allowance? because of distance from Nairobi to where they live. Why can't you take all that money out? Yani tunaweza kaa chini tuone what do we need to take out from all this spending, all this mandazi mnakula kwa ofisi. You have your income. This is a third world country. No more break. There's no newspaper, nothing in the office. Let us go and pay a nurse. Why are we transporting people outside? And huku Kenya hakuna doctors. Watu wanakufa mahospitali. Kwa nini tusi make sure hata tufanyie hao watu wafanyaende shule free? We get enough nurses. We get enough doctors. So many people have dropped out of school because their parents could not afford. Why can't we make, kama huku kuna GED, why can't we make adult education diploma for them? We create teachers and then we create employed people. Before we ati sasa tunawapeleka NIS ndio tuwapeleke nje. How can you go? How can a president, by the way, he should be impeached? How can you go to build another country before you build yours? How, Jakes, can you go to help your neighbor? Unaenda kwa familia ya neighbor yako kuwasaidia kubuild familia yako na yako iko improvised. Ametuuliza suggestions za kubuild Kenya tukashindwa kutoa pesa, au watu wote wameiba pesa, kwa nini warudishi? Why is he saying if Singapore did it, if South Korea did it, we can do it? Did their leaders steal all the money? Eurobond, hata yeye aliiba. I know that for a fact. They need to return the money so we can grow our country. Now, there is something I talked about Raila. When I said he needs a mental checkup, sikumaanisha yuko na ubaya. I just meant when someone has gone through so much hardship like he did, it can interfere with your psychology. So I don't know, after he was tortured, after he went all that he went through, that he was seen by somebody just to make sure that he was okay. So I hope I do not get mtu asini confused alisema nilitukana nikasema he's not mentally capable. I say just because if someone goes through something tragic, if some people go to war, if some people get in a bad situation or like the situation he had, it is advisable to see a psychologist or psychiatrist after that. So, because some people get tormented, they get nightmares, it affects their life, it affects their character, it affects how they look at things. Because if you look at how Raila was earlier and how he is now, he's mellowed. Maybe that was the reason. Maybe they mellowed him. And that was what they wanted to do. Once you mellow somebody, it is easy for you to use them as you want and to control them. So that was my thing. Last and not least, I think the question, Jeff and Jakes, is what can Mwananchi? This is what I think Mwananchi can do. We keep saying the government should do this, the government, you can't force them. So we actually need to do something ourselves. What can we do? We can try and target one leader that is not doing right, our MPs. We take one home. And I think this forum needs to have a think tank. And we start an action group. And say this MP, there is an MP whose people keep dying in his constituency. What has he done? Let us gather all these people and chase him away. Let us stay without an MP. If the IEBC has no one to replace, we remove him. That is, when you do that, you will put them on notice and they will know you're not playing. Ukiwaambia tufanyie kama mtoto. They are grown-ups. Let me tell you one time, in college, this is what the lecturer used to say. In high school, kama ufanyi kazi yako, you get in trouble. In college, even though you go and sleep, the teacher doesn't ask you, guess what? You fail. And that's the same as government. They're adults. We don't have to keep telling them. It's nothing they don't know. What we need is to bite. And when you start acting, then they will know you're not playing. The problem with us, we keep asking them. So they think we are dada hands. And as long as we keep looking like we are weak, they will continue taking advantage of us. But if you start removing one MP or two of them, target the most weak ones and get them out. Target a governor who you know is weak, si huyu wa Meru, huyo ni wa kuwekelewa, ule hafanyi kazi, ule ameiba pesa, target him as people. Unaenda kwa ofisi yake mnakatalia hapo, mnaenda kwa nyumba yake mnaenda bus nyingi mnakaa hapo over and over again until they get him out. I think when you do that, they will start fearing the people. What our leaders don't do is fear the people. Our strategy should be, instead of coming to talk where they are going tomorrow, what can care? Imagine Jex kama uko na mkutano hakuna mtu anashughulika kile unafanya. We give them oxygen. Take away the oxygen from them. And now let's regroup and say, what do we do to get these people to notice us? Once they notice us, then they will start to fear us. Kila wamekosa ni fear from the citizens. Now we need to know what we need to do so that they can fear us, because they work for us. How do we show them they work for us? How do we bite so that they can feel the pain? That is my question.
Kuna mtu hapa Ashley anasema uongea hadi turuke mwaka. I think you have already caused a star kwa comment section. People are saying speak on Ashley, speak on. Kuna anasema I think it's time to let Ashley go. Go Ashley go. Kuna mwingine anasema hapa nini? Ashley, you are saying the truth, go girl. Nakwambia hapa comment section mwasha moto, but Mzalendo seems not to be biting. Mzalendo, what is it? Mzalendo, are you there? Mzalendo, are you there? Can you hear me? All right. Now, even as I come back to allow you guys to give your closing remarks and wish many Kenyans a happy new year, despite all this is what Kenyans hapa chini wanasema, and this I think I played Jana, but I choose to end with. Yeah, I was talking to you. I heard you almost not agreeing with Ashley. What did you want to say?
No, I think Ashley lives in an imaginary world, an imagination of Kenya, a US in Kenya. All the systems that he's talking about is what he is seeing where he's staying. But she doesn't know the teething problems that we have in our country. She doesn't know how the system works here in the US or where she is. Like she's talking about, how about the county, how about the national government providing buses for schools so that schools can go, so that children can go to school. But you imagine, first, we don't have the infrastructure. There are things that the government is working on right now. And again, the Kenyan, the 2010 constitution has not really fully addressed the devolution. There are things that you might think that there are services provided by the national government, like the school buses she's talking about. Those school buses are run by the county government. Those are run by the county government. The boards in those particular schools are elective. It is in the Constitution of America, or it is in the Constitution that they go through an election. The sheriff in that particular county is elected by the people. They are not people who are appointed. So these are people who work for the people. So for a country that has had independence for 100 years, you should read and see when they started their first bus, the problems that they had. The problems that they had are these similar problems that we are having right now. Are we working towards a solution to them? Yes, we are. But there are things that we cannot implement in Kenya. Like when you say, okay, let's have nurses in all. In my rural village, there is no window or even a door. Where will the nurse even have is the clinic? There are no books or even a pencil. So you are talking about things that cannot be achieved in reality.
Can I interject?
A moment. But in future, yes, they can. But now, no, they can't. Yeah.
Can I interject?
Actually, go ahead.
I wanted to ask you, you see, that's why I said we have no business sending our youth, our workforce outside. We have so much work to do and we have so much money. Uhuru by himself has 30 trillion saved up in some foreign account that we know of. The government can demand its citizen return the money they have outside of the country so we can do what we need to move our country forward. What Ruto has done is bully the small man that has no power instead of concentrating on those people who have stolen to return the money, on those people who have evaded tax, like the lady from Nakuru that is now a senator, to pay up or get liquidity. You know, like if you haven't paid, there is no arrangement because our government is broke. You either pay or we take all your things and sell them to someone else who will pay the money. So he's saying ni lazima ifanyike, lakini yeye takuja kwa tule tumtutu wa chini au ndio wanafinyilia. Well, the people, the culprit ni wale wako hapo, his peers. If he has enough balls, let him address the problem at the point. Hizo pesa ziko old because people have stolen. He knows that, and he can even by executive order form a committee of judges to discuss those cases and finish them within 2 months and get back our money from the COVID millionaires, from Eurobond, from the oil scandal. This is money that can come back and actually do the things that we are talking about. America may have taken long because they didn't know. You know, one of the answers people give when they, like Julie on the other show, anaulizwa, when people go, like those people who go out for teaching, they are told you have to go back to your country and take the best practices. Hakuna need yao kusema wanaenda benchmarking, wacha wakuja hapa mtembei tuwapatie. It is not things that cannot be done. I'm not telling them to mine gold because there is no gold mine in Kenya. I am telling them things that are actually practically, that just need goodwill to do it. It is possible. It is where there is money. You just people who have stolen need to return the money. The waste in the government needs to stop, and we can actually build. Uko kwenye ushago, uko unasema hakuna jobs. Imagine we can build it where now they have even a shopping center. Because on top of that, I even forgot to add, we can have cleaners in the schools. Because if we have a caterer cooking, there are people serving the kids food. So your mother can get a job to clean or to cook. People, catering colleges will spring up because people will start learning how to cook because they will look for a school to cook in. Our old people, most of them are dying in homes. We can build homes for old people. We can train people to take care of these old people. Nurses will become more in those old homes. Caregivers will become more in old homes. There is money. We just are not.
Yes. Or whatever you're saying is true. The only thing that how practical is it in the present Kenya? The answer is when you're talking about Uru's money or the money that he has stashed outside there, you know, getting first the laws to bring back that money. That country where these people bank their money, it is impossible to get that money. You should also know that. So and again, it is family money. When you say Uhuru has stolen, then the money that is being reported in the Pandora Papers is called Uhuru's family has got trillions, I don't know, billions touched in Panama accounts somewhere. So it is difficult to get this kind of money back. Otherwise, the golden bag scandals and all that, a lot of money was lost, and we wasted a lot of time. The only problem in our country is governance, getting the right people to do the right job and the right thing for the country and follow the constitution. Leaders who are elected, we are the problem. The problem is not the leaders. We are the problem. The problem is Wananchi. I don't blame the leadership. The problem is those who line up each and every time to elect these incompetent people. So anytime somebody goes to the ballot after 5 years, look at the policies and the kind of person that you want to lead you. That is number one. If they have got a cautious that they will not steal your money, then give them a chance to lead you. But if you are electing somebody because he has got a lot of money, this is where we are as a country. So by and large, what you're talking is practical, but not achievable in the Kenya today. It will take us maybe 50 years to achieve what you are talking about. It took America almost 100 years to achieve that kind of system. So some of these things, we love them, we borrow their constitution, but we don't look at their counties, how they are performing. For example, like a small country like Montgomery County, the economy is bigger than East Africa. You want to compare yourself with something with a county. We are a country, yet the economy of a county is bigger than our economy. So we are way apart, way apart. We need to achieve infrastructure in most of open up the villages with roads, tarmac roads, not maram roads. We need to make sure that electricity is everywhere. We need to make sure that water is everywhere. Then now we can think of having nurses in the schools and things like that. Those things that you're talking about, we must make sure that we have a sufficient power. Because if you don't have power and you have a nurse, then people will die. If you don't have power in hospitals, that is sufficient in a particular region, then people will die. So there are things that come first. Yeah, don't put the cart before the horse. So let the things that we need to do as a country come first. We saw that we needed a constitution. We promulgated the constitution in 2010. We are now in the phase of amending the constitution so that it works for us. So give this country, Kenya, time so that we have the best out of it.
You know, Mzalendo, I agree everything you have said. And it's a think tank. It's not I'm saying we do this. I'm giving my suggestion. And then that's what I'm saying. We need to have that conversation as Kenyans. Then we can see where do we start. And I like what you have said. So instead of sending our talent, our workforce outside, what is the government doing now so we can get that infrastructure we are talking about? Because we have to begin. So I think what we should be saying is, do we have enough trade schools to send people so that they can get, even though it is free, so that they can get the skills to do those roads? Do we have enough? So instead of sending our people outside who are strong, we should be putting them to work to build those infrastructures. Because when do we begin? It's been 50 years, I think 60, I don't know how many, 50 years. So we have time. We have time because people, like when I call my aunt, she says, I'm just sitting at home, I'm doing nothing. Imagine wasting your life, wasting your youth, just sitting because there is nothing to do and you're not sick. There is something wrong. There is money. We need good leaders. And that's why I'm saying Ruto doesn't have an express 5 years. We need to come up with a way, if he's not doing what we want, that we can get him out, or he should resign. And when you get into office, you can't come and start doing your things. It is not your company. You are just there as a steward, because we can't all lead. You are there to do what we want, not what you want. And I think that is where, I don't know where our leaders get this thing. When they get into power, they think they are a genius. Uhuru thought that BBI was the best thing for Kenya. Now Ruto thinks that the housing project is the best thing for Kenya. He's not the one who makes the decision. It is us. It is a majority. He's just there to moderate like Jakes, but not to impose on us. And that is where he's getting it wrong.
Oh, okay. I think this issue of housing, it's something that we have debated here for a very long time. and so many people, a few people are against it, but many people are pro housing. If you look at the people in Azimio side, they don't want it. The people who are probably being taxed in government, they don't want it, but they are also renting. But look at the ripple effect of housing. You look at the ripple effect of housing. Will it bring the cost of renting a house in Nairobi or in the city down? Yes, it will. Will it create jobs? Yes, it will. Is it that something that are the you say that we don't need housing unless you are living in a tree? People need housing. People need housing. People need decent housing. People are renting housing and they're renting them expensively. And the reason is because landlords are charging a lot of money. There's no competition with this kind of housing. 100,000 units every year, then the rents will come down. Those who cannot afford houses, will now be able to get a house. Buying land today in Nairobi is probably 2 million, a million bob.
Can I ask
Yes.
Zalendo, this program of, I don't know whether you were there before when I said it's not tenable. So you help these people now. Is that going to solve the problem later on, 10 years from now?
Yeah,
when
you see,
and
the housing program is continuous because the population increases. The demand for housing will always increase. It will never decrease. It will always increase with population. So each government coming in will have its program going on.
No, what I'm saying, because this is a root of program that is not popular, it's possible that when he comes out of power, it will go. So my suggestion was, if they, you see, like even tax, they should not tax people who make less than 30, because those people making less than 30 are already suffering. They are not even being able to make ends meet. So 30,000 should be non-taxable. And then those money they collect from the taxes should not go to building houses people who earn more than 30,000 can buy. It should go to the poor to give them, like projects. And Section 8, that is what they need to build. Listen here, even though Ruto goes for 5 years and does not come back, if they build these houses as government houses, one thing that will happen, today I may be earning 30,000, but that doesn't say 5 years from now, I'll still be earning 30,000. I may have increased my income, and so I will move away from this 30,000 and someone else will come in. So it is a house that is keeping on generating, like they keep, every year you qualify. To me, I think that will solve housing problem, poor housing. So those people living in slums will be able to afford affordable housing, decent housing. And then anybody earning over 30,000, I think can be able, the Ruto should be working on making the policies good so that business thrives, so that people earning over 30, banks are able to lend to people earning over 30 to get mortgages where they can build the house of their choice. I don't refuse that we have a housing problem, that the rent is expensive. What I am saying is that the government shouldn't have to decide the style of house, the size of house, the location of house I live in. As long as I can afford, someone making 100,000, which they have said the cap is 150, should be able to go and build the house they want. Some want with land, some want a condo, some want a townhouse, some want a mansion. And they should be able to decide. We should not let government decide that for us.
Well, one of the issues that everybody who is against the housing project is not addressing is do we have a need? Is this is the Ruto policy of housing informed by statistics? So these are statistics. These are things that are beyond just ordinarily looking at it like the way we are looking at it. I don't need a house. I need this type of house. I need every year, Kenya needs 200,000 houses. When you talk about Section 8, Section 8 is the negotiation between government and the developer. They come, it is a flat in Ngara that is owned by Ashley. Ashley, these houses from today on, the government will be, they will be meant for low cost, there will be low cost housing meant for low income earners. So your property will be taken over, not really taken over from you, but the government will be subsidizing the rent for the community that for low income earners. They'll be paying a certain percentage, and the government will be paying a certain percentage. At the end of the day, there is nothing free that comes from government. You will have to pay at the
Can you talk about the projects?
What? Which projects? Or
you know what I'm talking about. You know, Section 8, you know, projects.
I know about Section 8 more because I've dealt with them. I've seen them in my locality, but I've not really gone into what the projects are. So unless you tell me what information you have about the projects,
I have an idea what they are.
What are they?
Do you have an idea?
No, just tell me what they are. What do you think they are?
Projects is houses for people who cannot afford, and the government has built these houses, and you get that house based on your, like, if you don't make any money, you qualify to get that house. So so what you do, so you know, like those people who live in the slums, they have no income. They live in those houses, and then some states, which would be counties, require that you be looking for a job. So if our government put people in those projects and then help them get skills so that they can get jobs, and their income increases, they move out of the project, and you see people are still coming into the city, people are still being born. So it is not a permanent place, it is a transitional place for people who have no income. They come, they live there, they are required to go to school or to get a means of making an income, and then with time they move out, they transition to independent living. That would be something I can grasp. That is something I can work with. And this program has to have an income limit of like 50,000 or 40,000 or 30, some really low income, and help them. You come to a family and say, this is a chronically, because what, Muzalendo, let me tell you something. Do you know how many kids, when you go to Nairobi, just go and do your own investigation. Do you know how many kids in the slum end up either getting married to such an old man, even older than their own parents, their own dads, or even ending up in prostitution because they are poor? They can't make a living. So if these people, the government actually stepped in, build houses for poor people, and then don't let them stay there because they can stay there forever, then require, you go to these families, you get community workers. Now you see you're still creating jobs. They go to the family, they have a case manager, okay, another job. You create you go to, these families have case managers who work with them to get out of poverty. And then once they get out of poverty, once they get off from that income bracket, they move to another income bracket. This house becomes open for someone else who is now coming up, another youth, another family. So these houses are there permanently for the government, that they use to help people transition from poverty to income earners. I can see that makes sense to me, because even if Ruto just stayed 5 years and left those houses, and even the bill was removed, at least those houses would stay and those houses would continue helping. But this one he has, where he build house and then people buy, then he gets out of government, that program is scrapped. So what happens to those people who come afterwards? The housing problem still remains. It will remain. But in this way, at least people have, if people want to live in expensive houses, let them. We are not children. We are not communist country where we are told what to do. You have to respect people. If they are foolish, let them be. Do you know how many people live in very expensive houses? When they get their job goes away, they lose. But why would you come and start policing adults and how they spend their money? If someone wants to sleep in the car, let them. They are adults. Let them make those decisions. But let us protect the vulnerable, the poor, the old, our old people. Those are the ones we should be thinking about, and thinking about how do we open job markets in Kenya. I can give them a lot of ideas on how to create jobs in Kenya. Then when we have surplus youth or surplus workforce, then we can send it out. It is so foolish to send our workforce out when our country is improvised. I mean, like, we are so poor, we need so much, but instead of the country sitting down and thinking, how do we create jobs in this country? Like you said, your place has no infrastructure. How do we get that going? That is what they should be thinking, and getting the money back. Look and do executive order and force those people who have money outside to return. We talk later. If now they want to do a referendum, why aren't they doing a referendum to fix these laws so that it can be easier to get that money back, instead of doing a referendum to get an opposition leader and 2 deputies? What value does that add to Kenyans?
We nakwambia mmewasha moto huku comment section. I'm just reading mpaka nimewasahau kiasi, pole. Okay. Well, I hope you guys equally are following the comment section, because therein pia kuna maswali mnaulizwa. Let me see if I can be able to get some like this from Maureen Wasawa. Anasema hivi, Mzalendo, are you not alive to the wastage in government and county government? Corruption is so deep in the government. How do we trust? I think you meant them. How do we trust them with projects funded by our taxes? If you can respond to that, Mzalendo.
I think, you see, I had addressed this in my comment. The people you elect are very, very important. You live in a country where some people are waiting for their turn to steal. Maureen, it's unfortunate that we live in that country where people don't have a cautious. Most people you elect in leadership, whether they're in Azimio or in UDA, they are waiting for their turn to get fat, and with your money and with your taxes. So we will keep on grumbling until we get the right leaders. So long as you elect people on political party affiliation or tribal inclination, you'll never get good leadership. So look at what the person is offering, look at what they have, look at his background, look at what they have done in the past, so that you can give them positions. And even people who are appointed into public office. That is why we have EACC doing the background check. That was a recommendation in the constitution. If it would have been followed to the latter, then we would have very, very good leadership in the country. The only problem is that the institutions which are meant to look into the civil service, they don't really do their job. We had a performance review in government that used to happen during Kibaki and Raila's tenure, where civil servants would be subjected to a performance review by their bosses, and their bosses would be subjected to also a performance review of what they've been doing. A lifestyle audit when you came into government, you didn't have this property, but now you are the governor. You have got so many hotels, and still Maureen would still vote for the same governor because of his political affiliation or party affiliation. And yet she knows that this person has stolen so much, and there's no life audit, or he has not done a lot with the billions that he has been given by the taxpayers. So we have a problem. We have a problem. So if you are in the comment section and you are a voter, know that we have a problem. We have a problem with you and myself. We have a problem because we are the ones who elect these leaders into position. Yeah, we put them into position, and when it comes to removing them in position, we still recycle them. So look at in 5 years' time, your leader will bring his report card, just like your son or daughter brings their report card back at home. Look at how they have performed in each and every sector that they said that they were going to perform. If it is infrastructure, if it is schools, if it is jobs, creating employment for opportunities for the people, have they done that? If they have not, then you kick them out.
Now, this question was to you, Mzalendo, but let me pose it to Ashley. Ashley, Maureen Wasawa is saying this, that how come Uhuru did, of course, we saw some houses done, same houses done by Uhuru, and she says that Uhuru did the houses without this drama. So he's telling Mzalendo, people have no problem with the houses, but they have their taxes being robbed from them. Then it ends up in few people's pockets in the guise of affordable houses. What do you make of this sentiment, Ashley?
Maybe before Ashley comes in, I needed to answer Ashley is that people, Kenyans have always exported labor. We have taken our teachers to Botswana. We have taken our teachers to Somalia. We have taken our teachers to Rwanda. That has always happened. And even when we are opening our borders, what we are saying is that don't confine yourself to in one particular area. Go get some skills in South Africa. Let South Africans come and give us what they have and the knowledge that they have. You cannot be in this one country called Kenya and satisfy everybody else. Ashley herself is abroad, and probably the main reason is that he was looking for a better opportunity. So if there are opportunities that are advertised in LinkedIn, and so many other job sites that you can go up and look up and see if you qualify. If you want to work with the World Bank, IMF, and Deloitte, PwC, those international companies, Red Cross, Care Kenya, they give international opportunities. But if you get that particular chance, then you can go for it. These jobs are there for everybody. And the world is a global village. We have to learn a lot from the West, and they also have to learn a lot from us. So if there was no exchange program happening, there would not be Barack Obama. There would be no Barack Obama as the president. If Tom Mboya never lifted Hussein to the US to study, then there will be no Barack Obama. So these are some of the things that happen in the world. And the demand for nursing jobs is here in the US and in Europe. So why can't Kenyans apply for it? Why can't Kenyans apply for it?
I think either you're not understanding me. I'm not saying it's bad to apply, but to be made, there are people who don't want to leave. They are leaving. I left voluntarily, and I didn't go to look for better opportunities. I really had a good job back home. But what I'm saying, let people leave because they want to, not because they have to. Do you know how many people are in Saudi and have left their children back home because that is the only way they can make a living? our
Yeah, because
president
there are no jobs. There are no jobs.
Right. Yeah. And that's where I'm going. Our president should actually be working day and night. You know, when Obama came into office in 2008 during the meltdown, the first thing he did, and I think it was all about, the perspective. Immediately he came into power, he called into a room Warren Buffett and all the economists, think tank, and he sat down on a table. This is what was portrayed to give confidence to the people. That is what Ruto has failed to
Actually,
do.
sorry to do. Actually, just one moment, just a second. I need to do something. Can I allow you guys to? Najua you guys hii game meicheza kwa long, najua mtajibalance, so Mzalendo unacheza wewe, Ashili unafanya vile vile. Now Nyagaka is also in, msimsahau. Give me a few minutes at least. I've sat here for several hours. At least ni kunjue miguu. I do 1, 2, 3, but I'll be back. I must be back because I have to wrap up the show. So I give you guys to continue, but you give me some few minutes for myself pia kidogo. Is it okay?
After you've given your opinion.
I'll give my opinion after I'm back, but Mzalendo nisaidie kidogo mkiwa na Nyagaka na Ashley, endeleeni tu, mtajibalance, I'm sure you guys are good. You don't need to be how do I put it? You guys are good. You are all boys and girls in this field. Mnajua kucheza hii kitu vizuri sana. So Ashley was on the deck. Msisahau Nyagaka ako hapo chini, and Kenya Rebel was in. Kenya Rebel, I know you are in. I didn't see you. Sorry for that. Ukirudi nitaku add. I'm just stepping out kidogo, but you guys are in able hands of Ashley, Mzalendo, and Nyagaka. So please, wafuatilieni, keep your questions coming, your sentiments hapo kwa comment section, and the questions as well I'll be asking to this panelist even when I'm back. Ashley, go ahead. Mzalendo, you called me?
Yeah. Give me like 20 seconds. I want to log out from this. I'll be back.
Okay. Yes, Ashley? I
was going to respond to Mzalendo, but because he's gone, I will give the floor to Penny.
Yeah, he's coming. He has logged out to log in.
Yeah, since I've spoken so much and we haven't heard from the Penny Nyagaka. Yeah.
Nyagaka, let me hear from you. What's your take from all we have said a lot ever since you are around. Potoroka tumeendelea sana, but tell us what do you say? Mahali tumefika.
I just came back because of people like Ashley. Thank you very much for the perspective that she's giving. Na hiyo mwingine mnaendaga Ashley, sisi tumefukuzwa na tumefungiwa, lakini yetu ni kusema ule ukweli ambao yuko. And personally, actually, I voted for Obama, and where I was working in the company was like, a lot of people were like, "You from Kenya?" I said, "Yeah, that's my tribesman." And I'm from Kisii, and that is from Lowland. But he did all that and some. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nawaambia Jakes ya kwamba if we bring down what Ruto is saying now, like leader of the opposition and all that, then we will not have Obama. We will not have Clinton either. Because these are the people who came from nowhere and people liking them, liking the ideas that they were giving. Now, kuna mzungu moja aliniambia, "Hey son, I hear you from the guy come from." So, you know, when here in Texas, when somebody call you son, that's very endearing. And then I said, "Hey, that guy is good." Now you ni mzungu about him there. And so the guys come like Clinton. The Democrats always give up. There were some senior Democrats, Robert Edward Kennedy, who you are by President Sasa. There were so many of them, but Obama signed all of them. That's why we wrote the Constitution that we wrote, and I'm very glad that UDA is not supporting that nonsense. We formed the office of the opposition. Yeah, hiyo ni kazi Ruto anajitafutia mwenyewe. hata yeye akishindwa, he will be more popular, so he will have an office. No, we should stay away from making politics our career, our only and only career. Not truck driving, not having shops, not having it, but the politics. Hiyo ndio nilikuwa nataka niwaambie kwamba in Kenya we are a young democracy and we have to do the best we do it. And people like Ashley, they are doing a very wonderful job as ladies. We have 5 daughters, and I always encourage them to open up their eyes. And I was explaining, she worked for the bank in Germany, and I was explaining our bottom-up economics. Na mtu ambaye aliandika. And the girl was like, yeah, what you been reading on? When I was in college, your bottom-up economics, John Maynard Keynes. So we have to have all the energy that we need, all the career. I mean, actually amesema hii watu ambao wanatembea hapa, ukiwapata wengine actually au waambie vile watafanya kazi, maybe the sisters, but those 2013 walikuwa wanatoka huko Kizima na wachukua Chinese wale, you can eat and that's it. That's the benchmarking they are doing. So let us keep it up, Jakes. Let us keep it up. And huyu mzalendo utampata tutumie Christmas kidogo, alafu hiyo revolutionary na mzalendo watu yangu tutafanya hiyo. Na hiyo nasema kwamba Jakes, just keep up with the good work you are doing. Let us all, everybody, share their ideas. Thank you.
I don't want to comment because it sounds funny, but let me come to Ashley. Ashley, what do you make of this, that President Uhuru was able to do some houses, because some houses have been done by Uhuru, and we even saw them being launched. Some of the first houses Ruto did launch were not his pet project. They were not his own making. In any case, alizikutilia zikiisha. And CS Hinga was very instrumental in seeing the success in those projects. Of course, I think that's why he retained his office among the many who, no, PS, yeah, he's a PS. Why do you think, as much as Uhuru had all his faults and all, he was able to do some houses? Ruto has to come to people's pockets in terms of going to their taxes to do these projects, yet Uhuru was able to do it. Of course, I'm basing it on this question from Madam Maureen, who had posed that question before. What do you make of Uhuru style and Ruto style? Ruto seems to be going to Mwananchi so much, despite not adding value, or rather adding money in his pocket. Anaendea ile kidogo yenye ilikuwa, anaendea what you are saying, mtu akona 30 lakini anakatwa sana mpaka someone was even saying you'd rather now give me the tax and take the salary yenye umebakisha, because what you unabakisha ni kidogo sana, that cannot even help. So what do you make of what Maureen Wasawa was asking, that how comes Uhuru was able to do the houses without the drama, but Ruto is using our taxes, and we are almost certain that most of that money will be robbed, and it will end up in people's pockets, all in the guise of affordable housing?
Like you said, I don't know how Uhuru was able to do. Again, if you look maybe even at how he did it, 85% may have gone to those pockets. So we haven't even investigated that. What I know is that if they can take loans from the IMF or the Eurobonds they took that have to be paid back, and what the controller of budget said is that money is initially taken to do development, and then it is diverted and used to pay salaries. Where do you think money for opposition offices come from? And his 2 deputies, and they also said a shadow cabinet. I'm telling you, there'll be no houses. And who will you ask? You see, now, this money they can steal and they don't have to pay anybody. And that is why initially they had a cap at 85,000, because those are people who cannot speak. They didn't want to offend the people with the most money. And then when people insisted and they raised to where it was across board, they reduced the amount they were requiring, because they know those people at the top will not keep quiet if you take their 3% and get lost. I am telling you, I am yet to see those houses. And I am yet to see them go to those poor people who are demonstrating. They won't. They won't. 5 years will come, then they will say, oh, now, you know, you guys, you took us to court, so we didn't start. So give us the next 5 years. So the money we've collected, we can build. They'll start maybe the 6 months to election. And they say, now, if you don't choose us, the money we lost. The other government will take the money and eat, or they won't do what we've said. They'll use it to dangle it to us like a carrot to get a second term. And then when they get the second term and there's no other term, they'll increase it to 7 years because they say we can't build houses in 5 years. Before you know it, there'll be no house and nobody to ask. Where kama una earn 30,000, who are you going to ask? Who? Kama hizi alikuwa amesema atalipa Eurobond, sasa amepostpone. Hizo ni pesa za wazungu. Na za hao watu anadanganyanga hapo kama watoto. Where are you going to take him if he doesn't do what he say he will do? The reason they want to borrow from us is because the money they borrow from outside, they steal and they are required to pay. They are held accountable. They want money that they don't have to be held accountable for. And this one comes with no strings attached. So these people who have shown that they are not disciplined with handling money for the people, how are they going to be disciplined with handling the money that they don't have to account for, that they don't have to pay back? Who are the investors that are being given free land? And then they can charge whatever amount they want. The investors are themselves. And they will build houses that we cannot afford. The poor will not afford. They will still live in the slums. They will, if the house is from up to 150,000, do you think they will give someone earning 30,000 or they will give the one earning 150? And hizi nyumba zitajengwa the same because people of different economic standards live in different kind of houses. So what kind of house are they going to vary how they look? People of economic standards live in, like middle class live here, poor people live here, people who are rich live in a certain location. So where are these locations where these houses are going to be built? Are they being built in a middle class? Do you think someone from the slum will be able to afford to come there? Will even get what is the criteria to get these houses? There's a lot of things that haven't been discussed now, and they've been left like that on purpose. And those judges know that. That is a scam. And I am not a prophet, but look back 10 years or 5 years from now, you will know. You will see that it was a scam. It is just a scam, period.
Well, Ashley says the housing is a scam. I differ with that in that because housing is something that is informed by statistics. It is informed by the Big Four agenda that Uhuru had with William Ruto. I think William Ruto is just implementing it in another way. Uhuru had got these houses, done in Machakos County and the Bomayangu in Ngara. I think Bomayangu is already complete and people are already in. The other one that was the 8,000 units that was being done by UNESCO or something, some international body in conjunction with the Kenyan government. I think maybe those who in Machakos can tell us whether that one is complete. But these housings are informed by by data, just as I told you. It is something that a government has to provide, just like water and security for its people. Housing is one of those factors. So how the government grumbles with it, or whether you think that the money will be eaten, we'll judge that after 5 years. But housing is something that has been here with us. The houses you see in California was started by one Tom Boyer. He has left a legacy up to date. People still live in those houses. The houses in Buruburu was in conjunction with the private developer and the government. Those houses were bought by Kenyans. There were people who were pessimists like Ashley and everybody else who didn't want to participate in buying of those houses. And there were only 200. They were being compelled to buy those houses. But it was voluntary. But today, those who never bought those houses are regretting up to today. Because those who bought them at 80 shillings in Umoja today are landlords and probably earning a lot of money. So if you're out there and you don't have a house and you are renting and you're being told to pay a mortgage of 2,500 every month, and you're probably paying rent of 45,000, I mean, it doesn't make logic for you to refute what Ruto is trying to do. Anyway, who is next in the conversation? Pen Nyagaka, are you there?
Yes, my friend, I'm here.
Yes, karibu kwenye mjadala.
Asante sana, nilikuwa nikwambia when you came in, sijui kama ulisikia.
Niambie.
Nilikwambia ati ile homework uliniambia nifanye. Nilifanya. Yule mama samaki aliacha watoto yake yote huku Kisii. Waine wajana walisoma mpaka Makerere University, lakini wanafanya kazi hapa America, California. 4 of them. There's only one son that is left in Kisii. Na amejenga nyumba, ameoa msichana ya Mkisii na amejenga nyumba mzuri sana huko Daraja Mbili. So I was being told I will influence the guy to come to the show.
All right, thank you very much for that feedback. Anyway, for people who are probably wondering what this conversation is all about, is that we were talking about Daraja Mbili market in Kisii. This is it's an economical hub for Kisii, and it feeds almost the entire of Nyanza. The farmers there are doing a very, very good job. The Kisii farmers, and they have this market that has been built by Simba Arati, and it almost operates 24 hours. And now, to people who don't know, that the mboga, the sege, the managus the tarare that you eat that arrive in Kikomba at 3 a.m., 4 a.m. come from that Daraja Mbili. So as we said, sometimes it is just getting a good leader to get good results. So in this, I think Simba Arati has really scored. He's doing a good job. So for people who voted for Simba Arati, I think now you are seeing the benefits of a good leader, being that he's in Azimio, and he's competent and he knows what his people want. So that is what we want for our country. We want development. We want to see farmers getting money, putting money in their pocket. Economic development simply means that our people should have at least something, so that they cannot be manipulated by the politician during elections. So that usipangishwe laini, ukiambiwa unapewa 50 bob ama 100 ndio upige kura. Pigia kura ule mtu anaweza tenda kazi vizuri, vile Ashley anataka nchi kuwe imebadilika. Then we need leaders who are ready to face who are up to the task to do a good job for our country. That is all we want. Otherwise, thank you for the feedback. Thank you for the feedback. Thank you so much for the feedback. Hey, Ashley,
thank you.
Do you have anything to add?
Nilikuwa nataka niambie Ashley.
Yes, Ben, ongea kidogo kwa sababu wewe uko ng'ambo. Ashley anasema ya kuwa the government is doing a very bad thing to to take most of our work to export labor to US and other countries. They need to create jobs internally for the people. Can you say something about that?
No, that's what I was telling actually, Kwamba, wameanza, the huyu nani Ruto, most of the answers they don't have all the answers, but those that they have are enough and are helping us to get where we are going. Kama hii maneno ya nyumba actually is very very powerful tool. This is what a lot of countries have used here in America, where you are. They have used it for nyumbani, and they use it a lot in Asia, a lot of it. So there is nothing wrong with using something like that to build our own infrastructure, you know. So yangu ni kusema kwamba actually really do believe in this kind of argument because it has a future in it. The ancient giants were borrowing money from us, and they even most of the money they borrowed from the World Bank. Hiyo ndio iliwasaidia sana, na that is what Ruto has done, because hiyo pesa ya World Bank interest ni kidogo kuliko ile ya regular banks, and most of those, so long as you kill corruption, mzalendo vile mimi nawaambiaga, we can go very far so long as you do away with corruption. Now these people are doing their best to do away with corruption. Uliona ule mtu ambayo alikuwa kwa Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, all these other people, the Chief Barara, all of them. Because Ruto, Kenyatta only asked me, what do you want me to do? You are the president and you want to ask me what to do? And what Ruto is doing as far as killing corruption in the way we know it is a wonderful thing. And that will really help our economy in Kenya. And that's what the Asian countries did. And that's why they got to where they wanted to go. Now they're borrowing money to every country that wants their help. Mzalendo ni hiyo tu.
Nimeshukuru. How will you be spending your new year, Mr. Penn? Are you
watoto watanichukua nje, alafu mimi nataka nirudi before the midnight nilale.
Oh, they're taking you out somewhere.
Yeah.
For dinner. Oh, okay. I wish you all the best. If you don't see each other next year, ukuwe na mwaka mpya mzuri sana pamoja na familia yako wote, na wasalimie, waambie wawe wazalendo pia. We need to see them coming here and telling us, how much they are contributing to developing our country. I know most of them are Americans. We need that dollar at home. Yes.
Kuna wengine mimi nanunulia hiyo manyumba ya nyumbani. I want to make a contribution like that. Niwanunulie manyumba hiyo power na tengeneza. It will be an investment for them.
Oh, that would be awesome. That would be awesome. That would be awesome.
Yeah.
But I hope you are not buying the low-cost housing and putting our people in problems. Nunua ile ya high cost.
Ile high cost ninayo mambo dono mahali kama hiyo, lakini hii wanatengeneza ni watoto wadogo, so they are in their 20s, so they will invest in that. I will talk to some of them. They will invest in that.
Dono mnaishi wapi? Greenspan, Phase 8 ama Harambee ama
No, hapo kwa high school. Hapo kwa nyumbani na corner house hapo kwa high school, yeah.
Oh, okay, all right. Karibu sana. Huko mimi ni mwenyeji, nilikuwa na biashara pale. But
okay.
Bas, huko mimi ni mwenyeji. Haya, Ashley. Tumerudi back home. Msione tumerudi Ashley, sema bwana. Sema Ashley, unavuka mwaka wapi?
Mimi navukia tu hapa.
Hapo mahali huko in your hibernation.
In my hibernation. But as we cross the year, I want to challenge us to become patriotic, because unajua, even if maybe you're you're rich, you don't struggle. We have such a demarcation. Is it that the half and the have-nots? We don't have middle class in Kenya. I wish ubaya wa Ruto alisema juzi, alienda Kisii wakampatia advice. Akasema walipatia advice, but when I was coming into government, I knew what my goals were. Sasa amekuwa I. If it was just him by himself, he would not have won, because he has just one vote, and that of his family, less than 10. And a lot of people. The fact that even Azimio had almost, yani zile votes waliachana na Raila, there were very few. Let's say that the election was not stolen. Let's assume that what was is. The fact that it was almost half, a wise leader should also involve the other side in deciding, because by not doing so, he is eliminating half the Kenyans, because they were almost draw. That is a wise leader. As long as someone is not coming, unajua kuna wengine una invite wanakuja pull down. Take the ones who are not pulling down to your side, because that is half the country. That is half the country. Kwa hivyo wisdom is needed here. Second, he can't start saying, this is what I want. You as who? You are chosen by people. So it is what you want, but is it a majority? If it is not, you have to put your those things that you want to be private for you and your family. You can force your family, but you cannot force a whole nation. When it comes to the nation, you have to sit down, put your heads together, and then come up with what the majority want. If they don't want houses, hata Mungu mwenyewe alipatia Israelites king, even though he didn't think, and it is God, he didn't think that they needed a king, but they insisted that they wanted to be like other nations, and they wanted a king. He said, I would rather that you did not have a king, because the king comes with a lot of troubles. But because you insist on having a king, I will give you one. And he gave them Saul. You know? So if people say if the majority say they don't want houses, and they are adults who are mentally stable, because unajua, we can't all govern. So we chose somebody to be there to moderate, not to be the imposter. It is not a dictatorial government. It is a democratic government where the majority have their say. The fact that he was chosen, that it didn't end there, that we now wait for him to do. No, now we have to work together now he needs to form a think tank and listen to the views of the majority. Even though he thinks it's a very good idea and they don't, he needs to not do it, because he is not put there to impose on us. He is put there to govern. And he's not a recruiter. His job is not that of a recruiter. As the president of a country, what he would be doing is calling on those people that have lived outside for so long in their diaspora to come home to help us build our country. One of the places, there's this lady called Julia. She's in the other Sound Candy Talk. She's a teacher from Africa, and she came on a program where they send teachers outside, and those teachers are told to go back home with the best practices so that they can take them back home, so that they can, you go somewhere where it's developed, you see how they do things, you take those things and take them back home and apply those that can be applied. Even when we come to Mutembei and you live outside the country, the fact that you live outside the country and you have seen what works in your country, you can suggest. And if the leaders were wise, they can sit down and see, how can we do this? And I'm telling you, in the next 5 years, we can become a first world. But people have to return the money they have stolen. Gachagua said, oh, we are not going to ask them. Who are you to decide who to ask and who not to ask? Kama waizi wengine wanawachiliwa, hata wala wako jela wawachiliwe. It is not fair that is only the poor man who is held accountable and not the rich. The law should apply to all or not apply at all. We either live in the jungle or we live under the law. It should not be that some are held to accountability by the law and others are not. Some are forced to pay taxes to where they even go to bed hungry because their paycheck is ending up zero. There are people who are paying mortgage right now, and then they have to pay the 3%, and then they have to pay the VAT, and then they have to pay all these other taxes that have been added. At the end of the day, they have nothing. Those people, some of them will not take their children to school. 5 years is a lifetime. 5 years, you have spoiled the life of a child who was supposed to go to Form 1 and will not be able to go in 5 years when they should have been finishing. That child will become a prostitute. That child will go to work as a maid. That is an intelligent child who did not have a say or an opportunity like Winnie Ondiga, like Kenyatta. They don't have. The person who needs not to go to school is the person who does not want to go to school, not because you cannot afford to. That should be not something that should happen in Kenya. If we have to reduce the money that they are making, the allowances to half or to nothing, we are the third world country. When those leaders come to America, where are they coming to stay in 5-star hotels? Nobody is interested in them. They can live in a Holiday Inn. They can stay in a 3-star hotel. They don't need a 5-star hotel. Nobody is looking to kill them. We live like third world. If you want to live a 5-star, you come, you get a 3-star hotel. If you want to upgrade, you do it on your own coin. You know? So anyway, if we become serious, I am so sure the things I'm saying are not impractical. They are practical. But do we have the right leader at the helm to make this come to be? Unfortunately, Ruto has proved that he is not. I would support the housing, Mzalendo. This is what I'm saying. I like the housing idea. I don't like the way he's going about it. I would prefer, I think a better plan would be to create housing for the poor and for the working poor, but a plan that helps them become, that is transitional housing, and those houses that are being taken is land free, that should be a government house, so that there is no monkey business, because Kenya has a lot of monkey business, and it is especially in our leaders. So the judges should protect us and say the only way we do this housing, we protect the poor, that they are not taxed, they are not included in this tax, that some income is untaxable up to a certain threshold. I don't know which to me, I think 30 would be a good one. And also that there are no investors. It is government owned property. And this government owned property, the people who are coming here, the way Penny was saying he's buying a house, he can't, because you have to come with your income to show this is what I'm making, so I qualify. That you don't just come from nowhere and you qualify. You have to have a paycheck. You have to show where you've worked. And if you're not working, if you just left school or something, like there has to be a system. That system is not there. So before they even have the money, the court needs to require them to go back and form a system, a plan. You see, like when you go into the bank to ask for a loan, you go with a business plan. If they don't like your business plan, they don't give you the money. So why is the government getting the money before they come up with a business plan that makes sense? So our judges, I hope they protect us, and I hope, and I'm going to pray. One day Ruto was saved. I don't know whether he's still saved. I am praying that his conscience is not seared. One thing I knew about Uhuru, I talk badly about Uhuru a lot, but one thing I know about him, his conscience, his hiyo nini ya kujua right and wrong was so strong. There are some things he would not do. I don't know whether Ruto has reached is there or he has passed that he doesn't care and there is nothing that he can stop at. Uhuru used to go to a point, but then he'll stop because he still has that conscience yake bado inamjudge. So if I pray that Kenyans act Na vile tunataka kufanya nini mzalendo in that show, viewers, put a day for inaitwa think tank. Let us start taking actionable steps to show our leaders that we mean business. We are not going to tell them, oh, do this for us. So why are we begging? How can you be employing someone and begging them? If they are not doing their job, we start firing the weakest link. Let us start with the weakest link. Let us start eating into their base. Let us start removing some of those employees from the payroll. Kama ni MC mbaya na mnajua ni weak, you go, we rally up, we give money to that person and we remove them. We remove 3 or 5, they will know we mean business. And some of them will style up. That's the way to go.
Wow. Well, thank you, Ashley. And a lot of people are saying, are agreeing with your comments in the comment section. Although yes, I agree with some of your statements. Although some of them I don't agree with, they're not maybe practical, but they can be done in future. But the issue of housing, it is something that you agree that there's a need. It's only that there should be a proper structure or a proper way of doing it. Maybe there was a rush to doing it, or maybe Ruto should have just continued with the Boma Yangu, the Boma Moja that it's a Boma Yangu that Uhuru had. That was part of their Big Four agenda. And if you look at the model of those housing, how he's planning them, it is just the same thing that they had before in the previous government. But viewers, thank you guys for being there in the comment section. Let us take a small break and listen to what Mtata has to say. Yeah.
Bwana Rais, wewe ni rafiki yangu, hata unakumbuka ile mambo yanasewa ikianza, nilikuja kwa ofisi yako Transnational House, nikakupata huko na Bwana Ole Kaparo, tukaongea, nikakwambia nataka kwenda kotini na naenda kupanda bus ya jioni niende Bungoma ni file case. Ukachukua shilingi 30,000 ukanipatia, akasema tumia hii ikusaidie. Huku jua nilikuwa na shilingi 2,000 peke yake.
Well, that was a Mutata, your man Ashley, and I think Ruto replied Mutata almost immediately. They were in a function in I don't know where that was, but it should have been somewhere in Bungoma, where Mutata is the senator. And I like the way the two leaders were in communication at that particular function. And it shows you a lot that as much as we fight here about politics, these leaders, they talk to each other. They know what is good for our country. They know when to back down. They know when to support one another.
Mimi nataka munisaidie mahali moja. Munizungumzie huyu seneta wetu tafadhali, Bwana Mutata. Wewe sasa unataka kunipeleka kotini. Na ile kazi mimi nafanya ni kupangia watu hawa ajira. Kwani sasa utaki hawa watu wapateko kazi? Please. Hokia, tafadhali. Ama namna gani jameni watu wa Busia? Nisaidieni jameni, mumuongeleshe huyu jamaa apunguze mambo ya kotini. Yeye amesema ni rafiki yangu na ni kweli ni rafiki yangu. Ama namna gani? Tunaelewana? Na unajua uzuri ya huyo Kia, hata akinipeleka kotini si mbaya, kwa sababu yeye hajapanga kuharibu biashara ya mtu, si ndio? At least hajapanga maandamano. Unajua kuna wengine wananitisha ati usipofanya hii tutapeleka maandamano. Sasa hawa wengine ndio wabaya zaidi. Eri huyu okay.
Well, that was the president reacting to Okiya Mtata when they were at a particular function. I think he's also respecting the courts, that these issues are before the court, but let the court do the ruling. and Muktata to slow down government, to slow down his moves to the court each and every time Ruto tries to implement something. That's a good gesture. I think we are in the right direction. If the judiciary feels that these law houses were unlawful, then they should find a better way of reintroducing them. I believe the government will have its way. At the end of the day, the people of Kenya will get their a fair justice in the process. So this matter will be ruled sometimes in January 10th. That is the date that it will be ruled. So let us hope and wish that Ashley, you get your day. And by and large, I think we are in the right direction. I see Jex is back. Is if there is any other person who would want to come in, Pen Nyagaka, maybe your remarks on Okia Mutata. Ashley says that she is the best presidential candidate in 2027.
Actually, I will support her. I will support her. She's good. She gives it like this. She finds it. Okay, Mtata. Even I grew up in the court. My father was working in the court system. That's where I grew up. In the Omina manga, I was telling them before you came in that we do not even want to come and Huda. We don't want to have that court. We don't want to be proud that we have the court on our side because the court cuts both ways. Leo itakusupport, kesho haikusupport. So that is the independence of the court. If it's independent, that's exactly what it will do. But if it is compromised, then that's a different thing. But here is not compromised. In Pakistan has been ruined because the court was compromised. The guy, the Rokia Aributo, refused to follow what the court was telling him. Just exactly like what the Kenyatta was doing. And he was overthrown, and then it has continued to be the same thing. So the court's independence should be respected for what it is. The Mother Comey has done a wonderful job, and she will continue to do that. And let us support the court for what it is doing. And if it does something wrong, then we can say. But so far, so good for the court, according to what I will say. And actually, ukiuliza kura tuambie, we support you fully. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think Jex is back. Jex, you can take over the hot seat.
Sorry, I'm muted.
No, I think of we were just we had discussed the issue of housing. I think we are now going back and forth, and most importantly, I think we are all in agreement that the housing there's a need for housing. The only thing is that the procedure is what people are against. But Ashley agrees we need the housing, but maybe the approach was what was wrong. And again, people who are going for nursing, maybe just to correct Ashley, or teaching in the US or abroad, they're only given a contract for about 3 years. After that, then your contract is over. You can go back to your country. So that is what normally happens.
All right. Of course, this won't be the first time Kenyans have gone abroad to do something. The only issue is I hope we don't send our very best and we lack talent back home, because equally we still need to build our nation. And but hey, you struck where there is some good deals, eh? All right. Now, guys, what do you think? Should we wrap up now that you're saying mnaenda back and forth? So that, but before I do that, I wish to give you guys a very special moment. to wish these lovely people who have been watching, others commenting, akina Remso, akina Goody, akina Maureen Wasawa, akina Geoffrey Ruto, the many watching, the many commenting, the many following you guys and watching this content. I wish to give you this chance to give them your good year, no, new year message, and what you would say to them even as we wrap up. Now, let me begin with Ashley. Ashley, your New Year's message to Kenyans and to the people watching you.
My New Year message is Jeremiah 29:11. Can you read it for me? I don't have a way to read. For I know the plans I have.
Okay, I read it.
Yeah.
Jeremiah 29:11 says, "For I know the plans I have for you, says the Lord. They are plans to give you, not to do you evil, but the plans to give you a hope and a future."
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
So even if the future looks bleak, I want us to go into 2024 with hope and know that the God who began a good work in you by having you birthed will bring it unto completion. Just stay trusting in Him and praying, because with prayer, everything is possible. It is only the devil who wants people to be desperate, oppressed, and some of these things that we keep talking about here can only be overcome on our knees. So if you call yourself a Christian, a Muslim, or who you worship, what I would say is just go into prayer and talk to your God and ask Him to help us have a better year and to give wisdom to our leaders to remove those that are hindering and to put in place good leaders that will work for the people. Happy New Year.
Wow. Fantastic. Bwana Mzalendo.
Yes, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Well, I want to say thank you very much for giving us this opportunity to be here each and every day. We don't take it for granted. We thank the Almighty God for giving us that opportunity. But as we bid farewell, let us reflect on the events and achievements that shaped our country, Kenya. Let us also look at the historic where we've come from, because the history defines who we are. Otherwise, I want you to welcome 2024. Let us look forward for new possibilities and opportunities that will come in 2024. We here at Africa, we will still be here. We invite you to bring most of your friends on board. Let us also continue to listen and tune on in Africa, your number one source of news and entertainment, because we bring the most exciting stories, informative and engaging interactions without any kind of bias. We also invite you to share your feedback and suggestions on how we can improve programming in Africa 24. So please, you guys keep on coming, keep on bringing friends, and we love you so much. And thank you, and thank you so much for the subscriptions.
All right. Bwana Penya Gaka.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jakes. Like I always say, the show that you have is one of the best because it lets us interact on different ideas, on different issues, on different methods of governing our own country or taking care of ourselves. Actually, vile amesema kwa Bible ni mzuri sana. I don't have a lot of quotes in the Bible, but what actually has opened with is great and wonderful. I wish you all, everybody, a happy Merry Christmas. I mean, Happy New Year, Christmas. We have just done it. And what I have personally in my blood, vile inakwambia, inakuonyesha, I think Kenya will have a very wonderful country as of next year. And the suffering that we are going through will never be permanent. That is one we should know. And that the future is always brighter. And we have a personal view that it will be very, very, very bright next year. Happy New Year, everybody. Ashley, Jakes, Zalendo, everybody on the comment, Woody year and everybody else. So, Happy New Year. Thank you.
All right. My able guys, asanteni sana for that beautiful sentiment. Naona hapa request ni play okay, so allow me to wish you a new year. Let me play some two things that guys have wished you. Like Mboro here wished you a Merry Christmas and equally a New Year. Fantastic. I equally saw who else. Zilikuwa nyingi, but all the same, Happy New Year to you guys. Happy New Year to the many watching us, and may you find favor in all that you do. All right.
To our esteemed viewers, followers, and subscribers, on behalf of Afrique24 TV, I want to wish you a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year. Thank you for being part of us. God bless you.
Hi viewers, it is Mr. G from Afrique24 wishing you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you for being so special to us.
Hello viewers, followers, subscribers, and of course fans of Afrique24 Hours TV. This is your host, Leo Nyabaya. You can call me Senior Rebel. I'm taking this opportunity to wish you a Merry Christmas and a happy and prosperous 2024. Let us meet here in 2024 and interact at Afrique24 Hours TV. Thank you and keep watching Afrique TV as we connect you with African stories.
Nilisema mwaka wa 98 kwamba nitajiuzulu ama nitastaafu kipindi hiki cha miaka mitano ikisha. Wengine hawakuamini kwa sababu wanaamini power katika kontinenti la Afrika kwamba kuna mtu anaweza kuwacha power ya urais. Power iko kwa wananchi, na sisi tu ni wadhamini yao.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, with that, I want to leave it there. Of course, I want to wish you another bright, fantastic New Year 2024. I really pray that your year may be marked with good things, good tidings. May they flow your way, even as you anticipate in the next couple of hours to usher in a new year. I wish you the very best. You know, the Lord God who has brought you this far, He is so faithful enough to take you to the next level, and of course to see you usher in a new year in style and fashion that you will enjoy it. He can't bring you this far to let you down or to disappoint you. He has no record of failing. He won't start with you, so you can trust him. He is a dependable God and above all a responsible Father. We have had God fathers who have failed us, but He is God the Father who never disappoints. So 2024 will be a good year for you. I believe it. I trust it for myself and as well for you. And here at Africa 24, all we wish you is the very finest, the very best, even as you mark the new year 2024. May it bring new tidings, may it bring you joy, may it bring you happiness. I wish you the very best. I'm sure that God will see you far and make you really see better things ahead. Right now might not seem so, but this is what I want to assure you, that at least you are not where you used to be. Things might not have gone your way, but they'll definitely go God's way. God bless you. I wish to see you next year. But Ashley wants to say something even as we wrap up. Ashley, what do you have to say?
Oh, I had said next time because I saw we have wrapped up. Good. I wanted to say this. I want us to play the national anthem in Kiswahili. And this is a special message for Ruto that inchi tunajenga pamoja. It says tujenge pamoja, sisi wote kwa bidii zetu. Kwa hivyo, as he plans, let us include us in the planning so that we can all build our country. That's what I request.
All right. Now, who am I? Me, wanasema I'm just here to really facilitate the show. Let me get the one that is not copyrighted. I think I've found one. Now, ladies and gentlemen, courtesy of Ashley, and of course, it's in order, given that this is our national anthem, this is our chorus, this is more of our prayer, and she has dedicated this specifically to one William Ruto. But this is the prayer we have of our country. This is the desire of all of our hearts, that God, may you really protect our nation, and above all, Ashley is calling for Ruto to allow us build this country together. Tujenge hii nchi kwa ustawi na kwa nguvu pamoja. All right? Sio kwa mtu mmoja, kwa sote pamoja. So ladies and gentlemen, Happy New Year from us, Afrique. We wish you a Merry Christmas, a fantabulous 2024. See you when you see us. This show definitely will be coming your way every other night from 10 p.m. Kenyan time. I don't know what time that will be in your country, but make time to join us, and above all, be part of this great conversation. God bless you. See you when you see us from Africa 24, from the great panelists who I had today. Happy New Year. God bless you. See you when you see us. Penyagaka, Ashley, Mzalendo, Leo, Kenya Rebel, Mzeji, and many who joined me. Asanteni sana. God bless you. Have yourself a fantastic last few hours of 2023, and of course a superb 2024. Goodbye, and we leave you with this wonderful national anthem. Bye bye.
Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, ahimidiwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, na tupate na ustawi. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda, na tujenge taifa letu. Ndio wajibu wetu, Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.